down, my bio went back to how it was. So I guess Twitter locked everyone out of the account and reapplied my old bio, which I didn't even know they could do. That's interesting, because I highly doubt that the people who hacked into it took the time to type out all of the stuff in my bio. So it seems that Twitter reverted it and locked everyone out. And now I was able to change the password back, thankfully, but I have to, oh yeah, that's another thing. Not only did they spam the password reset thing so that I couldn't do it, they also, as soon as they were logged in, the thing you can do on Twitter where you can have an authenticator app set up, I've never done that before. Any YouTuber out there should do that.
Obviously, app authenticators are really, really important. You can either get like one on your phone from Google. It's basically a code that changes, I think, every 30 seconds or so, or you can get like a USB key that's like a single copy that can't really be replicated. You'll stick it into a computer. That stuff is really important because passwords, they're useless. Passwords are useless. Every single password will eventually be leaked at some point. You always need to look at it like that.
Because since I didn't have one set up, as soon as they logged in, they added the authenticator app from their phone. So now, even though I've changed the password and even though no one can get it, I still can't get into the account because it's connected to an authenticator app from the hacker's device. So yeah, they had me like 6 ways to Sunday.
And this is the worst thing about the situation. Like, Wendigoon did not have an authenticator app, only a password and a phone number, which are pretty easy to spoof. And the hacker has actually then set up his own authenticator app. So because the hacker has used more security, he takes priority over Wendigoon getting access to his own Twitter account that he made, by the way.
The video that I took of me holding up the $WEN and the date that I thought was for verification of my account, they posted, because of course the crypto thing was $WEN or whatever. My wife, who felt bad that day and was staying home when me and my family went on our little excursion, my wife assumed that I would not be stupid enough to fall into a whole crypto thing. So she tweeted that the video was AI because she loves me. I thought there was no way I would be dumb enough to write all that down and do what I did, when in fact I was dumb enough. She said it was AI, fully believing it was AI, even though it was not. It was a video of me. She assumed the best of me when she shouldn't have. So yeah, she didn't lie or anything. She just thought better of me than I deserved.
So Wendigoon, funnily enough, explained where most of the people thought that it was AI from. I'll be honest, I never actually saw his wife's tweet saying it was AI. I just assumed it to be AI because obviously it's like, why would a YouTuber suddenly do a 180 and do, you know, a rug pull, like a crypto coin? And why would a YouTuber, like, how could you trick a YouTuber into doing it unknowingly? Like, it's obviously the coin, but obviously as he's explained through the video, they've taken some really elaborate steps to slowly build up that confidence, build up that trust, and then just completely turn it against him for profit.
But yeah, that video was real. It was the verification thing I said. The reason I look so crazy with, I can't remember if I'm wearing the hat, but I'm wearing like a chest rig and gloves and stuff, is because I was shooting a video for Call of Duty Modern Warfare. This is so stupid. And was like dressed up in like tactical gear or whatever. And that was the recording I quit midway through to go through this whole thing with the Twitter hacker. So that's why I looked like that. It was not AI. It was just me being stupid. The account was hacked. I still can't get back into it, even though I have been able to change the password. So at least thankfully it seems no one can get into it, and I'm working on that. But yeah, I fully acknowledge that I am dumb, that this was a very dumb decision. The moment I got a call from Twitter about my account being hacked, I should have known better. They would have sent me an email or maybe a DM. Like, at that point I should have tapped out, and then all the steps that followed. They caught me at an opportune time where I was stressed with work. I was stressed with family. I had a lot of irons in the fire, and I had like gotten emails before about verifying my safety on Twitter because, you know, people can try to get into your account. So I just thought it was an extension of that, but regardless, it was very dumb of me to fall for this. And yeah, my bad, pretty much. I think that there should be ways to verify, at least with some public figures, their accounts, not just on Twitter, but on other sites like YouTube, to verify themselves attached with their accounts, because a lot of these times the creator who gets hacked, which would be the kind of account a hacker would want to target, has a very large fan base that can cause damage. And I really hope no one fell for the hacker whenever they took control of my page. If they did, I am very sorry. The fault's entirely on me on this. I am very dumb. But also, these hackers are adapting. They are getting smarter. The hacker I was talking to me about how to defend myself against other hackers. Like, it's not just scam calls. Well, I guess it was a scam call. It's not just your random cold calling scammer thing. Even though they are more complex and we should be aware of it, and you should set up two-factor authentication, set up an authenticator app. Nevertheless, I was stupid and the fault is on me. And I'm sorry that my wife accidentally lied in order to make me sound cool, even though I was not. Yeah. So that's pretty much what happened.
I think another reason why people thought originally that the Wendigoon clip was actually deep-faked AI is because people in the past have made Wendigoon AI. I mean, the guy's an incredibly popular YouTuber. It's bound to happen. Like, for example, this TikTok that was literally posted on the subreddit, and this isn't real. It's entirely an AI deepfake. And the scariest thing is this ploy seems to have still got half of Twitter thinking that it was AI. I mean, there was one tweet here, for example, didn't get too much traction, but saying, if you watch Wendigoon and thought this was him, I don't know what to tell you. And the worst thing is, it is him. It literally is him. He has admitted that himself. And this is what is like, I understand that the main topic here should be about Isaiah and the fact that he was hacked. And obviously, you know, like I said to him in the messages, and after I record this video, I'm going to try and chase someone up on Twitter to hopefully get him back into his account. But like, this hack really shows, especially with AI, the lines are more blurred now than they have been basically ever. Like, honestly, I found this whole situation so ridiculous when it first happened. I actually thought when he was promoting a coin, I thought that was him. I thought this was some, like, you know, seventh layered kind of like ironic joke of like, oh, imagine if I promoted a coin, guys, that'd be hilarious. But obviously now we know that isn't the case. I mean, you know, that's just me being, you know, way too kind of schizo, like kind of looking at things, always thinking there's like another angle to it. But genuinely, when I first saw it, I was like, okay, this seems like a really elaborate bit, like a joke, because I don't know why he'd promote this. And also that has to be him, right? That can't be AI. But yeah, thankfully at this point, obviously, the hacker's been kicked out the account. The only problem is at the minute, he doesn't really seem to have access to get back into his account. Like I've said, I'm gonna try and give him a hand with that. The only problem is it's going through a contact at Twitter, and Twitter is incredibly slow. I'm not sure how it is now compared to, like, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, but the way Twitter usually works is a lot of the employees, a lot of the contacts that you know, they usually end up leaving because a lot of people don't tend to stay at Twitter for long. They actually go to Twitter to get that put on their resume, to get their foot in the door in other companies, or I guess like startups. But what's the moral of this video? Go watch Wendigoon. He's a very small YouTuber, very underappreciated. And also, I do want to say as well, seriously, thank you, Wendigoon, for recording that video to give a lot more context. Thank you for giving me permission to actually talk about this situation as well, because it really sucks. It really does.
Right, this is going to be another episode of the Best Damn League show with me and Peter. Our guest for this episode is a first-time guest. It is going to be Enetron, who is the head coach of... I don't actually know how you pronounce this because it's from the alpha. Is it actually supposed to be like EC? Is it actually the French word for hero or whatever?
I mean, for us, we are calling it EC Japan, so
right.
I think you can keep it the same way too.
Yes, so it's EC Japan. I think the easiest way to reference it if you watch the ERLs or EMEA Winter is it's the team that played against Los Ratones at one point in time in the tournament. So in that sense, you're just known by that regard. But okay, obviously we like to bring in people who are watching the LEC to discuss it from an outsider's perspective with us. So Enetron, we always let the guests start. So the question is, what's the good topic in LEC right now? What's good at the moment? What are you excited about? What's interesting?
So to me, I chose as a good thing. I went a bit more broad, but I wanted to take inspiration of these playoffs recently too. I want to discuss a bit about G2 and the abundance of concepts they have as a team. The reason why I wanted to discuss about this is because we have a very good top 4 currently in LEC. Everyone is excelling at a specific concept. But G2 right now, it feels like they have a great amount of weapons in their arsenal, kinda. When you watch a G2 playing, they're having concepts like non-linear swaps, they're having caps on the specific way of how he's playing the side lane, their wave control and fog of war usage between even their new players, you know, like Ishkimon and Labrov, right, has been becoming higher and higher, right? And the way this team is playing right now, it feels like they have a multitude of threats, and you combine this with creative drafts according to their champion pool, looking more at Broken Blade in this matter, right? And you combine this also with how good they are playing all together as a unit in the end, with having these clutch moments as we saw in these playoffs. I think you're having a bit of a whole package type of team. And while during the split they didn't show that thing, because they were either trying to expand their team identity or they were having inconsistencies in some cases with their players. I think now in the playoffs we actually see all these losses grinding up to that peak G2 performance right now, and I'm very pleased to see G2 living up to the potential that we had set the bar at the start of the year.
So I kind of got a question actually, just to this, which is, why do you think that they were so bad in the regular season? Because, like, let's be clear, they lost to... It's not best of ones anymore, right? So they lost the best of 3 to GX. They lost the best of 3 to BDS. Like, they're clearly better. They're clearly, like, noticeably better, right? Now that they're in playoffs. What do you think's made the difference?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think when you're playing a BO3, it's not about saying anymore, oh, it was a bad day, it was a bad play during a game, right? It's not like BO1. So I completely agree. I think they use these BO3s, though, in my opinion, in order to expand a bit more the team identity, too, Like, it felt like whenever G2 would go back with their backs against the wall, let's say after a hard loss, right? They would come and play their usual style, and boom, stomp. Many LEC teams would be like, oh, I'm scared to face G2 this week again after they just lost, because they will go back to their 100% style, I think while they're losing, I think they're experimenting same time also to be introduced these new concepts as a team. You can call it a different team identity than usual, or they're experimenting on new concepts that they're maybe learning either from LCK or LPL. Personally, watching these regions myself also for my team, also I was noticing that G2 were trying to introduce new ideas within their team. But also, to not, of course, to address the elephant in the room, right? There were also inconsistencies from some players. I think Caps and BB also, while they're phenomenal players, they had also some very iffy games, and I think it's how to say, unfair to say that it's only a concept thing or a team identity, but it's also a performance thing in some cases. I think now that they have excelled on these ideas, and now they have found their consistent play of self, I think now we're seeing a more solid G2 than what we saw during the regular season.
Mm-hmm. Do you think they're going to win?
Do I think they're gonna win? I'm always a fan of the dark horses, kind of. I'm a bit more of a coin fan, personally speaking, here, despite me choosing the G2, because I respect a lot when a team is trying to do out-of-the-box stuff, or they do try to do more unorthodox stuff, or hard to execute, but they're willing to take the risk for it. So I'm a bit more towards them, but of course, I think G2 right now, they're having the whole package, and yes, they look like the strongest candidate to go for it.
Makes sense. I mean, for me, I'm still working out what was the big shift, but I definitely think that their prep coming into this playoffs was a lot better. I really like their draft plan into Koi. I like that they bled Jojopian's champion pool, right? Because he's shown really good play, Jojo, right? Like but on a small number of champions, and basically they put themselves in a position where first game is Ari Rice, right? 2 champions that he plays. Next game is Azir Talia. 2 champions.
Oh, I hadn't seen this. You're right. Yeah, $100 champion pool, but by the time he gets the Yorn, right?
Yeah, and then Yone, they seem like, I think they can't win that game. I think they can't win game 3, right? But they're 2-0 up in the series. They're just bleeding his pool.
Yeah, but it shows how the strategy is different in Fearless, right, compared to a normal draft. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And then by game 4, he's on Victor, he's fine on Victor, right? Like, he's not bad on Victor, but he's not going to win you the game on Victor, right? It's all about, It's not going to be defined, it's going to be defined by early game. So I really like their strategy into this. I felt Hansama stepped up a bit in playoffs, but I feel that, like, I feel Laprov's, I feel he's still been a bit mixed. Maybe I'm just a bit crazy on this, but to me, like, the big difference now that we're in playoffs, right, is that firstly, people weren't able to contain Caps. He's just activated, Super Saiyan mode. I think that especially on Ari against Fnatic, he was really good on Ari against Koi. I really like how they were using Ari to make picks in team fights. I really like his like kind of flank positions in those fights. I thought they were really, really impressive. I thought that against Fnatic, they had a couple of rough games, certainly. Like I thought they should have just lost. Like, what was it? There was like an Annie. I'm just quickly going to check. It was Annie versus. I remember an Annie game. It was like game 3. Yeah, game 3. They should have lost. They should have lost that game. Like, it was basically Fnatic's to lose.
Yep.
But essentially, I really like what they've been doing, the adjustments that they made in draft. I think that, like, you know, if you were to say who is the weakness on the carries in G2, you know, between BB, Caps, and Hands, you would say Hands is normally the one who maybe in playoffs isn't like, he's maybe an 8 out of 10 instead of a 10 out of 10, but I think he's been really good in this series. I still have questions about Labrov. I think he's had a couple of really, really shaky games where they've won. But yeah, like they're definitely at the top now, right? So they get to play the upper bracket and final, and you know they're at MSI now, first team to qualify for MSI. I mean, I didn't think we would be having this discussion this week, but yeah, they've stepped up. Like their prep has just been better. It's just been better than for the best of threes in regular season.
No, by the way, I would agree. I actually think the craziest thing of all is this just shows how when you follow the LEC week to week to week, it actually does, like, you just tunnel on how the results are in those weeks. Because if you watch the regular season, of the 4 big teams, G2 would actually be the least likely to automatically qualify like this and get the first spot at MSI. Like, everyone actually could have, like, listen, there was a world where you could see MCOY doing it. They had good games against Carmine Corp and against Fnatic before. G2 was the one that actually looked underwhelming, I remember. They were getting rocked by GX in that fucking homestand, mate. Like, I think people are going to forget that now, because I've already seen all the Corp from the fans where they're acting like these are the exact same G2 Fnatic lineups and all the old historical narratives are like identical, whereas to me it's like, no, they have like the essence of the old lineups is similar, but the specific reasons why are different. Like, I think actually you've nailed the point here, Enatron, which is normally when people do this thing, don't worry, it's a classic one that they say in Counter-Strike 2, which is if you're a fan of a big name team and they have like a dodgy group stage, but they survived the group stage, you go, well, they didn't care anyway. They knew, like, you just have to chill in the group stage, and as long as you survive, then they like then they're trying, you know, in the playoffs. And it's like, the problem with that, guys, is, and you guys know this as coaches, nobody really does that unless you were, like, you know, leading the league by so many games you can't possibly lose or something. Like, nobody would actually not try. But I'll tell you what is plausible, what he just suggested there, which is the real reason I've always thought best of threes were OP in LCK and LPL isn't because, like, you know, you just play more games. It's the fact that you can essentially experiment in a game if you're the top team. And by the way, the LPL does this all the time. It is crazy. Like, maybe not as much now because their format's more competitive, but I still think they do it. Where when you have those BO3s, I always tell people, if someone like some super stacked like Hands team like BLG wins game 1, get ready for the most ridiculous game 2 draft of all time, because they know essentially like we can do sort of like the ultimate practice here on stage where the other team has to fight for their life and we get to test. But if we lose, we've got Hands and we'll just turn it on in the 3rd game and do the real draft and then win then anyway. I think that is how LPL and LCK teams sometimes do it. Maybe LPL more than LCK. And I actually do wonder, actually, after having seen how night and day different G2 was in the playoffs here, it looked awesome in both series. And then I look how dodgy they were. It makes me wonder if actually Dylan Falco and the staff were fucking around a little bit and trying to experiment with things like, what do we do with Skewbond, or what happens if Labrov's out of his comfort zone or something. Look, I actually want to throw it back to you two and see what you think about that. Because on the one hand, again, I think that at least the essence of that has some truth to it. But is that also a call? Like, were they actually just playing bad in some of the games? What do you two think? Was it all experimentation? Was some of it like, is that a convenient way to like clean up when you just fucked up in the game anyway?
I mean, for me, you said it the best, right? LCK, LPL, usually they play one game and then if it fails, okay, we go back to our usual self, right? So similar also, because it's a best of 3, even if you fail one game, then usually you'll go next game and you will play your safe zone kind of, right?
Yes.
So for sure in this case, I think also G2 had to deal also with some bad performances, you know. As Peter said too, you know, some players actually step it up more in the playoffs. He mentioned Hansama, he mentioned Cats, right? And yeah, I just think that I would ask Dylan myself, you know, if he tried something in one game, right? If on game 2 he wanted to insist on trying stuff, you know, because probably these teams, they're in a scrim bubble, right? So they will always have some confidence that they will still, even if we try, we'll still probably might beat them, you know. So I would really wonder if he wants to still go back to the safe zone, or if he actually keeps wanting to experiment. At worst case, yes, I lost the BO3, but I'm gonna be ready for when the BO5 comes, you know. personally strategy I like also to implement in my teams when I feel like we're a stronger team and we can be more ready when the playoff time comes, you know. So I would like to know this from G2.
I mean, I think it's an interesting one. Like, obviously, I was so confident last week that Fnatic were going to win that obviously, like, when I saw G2 win both series this weekend, I just like went back and watched like a ton of VODs yesterday, to be like, you know, am I crazy? Like, what was I thinking?
Were you looking for the seeds in the VODs of like some of this performance to see if it was there?
Yeah, and I just couldn't see it. Like, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure, even knowing, if you told me from last week this is going to happen this week, I just wouldn't believe it.
Right.
Like, I mean, I just went back and had a look. I can see that they're doing some kind of experimentation, but I do wonder whether things like the homestands affect it. Because I do think they were better in the studio than they were, you know, when they were going to France or when they were going to Spain. They looked a bit shaky in those games. And even if, like, you're going to homestand, then you come back, then you have a travel day coming back, you're not really 100% recovered after your travel day. Like, people say, oh, it's just Paris to Berlin. No. Like, you have to go to the airport, you have to wake up early. You don't have a true, like, full recovery day, right? So either you're sacking a day of scrims, which is pretty, like, not the best, or you are, like, scrimming at 70%, 80%, right? Which is not nothing over the course of a split, because then you're not fully recovered and those kind of things. So I do wonder whether the homestands affected them a bit, and maybe that made them show some issues in performance. But I mean, G2's main issue, I would say, over the course of the regular season was their lack of focus, right? Like, you would see them play out the early game fine, and then sometimes, like, 30 minutes, you see, like, Caps and BB just randomly chasing kills when, you know, I know that these guys know that they're not supposed to do this, right? But, you know, in a best of one, sure, maybe you can rule it, you can maybe give an excuse, but, like, for multiple games in a best of three, at what point does it become not taking it seriously? And, like, at what point does it become, like, you lacking discipline on your fundamentals? But let's be clear, like, in these series this weekend, they were disciplined. They were really, really disciplined. So I don't know if Dylan is the type of guy to get out the belt, but somebody got out the belt, right? It was like, you guys need to focus, we're in playoffs now.
Sure.
But yeah, like, their performances, like, I see the seeds of experimentation, but, like, to me, they're losing games because they lack discipline. And, you know, that was the hard thing.
The problem is, it's just too easy in hindsight to say it was experimentation and not at the time. Like, to me, that's like another one, is like a classic one that players do, is in the scrim, they do some utterly mental move, and then you go, why did you do that? And they go, oh no, I'm just making him think I would do that in the game, but I wouldn't really. It's like, nah, yeah, all right, mate, well, we'll wait and see the actual fucking... That sounds like, you know, a really convenient excuse to just do whatever you want, isn't it? So, by the way, I actually do think, though, if you talk about player performance, this is why I actually find team games so fascinating, because obviously how all your teammates play affects your ability to perform. It affects like how difficult it is, how easy it is, how much you can get to the point in the game where you're strong. So, and I think the obvious player, the obvious carry role in the modern day is the hardest to 1v9 is obviously fucking Hiddick's carry. And I do think you saw that when they looked like, when Lavrov just looked nonsense in the regular season, anytime they ever had a problem with Skewmont, actually those were the games where Hans Sama just looked alright. He never looked bad in my opinion. He didn't have like a bad split. He just looked alright at times. Like, there's a reason why the Callists and the upsets were considered above him and they will compete for the MVP, etc. But there's a concept I'll give you that comes from Counter-Strike, right? Which is, in Counter-Strike, a role that obviously is incredibly limited by player performance is the in-game leader. If he calls a strategy, but people do it badly, or they just fuck it up, or even they just don't get the kills, it will just look like that was the wrong strategy. And there's a really famous in-game leader in Counter-Strike called Karrigan from FaZe Clan, who's probably the best at doing, like, on-the-fly, mid-round calls, right? Where he comes up with, like, a switch-up as to what we're doing and calls something genius, right? But the obvious problem is that doesn't work if then the players can't get any of the kills. Like, you just look like you called something but it didn't work. And so what happened was we had a tournament at the end of last year, it was the major, where it was at the World Championship, and all of a sudden his players just started playing like this, like twice as good. And someone made a comment I thought that was brilliant. They just said, have you ever noticed how when the players actually get the kills, he looks like he's a genius, all the calls are right, like everything's working. I think that's what it looked like with Hans Sama here, when people actually play properly for it. Like, he looked like the best player in the league. He looked fucking amazing. Like, I mean, by the way, one thing I love is, I thought this was, by the way, it's skip ahead a little bit. I thought this upper bracket final would be like a banger because Super gave such a fucking sick performance against Kalist. But then, mate, the ultimate example of where G2 is back was that Hans Sama fucking Draven lock-in. Have you not noticed how that's even like a difference between them and Carmine Corp? Carmine Corp's tried that Draven so many times, and it's almost never worked because they had like the wrong comp for it, or they only had Kalist on it, or the enemy had all the right champions. This was like the ultimate swag one where like you almost could imagine like Super talk shit to Hans Sama. That looked like a personal fucking vendetta in that game. Like he was just trying to torture him. So I thought that was sick. It just showed how. And I've said, Peter, to me this has always been a Hans Sama team. So if Hans Sama isn't playing well, there's something wrong with the formula, you know, because that is the ideal scenario. Is this guy just smiles, and then obviously the genius then is if Caps has an awesome game, that's just fucking free money, mate. We can't lose now. Like, yeah, it looked sick. And it looked fucking dope.
I mean, it's like, did you forget about my Draven? You know, he like looks in game 4. You got it. Yeah, I mean,
I want to say something to build also on this handsome thing, right? There are two things I want to mention. Obviously, Peter knows it very well too, right? Because it's usually when you have a great ADC, but the jungle, for whatever reason, call it jungle tempo, call it jungle not doing a good fog of war, and the support not performing, right? The ADC is always a bit victim of these two roles, right? So you said very good thought, and also when you mentioned this a bit, you know, about Labrov maybe running it left and right, you know, maybe Skimon trying a bit to find his place inside the team, you know. So this could be affected. But the second thing I want to say is whenever the cameras go on the players, I don't know if you guys have noticed, Hansama is constantly speaking, you know. He's never talking.
Yes.
So I want to build also on what Peter said, that this is like a Hansama team, right? As you mentioned, right? And I think that guy, even when he's behind, when he's ahead, he's always trying to make a call for his team, you know. Even when the people around him are running it, you know, like he's always trying to make a play. He's trying to generate gold from shit. We use this expression in English, kind of, you know.
He's an alchemist. Okay.
And I think this is what Hansama is also trying to do, even when things are in a dire position. And I think this is what made him have these clutch moments versus Fnatic too, you know. And also how he played yesterday his Draven. Suddenly he was playing one game. I think they played Xayah Brom, and suddenly the next game they're playing the Draven Blitzcrank, you know. And that's a very big difference. They go from full scaling and my 2-3 items are gonna be big into I'm gonna dominate my lane and I'm gonna show you who's the boss, you know. And I think this level is very big for teams that want to become champion level, you know.
Yeah. And I've just heard from so many teammates and coaches of Hans Sama that, like, as you say, he is the guy where essentially, you know, like back in the day, there used to be like the stereotype of the ADC just doesn't talk and he just clicks the mouse. I've heard this guy, essentially, I'll phrase it in like a pithy way. It's like this guy knows what to do at all times in the game. It's just what he needs you to do. Like, that's if you get the difference there, like, he just calls the whole game around himself. But I've been told by so many coaches that that's really good, because then you can just tell everyone else in the team, like, basically, like, when he's strong, listen to him, group around him, like, sack that lane, come to mid when he tends to fight and stuff. So it streamlines your game a lot, yeah, for sure. And clearly, by the way, he obviously does this for comfort too. He's not a guy who wants to play like the super old school, like reckless style where you just wait outside the fight or you just scale in. He wants to be ahead in the game and win the lane, yeah, clearly.
I mean, it's not very glamorous, right? But on every team, you need like what do we call them? Like a stable structure shot caller.
Yeah.
You know, the guy who like creates the structure,
Yes.
and then you let your Alvaros or the people like that like innovate within the structure, right? Like, but if you don't have somebody who's saying like this is what we should be doing, then like if you have too many like innovators, then they're all like innovating, and then your structure goes to complete shit. So I think that's something that Hans does very, very well, and I think this is something like Inspired mentioned to me once, like when he was playing with Hans was really, really constant in what he wanted, but my guess for what was happening on that road team is that it let Inspired do a lot of the innovative, like really, really creative stuff that he which you can only really do if you have that guy who's providing the structure, for sure.
It's also just hilarious, by the way, because as a random aside, imagine being Inspired, going from Hans Sama, like, I must win the lane 2v2, to Danny, like, can I just not do the lane in phase? Can I just, like, skip to the end of the game and be in the team fight? Like, completely different style of play, but okay. Right, okay, Peter, let's move on. What is your good point?
Yeah, I mean, my good point, like, you know, if I'm going to criticize him when he plays badly, I have to like praise him when he plays well, which is super this weekend, right? Like, I mean, you know, when you go and say to me, what is the difference, which we literally talked about a week ago, what is the difference between KC and Koi? Where's the series going to be decided? It's going to be decided by bot lane, and it's going to be decided in the bot lane 2v2, and it was decided in the bot lane 2v2, just in the opposite direction. And what I will say for this is, he had a fantastic performance. I mean, helped a little bit by the fact that his support mid were playing really, really well for him, and like were giving him opportunities. But let's be clear, like he had the best Tristana of the weekend. I mean, I think he had like into KC. He basically didn't. He basically in 5 games he made, I can only remember off the top of my head, like one significant mistake, right? Which is which is impressive. It's like really, really, really high level. I mean, like he deserves all the credit for this. This was a series where, let's be clear, Kana got the better of Merwin. Merwin's my boy, right? Like I really want him to do well. Like he's a guy that I really, really respect a lot. But like this is, let's be clear, like he was not the best top laner in this series. Like Kana was significantly better, but they made enough of the bot lane advantage that they were able to snowball off it. And obviously Jojo was great in that series too. But this is, for me, obviously it's the first time in the best of series, like not even like a best of 5 series, like a best of 3 or anything, that Super has managed to beat Kalist. Often it's the reason why, like I think Super's often had better teams than Kalist. It's just like it's been AD carry difference, and like this series, he was the better player, and he was the better player on his champions, right? He didn't have to. He played his Zaya, he played his Kai'Sa, he played his even Senna, right? Like these are champions which he's often picked because of he has a lot of self-confidence, right? In situations where that self-confidence wasn't justified, but in this series, he picked them, he was good on them, and let's be clear, like if it's another AD carry, like maybe let's say who's another AD carry I rate really high? Ice, right? If it's Ice in this series and Ice just plays his constant normal level, they probably don't win this series, right? Because of what's going on the top side. So like respect. He had a really, really good series. He didn't have a very good series into G2, let's be fair. But let's not take that away from what they were doing against KC, because you asked me a week ago who's going to win the LEC. I'm going to say KC, right? So yeah, fair enough. Welcome.
What do you think? Super and Jojo are the ones he's glazing here. What do you think?
I mean, for me, I was glazing Jojo a lot those series, personally speaking. Plat is also a bit my boy. I support also because same nationality and stuff, right? And I have been following this guy's career all this time, but Jojo actually was very good in those series. I want to give credit to Super. I think was very, very good. I think once he was reaching those 2 item spikes on his champions, right? As you mentioned, right? He played Kai'Sa, Triss, Ryzaya, Senna, when he was reaching this, he was a threat, And what I really enjoyed watching from Super compared to in the past, how well patience he had, inside his game, like before you would see him try to go for the power plays, right? But right now you could see him, he was more careful of his position, he was more careful about the usage of his cooldowns, and he was not afraid to pull the trigger.
Yeah, this bot does more damage than Ultron heals, by the way. This is all the healing this character does. Yeah, this bot does more damage than Ultron heals, by the way.
This is the peak male living experience. Some exercise equipment on the side and a punching bag would be pretty much perfect. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is perfect for me. I mean, I'm very much a minimalist. I don't like having a lot of stuff in my room in general. And yeah, I think it's great, man. Amazing. Perfect. Looks so good. Yeah, it does. This is the peak male living experience. Some
If you add banana, egg, cottage cheese, cocoa, maple, mix it, pour it, and bake it, you get this incredibly nutritious chocolate banana cake. If you add banana, egg, cottage cheese, cocoa, maple,
Eu pedido veio do brabo, veio do Eu pedido veio do brabo, veio do
He was only trying to free up his drink that got stuck.
Wow.
He was only trying to free up his drink that got stuck.
You can ask the flowers, I sit for hours, telling all the bluebirds, the bill and coo birds, pretty little baby, I'm so in love with you. Now is just the time. You can ask the flowers, I sit for hours, telling all the bluebirds, the bill and coo birds.
He's not coming, he's gonna be in America.
GG.
He's not coming, he's gonna be in America.
GG.
He's not coming, he's gonna be in America.
GG.
Rules need to be broken, like buildings or people.
How do you mince the garlic? Very simple. Look at.
Whatever. Whatever, bro. Comes in here and says Charizard like he's like unique or special. Huh? You're not unique or special, man. Charizard? Huh? Charizard is basic as fuck for a third evolution. Is he gone?
Did you just say you niggas are special?
What?
Whatever, bro.
Comes in here and says Charizard.
Just one him! What else? Ultimate him! Holy shit! Captain Alex. Bro, what the f? Just one him! What else? Ultimate him! Holy shit! Captain Alex. Bro, what the f? Just one him! What else? Ultimate him! Holy shit! Captain Alex. Bro, what the f? Just one him! What else? Ultimate him! Holy shit! Captain Alex.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Hold on.
What the fudge are you saying? What the fudge are you saying? We have a state of war. These people, they literally teach jihadism every single day, and you're telling me it's peace. Literally, you turn on PATV, they're telling you to kill Israel, to kill Jewish people.
You're officially in the so-called West Bank. You're officially in the so-called settlements. We just call them towns. This is actually a very beautiful town. It was founded in '82. And so I'm elected official here, and in the town of Hebron, where we're going today, I'm the spokesman. So I work in two different hats, all in the area that was called for the last over 3,000 years the area of Judea, from the tribe of Judah. And even we have documents from 2,500 years ago. In the Persian period, they called it Yehud Medinta, which means the Jewish state is here.
Like, we are actually an ethnic minority in this region, and we just have this small, tiny piece of land within the broader Middle East. Broader Middle East has 450 million Arabs, and we are a protectorate, a small Jewish enclave, a tribal land, if you will, that tries to hold on to this piece of land and defend it for our peoplehood. So I don't think of it, you're not going to hear me talk a lot about Israeli democracy and equality for everybody. I don't think that way. My thinking process is that we're an ethnic minority in this region. We have a piece of tribal land, and we have to defend it, just like any tribal area, just like the Kurds in northern Iraq, Kurdistan, or just like, I don't know, the Indians on an American reservation, or any ethnic group of people that wants to keep their place safe from incursion. So that is the way we understand it. So I see this whole thing as like a small little New Jersey-sized plot. Now, within this region, there are 22 Arab countries, and there's more Muslim countries, including Turkey and Iran, giant countries.
So there's this small Jewish country. That's what it's there to do. We have minorities living amongst us, and they can live here in peace as long as they respect our laws of this tribal area. That's how I see it. And so I'm showing you right now. I'm showing you this area that's called the West Bank, but we think of it as the heartland of the Jewish story. The Jewish story. This is like the very heart of the country physically, security-wise, and also historically and spiritually. Hardcore atheist.
Yeah.
We'll work on that.
Okay.
It's okay. We'll work on it. It's okay. Like not an atheist, like a hardcore atheist.
Hardcore atheist.
Like no, I'm not just an atheist. Like I like.
I'm not just not religious. I hate religion.
Right.
I want you, yeah.
You told me that you are an atheist. What was the word you used to modify that?
Super atheist.
No, you had another word.
Mega atheist. Hardcore atheist.
Okay, whatever. One of those.
Yeah.
And I said to you, like, well, how can you really be an atheist and totally understand what's going on around here, since really religion plays a part? And you had a good answer to that. So let's start with that. Like, you know, I don't know if this building moves you in any way, the Tomb of Abraham.
I mean, from a historical perspective, I think it's a pretty cool building. Obviously, this whole country has cool landmarks historically. There are things that I might not have a personal, like, spiritual or emotional connection to, but I can appreciate other people's emotional or spiritual connections to things. I'm sure we've all had, you know, wives or girlfriends or friends that like a particular movie or like a particular thing, and you can appreciate their appreciation of it, or you can appreciate a particular thing without necessarily being into it.
This floor is original Herodian floor. This is a 2,000-year-old floor that's been walked on every day in honor of the forefathers and mothers. It has not been broken. This is the original floor of the building. That's pretty amazing. Some of these stones are many tons, okay? And behind us is the marker for the tomb of Abraham. Marker for the tomb of Abraham. Why I say marker? Because the tombs of the forefathers and mothers are below the building. Okay. They're below the building. This building was established as a mausoleum, a place to honor the forefathers and mothers. When Herod established it, he put these markers to mark Abraham. But you should ask me a question. You told me that it was forefathers and mothers, right? Here is the marker for the tomb of Sarah, and on the other side is the marker for the tomb of Abraham. They're buried and represented as side by side, mothers and fathers. Mothers and fathers. This is very important because this is about peoplehood. Okay?
Is there like a special ceremony or something for going in and cleaning, or does nobody?
Well, that's a whole complex thing because the cleaning is controlled actually by the Muslim Waqf, and they don't do such a great job of cleaning it. But they control the inner rooms, and we control these rooms. And then 10 days a year, they get full control of the site. 10 days a year, we get full control of the site. And so there's a kind of deal that's been worked out. Over here is the doors that lead to the tomb of Isaac and Rebekah, which are on the other side, on the Muslim side.
Okay. The tombs or the markers?
The markers. All the tombs are underneath the building. Okay. But this room is very meaningful to people because it's Abraham and Sarah. So when you bring here Christians, it's like, wow, Father Abraham, this is a big deal. You bring Muslims here, Father Abraham is a big deal. Okay. So really, for billions of people around the world, Abraham. When I bring majority of people that I bring, whoever they are, they're like, wow, that they get to be close to the story of Abraham.
I mean, there's a lot of history here. There's a lot of, the idea that the people that, walked through this, you wouldn't call this a temple. What would you call it?
No, this is a shrine.
Yeah, walked through the shrine, walked through this building, walked up and down these steps, lived in these cities. This place has seen more history, 10 times over the age of my country. It's a very interesting phenomenon to experience. You know?
Right. We think that non-jihadist pro-Israel Arabs should stay here and continue to have success. But jihadists, i.e. Israel haters, don't have a place here in our mind. I think that makes perfect sense. I don't think you want people that detest your country, want to kill your... If you take the majority of Muslim religious elite today in this region, they preach jihadism and a positive attitude towards the murder of Jews. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough that you have that ideology. So people like myself think it's important to mitigate that ideology, mitigate people that think that way here. And in simple words, I don't think we want people that want to kill us within our country and on our borders. I think that's fair. Again, given that this is not a democracy and all that. This is actually an ethnic, national, Jewish protectorate state. We're an armed ethnic minority in this region. And this region is mostly Arab and Muslim. and they have their countries. And if you want to live in my country, then follow the laws and respect the peoplehood that controls this piece of land. That's the way we think about it. Thoughts?
Yeah, I totally disagree on everything, but I'm listening. I'm hearing you. We talked to a ton of different people.
I'm not here to monologue.
Yeah.
You wanna?
Well, I don't have to debate you for 5 hours, or.
Well, we could do that. First thing we already did a little. You know.
If you want to argue, I'll argue it all day. But no, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I was still talking about discussion, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, or discussion.
Yeah.
I guess I could ask, because obviously when you talk about like people who are fine with Israel, like in their Arab, you're fine with them staying, but the ones who obviously are anti-Israel, you don't want them here.
Yeah.
Obviously that gives you a problem of like that it'd be difficult to decide how you give people voting rights based on that. But when you say we don't want them here, do you mean like
I don't want jihadis here?
As in like push them out or
figure out help immigration. That's fine. Help people find a different way. You know, there's now many countries that are willing to take Gazan refugees. But if you're a jihadist, you've got to find your way out of here, because we can't be having that in the country. I think it's so simple. It's really. We use a lot of fancy words, but like you can't have people who believe in a neo-Nazism living in your land. That's not going to be cool. And so we gotta help them find a way to either re-educate them, which is fine, meaning to say get into their schools, get into their mosques, and make sure that they're not teaching bad doctrine, or help them find their way out of the country, or fight with them, hopefully win. So those are the ways. If you could think of any other ways, that would be great. I think that the Abraham Accords heralds a different consciousness, and I would like to see more folks here think that way. Sadly, Hamas had an excellent, I would say, victory on October the 7th, and that made them much more popular to the detriment of the people around here, both the Jews and the Arabs, because more Arabs accept that ideology. So I would like to see more Abraham Accords way of thinking, which is the Jewish people have a right to live in this land, and we're ethnic national states, the Arab countries, and this is a Jewish ethnic national state, and let's work together for a better region.
Okay, I'm hearing you.
Okay.
Hypothetically, if there could be like a Palestinian state here, and in this hypothetical world, it's not a security threat at all. Like we know the state will be peaceful.
Right.
Would you still want the land because of to be part of Israel for other reasons, like history, or would you be okay to give that up?
That's a very fair question. First thing, before we get to your hypothetical, before we get to hypotheticals, let's talk about reality. We actually have tried out that hypothetical now a few times. We tried it with Gaza. I was there in 2005 trying to stop my country from giving away the land to the PA, and that was going to be this here we're going to give this chunk of land to the Gazans, and they're going to work it out. But instead it became what we said it was going to become, which is a front line for the jihad. So that's number one, is that when we give away land, we basically allow the jihad to take it over and to use it as a forward base to attack us. That happened also in Judea and Samaria, in the West Bank. The PA took control. Lots of terrorism came out of there. We had to do a war to make an incursion to stop what they're doing. And basically every time South Lebanon, we left South Lebanon, it became a place for Hezbollah. So before I get to your hypothetical, why don't I just use the pretty broad, scientifically tested hypothesis in that hypothetical and show you that, factually speaking, it becomes the place of jihad.
Just real quick on the factual thing, there are counterexamples too, right? Because you probably would have protested the destruction of the settlements in the Sinai.
1,000%.
Yeah, but
and you're absolutely right. And I was just about to get to that.
Okay.
Which is, although I would disagree with you that the Sinai is a peaceful thing.
You can disagree, but it's factually true that whatever is coming from the Sinai now is significantly better than Egypt being a warring country against you.
I disagree with that totally.
Okay.
And that's not factually true. That's
absolutely true.
That's not even. How could you even tell that? How could you use the word factually?
What is the population of Egypt? How many Jews are in Israel?
We have a war. We have a state of war with Syria. We held on to the Golan Heights, and that's much better than what happened in the Sinai. The Sinai, we gave away a huge chunk of land. Now all of the
war armament that has come into Gaza is all through those tunnels. We know that the Egyptian army looks the other way, and frankly, the Sinai was never historically Egyptian. It's a completely British colonialist makeup.
Syria split 20 different ways against itself. I don't think
exactly,
Syria
and that could have happened in Egypt as well.
If Egypt
so
wants
who
to be
says that?
split
You said it's a fact that because we're not at war with Egypt, it's better. Who said that?
History says that.
History does
simple
not
reading
say
of history.
that.
Look at the stability. How many coups? How many different leaders have been in Syria? In Syria, from
and
the 20s
Egypt also had a coup. Exactly the point.
Yeah, but not as bad. It's still a stable,
Israel
functioning
holding
country.
onto its land and being a big, strong country in this region is better for this region and better for Israel. That's my opinion. And you don't have a fact. You have a guess of how it would have looked like, but it's not the way it necessarily would have looked like. And I'm giving you another example from a different country that it's
the
not.
West Bank also, after the transfer to the PA, has been more peaceful than it was under Arafat. I think that's indisputable as well.
Arafat is the PA.
Arafat's dead.
About?
Abbas is the PA now. The PA that you've got now is a man that wears a suit. It's a country that doesn't intifada you.
It's amazing what you pass over for peace. We had 35 Jews murdered before October 7th here in the West Bank. Okay, and you call that peace? What an absolute, like, I'm so happy for you that you live in Miami Beach and you have a concept of what peace looks like in our region.
Well, historically,
this is the stuff that pisses me off.
Yeah.
You say things on TV, I'm like, what the fudge are you saying? What the fudge are you saying? We have a state of war, these people. They literally teach jihadism every single day and you're telling me it's peace. Literally, you turn on PA TV, they're telling you to kill Israel, to kill Jewish people. You're telling me it's peace. It's like I'm telling you, in your world of reading books. That's why I'm happy you're here. It's like
hold on. Peace compared to what? I'm critical of the West, where the West analyzes the Middle East.
I want to hold on to my land and destroy jihadism.
You're doing the comparing what is peace here to what is peace in America too. Obviously, the standards are different, but the peace that Israelis enjoy today is significantly better in the past. That's why you yourself said you wanted to live here.
It's not significantly better in the past.
Then why are you here instead of Miami or New York?
Not because of peace. I'm not here for peace.
Because there's something here. Because it's more stable. Because it's safer. You said it's an ethnic.
Is that what you think I'm here for? Because I chose a more peaceful existence than Miami? Sorry,
what is
a
an
mistake
armed ethnic enclave that's defending itself? It's something that's creating. It's carving out like a more peaceful niche for Jews than what would have otherwise existed in other parts of the world.
Well, yeah, but it's not okay. That's true.
It's not just that. I understand it's not just that. There's history here.
You are right that we are trying to carve out a more decent life here, and I guess my point is that we'd like to carve out a little bit more peace through no more bad guys in our country.
That's okay? Fine, but it's like a girl putting on eyeliner. If you draw too much, you destroy it all. You can carve out more and more and more peace if you want. If you sculpt the marble black too much, all you have left is a pile of rubble.
I'll teach you in Jewish. We say hafuch like this. We go hafuch.
Yeah.
We go exactly the opposite. It's because if you keep cutting out, then it starts to look ugly. We have now cut out the Sinai, the South Lebanon, parts of the West Bank, a part of Gaza, and every one of these things has become a place where the jihad moves up to our borders. And I say no, be a big Israel. When I say big Israel, it's still a tiny country in this region. Be a big Israel. Be a kick-ass. Push back on jihadism.
So you rather
by the way, just yesterday I was with Druze, and just yesterday, and I'll meet you, I'll introduce you to any Druze people. They always say to me, I said to him, yesterday I was with Druze soldiers, I said to them, what do you think about the Jewish state? They're like, I knew what he was going to say because they always say the same thing. He's like, you guys are weak. You guys are weak. You guys are weak around here. You don't understand how to push back on the jihad. You cannot allow the jihad to have 150,000 rockets on your borders, to have tunnel systems in Gaza. That's just dumb. Stop being dumb. Push back on these guys the way that the Arabs would. Just the way the Arabs take care of their own jihad that wants to topple their regime.
I'm just saying there has to be a balance. Just being weak and being strong.
I am for balance. I am for balance. I am for Abraham
Nasser
Accords.
was a strong leader. He lost all of his wars. Assad is a brutal, strong leader. His country is falling apart. Saddam Hussein was a strong leader. He got hung by his own people.
They were not strong. They were seditious. They were seditious people. Not seditious, sadists. They were sadists. They were people who hated their people, who stole money from their people, who abused their women, etc., etc., etc. I'm not trying to be like that. I'm not trying to be a sadist.
Some people would argue that parts of Islam are that Assassin report showed that people were funneling money from the government off to outposts and settlements, and that
outposts and settlements are brave Jews holding onto our land.
But as you said, that's the perspective of some Jews, but it's not a whole opinion, right?
Well, today you're speaking with me, aren't you?
I am.
You live in Miami, and then suddenly you decide to fly out with this team, spend time and money in Israel and the territories and all that. Like, I was thinking to myself, like, why did you do that? Why did you decide to spend your energy on this project? An addendum to that is, why are people so obsessed with Israel? But okay, let's get to the first part, which is, why would you decide to take your time when you could have been talking about, I don't know, Biden and a million other issues out there in America? Why did you decide to come here?
Yeah, I think a couple things came together. One, personally, it's just, this is the first thing that the first bit of history, I think, that I've studied with this level of depth before. So studying it and talking about it has been something I've spent a lot of time on. And because this country is relatively young in terms of its recentness, the state of Israel, it's cool that I can have arguments with people. I've argued over, what did Ben-Ami mean when he said, I would have rejected the deal at Camp David. And we can have arguments and arguments about this. Well, I can actually go and talk to him. He's alive, and he'll do interviews, right? And I can't say the same for, what did XYZ leader think in World War I, or, what happened in the Civil War in the United States. So your history, in some ways spans back millennia, and in other ways is still
3 millennia.
3 millennia.
Yeah.
Isn't millennia, multiple millennia?
You're probably right.
millennia.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and but in other ways, your history is very recent. People's parents here were parts, or people themselves are. I served in the '67 war. I remember coming over from '48. We talked to a guy who was over 80 yesterday.
In 1967, I was 12 years old. And I remember the day, in the Day of Independence, Mr. Nasser, President of Egypt.
Where did you live in '67?
1967?
Yeah, where did you live?
Well, you know Ranana?
Yes, we were up there.
Not far from Ranana.
Okay. Oh no.
And Mr. Nasser from Egypt.
Yeah.
He announced, "Dear Jews, I'm going to throw you into the sea." We could hear it in the radio.
Yeah.
And there was also there was a Hebrew station in the Egyptian radio from Cairo.
Yeah.
They say we are going to throw the Jews into the sea, and Nasser, he blockaded the Red Sea.
Across, yeah.
He blockaded the Red Sea to Israeli ships, Israeli movement. He made an agreement with the Syrians. They began to bomb us from the Golan. The Golan Heights was in the hands of the Syrians, and they began to bomb us. He made an agreement with the Jordanians to attack us from Judea and Samaria to the shore, to the coastal plain, and the width of Israel was 10 miles. 10 miles. We were quite sure that we are finished. They came from all over around. We had 10 miles to the sea, and that's it. Now, they were very serious. Exactly what they tried to do in 1941, when the Nazis were very near to Israel. They were right in Egypt. And the leader, the Palestinian leader, Amin al-Husseini, he prepared the final solution to the Jews of Palestine. The same thing they wanted to complete in 1967.
Do you think, just on that, do you think that Husseini was the one that gave Hitler the idea?
Yes, Husseini was the founder of what is so-called Palestinian identity that never existed before. He began it from the 20s, 100 years ago. Never in the history you can find sort of a Palestinian state, Palestinian kingdom, Palestinian whatever. There is nothing.
Yeah, I'm just curious because I hear some people, different sides, say different things about the Holocaust, and sometimes I've heard it claimed that al-Husseini was the one that gave Hitler the idea for the Holocaust.
Well, I'm a doctor of history.
Okay.
But this is not my expertise.
Okay.
In the history of the Holocaust.
Okay.
I heard it. Okay. I can't make it true. We didn't know what to do. Now, there was an agreement with the Americans after the Sinai War in '56 that if we withdraw from Sinai, the Americans will protect us from attacks from Sinai. There was an agreement with Israel and the United States.
Do you think that was a formal agreement?
Yes.
Interesting.
Now the government of Israel begged the Americans, now protect us, they are attacking us from Sinai. As far as I know, the American president has replied, sorry, I can't find my copy of this agreement. Well, it's not surprising. It's not surprising. They act to their interest, and this was not their interest at that moment. Anyhow, there was no choice, and the state of Israel was one step before total demolition. And then Israel began to fight against their enemies. And in 6 days, we got maybe the greatest victory ever in human history. And more than that, first of all, it's a process of surviving. And more than that, we returned to our homeland, to Jerusalem, to Hebron, to Bethlehem, to Shiloh, to Bethel, to all the sites that we were dreaming about, and we didn't imagine. I couldn't imagine when I learned about Hebron. I couldn't imagine that someday I will be there. But then it happened. Then we are here. And I remember the first visit in the Western Wall, in the Wailing Wall, Rachel's tomb, and the shrine of the fathers and mothers. Well, I can't even try to describe the feelings. And at that time, we went to visit Hebron to see the historical sites. I was shocked to see the destruction of the Jewish quarter of Hebron. It was a total destruction. In 19 years of Jordanian control, they destroyed the Jewish quarter in Jerusalem and Hebron. They destroyed the synagogues, they destroyed everything. And we began to dream about rebuilding and the redemption of the place. And I couldn't imagine in 1967, in the age of 12, that 9 years later, in 1976, I'll be in charge of the excavation of the synagogue of Abraham in the Jewish quarter of Hebron, and we are going to discover, we are going to find the synagogue, and we are going to rebuild it. When I came there first, it was an animal's pen. It was totally destroyed. And you see, it was a miracle.
This is a place that the left will never take you to. It's like, don't tell me that Arabs, have no life in Hebron. And then there's some Arabs, there's one guy in particular that's going to give you the spiel that he wants equality, and that's all he wants here in Hebron. I would say to him, you do not give us equality at all. The minute you take over a piece of land, you say, expel the Jews, give them no quarter, don't let them have access to the various holy sites that are in the city. And I'm not one to engage a lot in negativity about what they're up to, but just do me a favor, you know what I mean? Just don't give me the story that we're, somehow expelling you, although we should expel jihadists, but don't tell me the story that we're, making life impossible here for you. We are a tiny element in this big city. So the Jewish part that you're going to see today is a street within this thing. Okay, that's just reality. And I'm telling you again, when you take a left-wing tour of Hebron, they will keep you on the street. They will show you the closed Arab stores. They'll be like, look, the Jewish people have stopped Arab life. There's no more Arab stores and all that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah. The army closed down the Arab shops to move them to the Arabs, to the major Arab sectors, so that they wouldn't use those shops as terrorism, as places for terrorism. This is 20 square kilometers, 5 billion shekels in exports to where?
Israel?
To Israel.
Although that's all they can export to, right?
Why?
Where else? I mean, everything has to travel through Israel first, right?
Travel through Israel. Go ahead. So what?
You're gonna probably
shout out to Jordan.
Tax
we just brought tons of stuff from Jordan. Okay, there's taxes. That's business. That's called business. What do you? Why is that a thing? Yeah, they export through Israel. Yes, that's their land situation. People in different places around the world have different export situations. The point is, this is a very industrial zone. It has factories. Almost all the plasticware in Israel is made here. Almost all the mattresses are made here. Shoes are made here. Almost every piece of plastic fork in Israel is made in Hebron. Okay, I'll give you a story. We have a big Sabbath that we get about 20,000 people to come to Hebron for one Sabbath. That's when we read the Torah portion of the purchase of the tomb of the patriarchs and matriarchs. Okay? So we needed more mattresses. Now there's a humongous mattress company called Herbawi. They make mattresses here. So we had to buy them. So we called them up. We're like, hey, we're the Jewish community of Hebron, your neighbors. They're like, Adam son, welcome, yes. And we're like, can we buy these mattresses? In the end, we bought them, but we had to meet away from like the close, because we couldn't pass because of the separation between Arabs and Jews here. We had to meet, like our trucks had to meet somewhere far away in order to bring the mattresses back. But the point is that we have efforts to try to normalize. And so you will meet today some Arabs in that vein. But we also have a strong Hamas presence here as well. Hamas has become much more popular since October 7th, because contrary to Western understanding, when you do an act like October 7th, you become more popular. People, when you say like, that was violent, well, violence is power. I love how Americans are like, violence is disgusting. I'm like, well, what movies have you been watching recently from Hollywood? Clearly you like violence and think that it's sexy to be able to shoot and kill people.
I mean, there's a difference between a movie and an actual real life, but I know what you mean. Yeah. I play GTA. I don't think I'd ever hijack a car.
But you do understand that you do understand that like playing that is some level of connecting with that way of thinking. It's in the end, it's okay. You're a nice guy, but you know, my point was violence sells. That's all.
Sure.
Maybe this guy didn't do the killing, but he saw the video of Hamas doing it, and he's attracted to it.
Sure.
Do you consider Gaza to be a Jewish land?
Gaza was a Jewish community. All the history. Gaza was a Jewish community. Well, if you ask me, as I do in Hebron, trying and doing many things to develop a good relationship with the Arabs in Hebron, we should do the same in Gaza. But if you bring the PLO, which is totally the opposite to this will, totally opposite. Now, it was insanity from the Israeli government to bring the PLO and to try to think, or to try to make the people think that the PLO, this group of terrorists, will bring peace and they will protect us. It's ridiculous. And it is. This way is dead end.
I've heard, sometimes I hear people arguing over whether or not Gaza is considered Jewish in the Talmud or the Torah. Do you have an opinion on that, or is it definitely the case one way or the other?
I'll tell you, at this minute, I don't think we can now try to imagine what's going on, and at this minute we have to win the war. And then begin to plan what's going on to happen.
When I was almost 1.5 years, it was the 6-Day War. My grandmother's sister, Aunt Leah, lived in Hebron before the massacre that was in 1929. And we have videos that she described how she survived the massacre, and all the Arab men came.
Do you do anything except complain?
You have a microphone, it's fine.
Do you do anything except complain?
Yeah?
What?
And your money?
Do you do anything except complain?
You have a microphone, it's fine.
Do you do anything except complain?
Yeah?
What?
And your money?
Do you do anything except complain?
You have a microphone, it's fine.
Do you do anything except complain?
Yeah?
What?
And your money?
Why did somebody in your chat say Senna was bad at what is EYP?
It means
Someone said ease your pain. That's
enjoy
so sweet.
enjoys your presence.
Oh. Why did somebody in your chat say Senna?
Do you often use cheat?
Rules are made to be broken.
All the time. I'm constantly cheating at every moment. I'm cheating right now in the load screen. Do you often use cheat? All the time. I'm constantly cheating at every moment. I'm cheating right now in the load screen. Do you often use...
So don't worry, my broski. Go study. We all support you, my brother. We all support you, man. Get that study. Get them grades up. Make mommy and daddy proud, baby. Sadly, it's going to be so awkward if you have... So don't worry, my broski. Go study.
Why do people in open relationships always look like that?
What?
I'm being...
No, because what do you mean by that?
Is that Lester from GTA?
Why do people in open relationships always look like that. What? I'm being.
No, because what do you mean by that?
Is that Lester from GTA?
Why do people in open relationships always look like that? What? I'm being.
Keep on trying me. I feel it quietly. Trying to silence me. Yeah. Anxiety.
Alright.
I might have hit him. I fucking ducked it in real life. Yeah, missed me with that shit.
Don't worry that. I ducked it in real life.
Miss me with that bullshit.
Alright.
I might have hit him. I fucking ducked it in real life.
To the house and stood in the front of the building and didn't let the other Arabs to go in. And he saved my family. It was very sad that the Arabs that couldn't kill the Jews inside were so mad about this old man, Arab man. They cut part of his leg. My parents came here before me. My mother, she's a nurse, and when she had the opportunity from the hospital that she can come live here or find a different job as a nurse, my parents lived here. This neighborhood had only 7 caravans, it's like those houses, mobilized houses, and they were very happy here. My mother felt she has a root connection here. Her aunt came and told the ladies of Hebron the story how she lived here before the massacre, and they had good life until Netanyahu made Hebron agreement, that this is continuation of Oslo agreement, that we thought that if we'll give the Arabs land, they'll make peace with us, but it didn't work. It was just upside down. And an Arab terrorist came through the window to my parents' house and stabbed my father in his bed, in his pajama, just stabbed and killed him.
What year was this?
What year was 1998. This is my father. This picture took 2 hours before he was murdered. He went to pray at the tomb of the Patriarch, and it was a wedding there. Someone told me that even though he was 64 years old, he was dancing like a young man to make them happy. And someone took a picture. And after he came home, my mother was waiting to him, they were eating, he went to sleep, and then the terrorists attacked them. It was a miracle he didn't kill my mother, because she tried to take my father away from the terrorist, and he pushed him and stabbed him again, and then he threw Molotov cocktail, and maybe he thought this is how he'll kill my mother, but thank God they put down the fire and she saved.
Did they ever say why they came here, or did anybody ever find out, or?
Yes. This terrorist made another 2 terror attacks. You can imagine that the area that the Jews accept at the Hebron agreement was so little that he could come here and went a few meters to the other side of the road, and he was by the Arab authority and no one can catch him. So he made 3 terror attacks. One, he killed my father. A month and a half later, he tried to murder people and soldiers on the road in Kikar Grossa, but thank God no one died. A lot of people got hurt. And then he ran down to the Kasbah, to the shuk, and disappeared. And later he went to Be'er Sheva, to the bus station, tried to kill people there, and then they catch him. They asked him questions, why he did it. And he said that he went to the Temple Mount and heard what the Imam talking, and he decided to go and kill Jews. And he said that he lived not far from here, and this is the closest neighborhood that Jews live. And he said he came here and it was light and a lot of people outside, so he couldn't to kill Jews. And he said later he went to a mosque here in Hebron and heard again that it's good to kill Jews. And he came and killed my father. I was in the trial after they catch him. And the judge said he'll have to be in jail 3 sentence life because he made 3 terror attacks. And he tried again and again to kill people. And he said it's not human being not doing such a thing. And he stand and said, why are you telling I'm not human being? I am a good person. I heard it. And he said, I used to work by Jews. They trust me. They gave me the key of the houses that I worked there. I'm a good person. He didn't thought there's anything wrong with killing Jewish people. And this is the terrorist. Now he's free. Like Yehia Sinwar.
Wait, why did he get free?
Gilad Shalit agreement.
Oh.
They free almost 1,000 terrorists. One of them is Yehia Sinwar that's making all this terrible war, and one of them is the murder of my father.
When you live in an area that's surrounded by so many Arabs, how do you feel they feel about Jews? Do you think most of them would be violent? Do you think there's a small amount of them? Do you think most of them aren't, but they could be? How do you feel about that?
It's not easy. Mm-hmm. I think that until this war, I would answer one answer, and now I think a lot of things changed. Until the war, I thought there's Arabs that want to live with us with coexistence. In Hebron, there's 111 clans. Half of them came from Kurdistan, half of them came from Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of fight attempt between them and between each of the groups. Most of the Arabs in Hebron are extremely religious, support Hamas or organization that more radical that called Hizb al-Tahrir, something like ISIS. They controlled by a small group of Arabs that are consider themselves not religious, they're called Fatah. And most of them feel they are living under dictatorship. Not honest dictatorship, like they call it corruption and a lot of terrible things that this dictatorship of the Fatah doing to the Arabs that support Hamas or Hizb al-Tahrir. So this what made some clans in Hebron to be with connection with us. They said we don't want to suffer from the Fatah, it's better to be under Israeli control. Since Oslo Agreement, all the education, teaching that Israel shouldn't exist. The Jews shouldn't have any place or any legitimate to have their own homeland. It's amazing. I see from the window here every morning when they start school, all the students standing outside and screaming, all Palestine will be free. All Palestine is our. I saw a book that they living on the street of learning. All the map of Israel, it's only Arab, no place to a Jewish state. And after so many years that this what they learn, you can understand why after what's happened at the 7th of October, most of the Arabs in Judea and Samaria support this, more than 80%. They know Israel give equal rights to the Arabs. You can see Arabs in Israel, not only in the court. My granddaughter was in hospital. The doctor, the head of the department was an Arab. The nurse, the cleaning, the same like the Jews. They can learn, they can develop, they can do everything by Israel, but they learning to hate us, and they waiting to the opportunity that, like they said in the Quran, that the Muslim will control everyone. And this is why I feel now it's all different story. It's not that we have some groups and some Arabs that want to live with us, and they are. And they are. Not all the Arabs are terrorists, and not all of them are bad people. But the opportunity that we'll have as a society, something together, now it's hard to see it.
A lot of times in Western media, we get a sense that Israel is the big bad wolf. Palestinians are the victims. They're small, Israel's big. Throughout this tour, I've tried to impress upon you a different perspective, that Israel is actually a small country, an armed ethnic minority in this region, that is really oppressed by the much broader Arab/jihadist state of affairs that runs in Arab countries, and that really we have a tight noose around us. Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iran pushing into Iraq and maybe even Jordan, the Houthis in Yemen, the armed Palestinians in Judea and Samaria, the so-called West Bank, and even Arab Israelis who see themselves as part of the Palestinian narrative with the hope of destroying Israel. So I see ourselves as being actually a small minority in a tough strategic situation. And I've tried to sell you that. Did you buy into it at all, or?
No. I think that one thing that one thing that I feel historically is
actually I don't think it's fair, but okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I think that Arab unity and Muslim unity is a myth, and I think Jews have believed it for a long time, and I think Arabs have believed it for a long time. But
so Jews and Arabs believe it, but it's a myth.
It's a myth, yeah, because every time Arabs call upon each other to go to war to get rid of Israel, I think that the competing interests are always more pressing to them than the unified, fighting against Israel. I think you see that in conflict over conflict. Yeah.
The stuff that I said, which is that the jihad has taken over Gaza, southern Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, Yemen. That's a myth?
I didn't say that's a myth, but who are their main enemies?
Meaning?
Other Muslims, other Arabs, Saudi Arabia.
Well, they've declared war against Israel. We just had an attack from Gaza that killed 1,200 in one shot. And Yemen has declared war against Israel, the Houthis have anyway, and shooting rockets at us.
The Houthis have, and who have the Houthis been fighting for over a decade? Saudi Arabia, Saudi-led coalition, right?
They have other enemies.
The Iraq-Iran war was, two ostensibly Syrian, you had the Ba'ath Party, but whatever. I mean, you've got two Muslim countries, two Arab countries, or right. Arab and Persian, I'm sorry. But like two Muslim countries going to war with each other. You've got who kills Arabs the best is other Arabs. Like it's the Syrian civil war. Like how many people starved to death in Yemen?
That's true, but that doesn't mean that Israel is not in danger.
I didn't say that they're not in danger. I'm just saying that the danger is different than in 2024. It's not the Arab-Israeli conflict, and even historically, again, that Arab unity was a myth. Nasser called up Hussein and he lied. He said, "Those are my planes going back in the 6-day war, I promise." And then Jordan basically gets obliterated. There were Israeli planes coming back. Yeah.
But I'm making a point which is being missed here, which is that Israel's not the big boy around here. There's serious enemies that Israel faces, and we actually lost on October the 7th. We let our guard down. And I'm saying Israel can't let its guard down. It can't cut up its land and give it away to the jihad. That doesn't work. And Israel's got to see itself, it's got to see the enemies as big and strong, and itself as on the knife's edge, surviving out here, and not taking for granted what our enemies want to do.
I agree. The enemies of Israel need to be seen as big and strong, but I think that the problem is that right now Israel is divided, and I don't think they see their enemies accurately. It's not the standing armies of Egypt, Jordan, and Syria anymore. It's the international propaganda war. Mm-hmm. It's the weakness of Israel's strength and the strength of the Palestinian weakness. It's the way that Western media can be influenced by 30,000 dead Palestinians. We've toured through Palestinian areas. I personally happen to support Israel in the current conflict. I think that Israel has a right to exist. I can give every single factual argument, I think, to further that point, but nothing is going to compare to, watching an old guy outside of his home that, his family's been evicted from, saying like, hey, yeah, I can't live here anymore, and this is where we came after 48, and now we're getting evicted again. Or, these are people shaking, exploded babies in front of cameras and stuff. And I understand this exists on both sides, but again, I think you have to impress upon Israelis, and I know that you guys have your immediate history, but the world doesn't see this as the Arab-Israeli conflict anymore. Right. They see it as the Palestinian-Israeli.
Well, that's exactly my point, which is that it's become skewed and warped. And that's why I want to redraw in people's minds, and that's why when I was on Piers Morgan, I took out the map of Israel being this tiny spot within the broader Arab world. And I think it's an important point to make.
But Israel's biggest enemies aren't even Arabs anymore. They're Persians, right? It's Iran is like the biggest threat. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me shift it a little bit, because I want to ask you about your expertise.
Sure.
to talk about the relationship between Palestinians and Israelis.
הסכסוך בינינו הוא מהרבה זמן.
The conflict between us is long, is old.
בכל המשא ומתן, בכל ההסכמות, בכל מה שהיה עד הסכם אוסלו, אין התוצאה.
All the negotiations that existed until, including Oslo, there was no result. There was no good result.
עכשיו זו התוצאה.
This is the
המצב
result.
שאנחנו נמצאים בו.
With the situation that we're in, that's the result.
ולכן מ-15 שנים.
Therefore, last 15 years,
דו-קיום עם הישראלים, עם קשר חזק.
last 15 years, we've managed to create a strong bond with the Israelis.
We as in the people in Hebron or the
מי הוא מתכוון? למי אתה מתכוון?
לכל הישראלים בשטחים ובתוך ישראל.
לא, אתה אמרת שיש...
הפלסטינאים.
אז לא הבנתי, 15 שנים...
אנחנו מחפשים על דו-קיום בינינו לבין הישראלים.
אנחנו מחפשים.
כן.
We are searching for coexistence between us and the Israelis.
והיה תוצאות מאוד מאוד יפות.
There were good results. There were some good results.
אבו עלים אצלנו עובדים רגיל בישראל ובשטחים, גם עם תושבי השטחים הישראלים.
Our peoples work oftentimes in regular Israel and with the Jews of Judea and Samaria. The territories, he says.
ויש אפשרות גדולה.
There was an opportunity.
הזדמנות.
There's an opportunity.
שכולנו נחיה ביחד.
That we all live together.
אבל בגלל המצב הפוליטי, בגלל האנשים,
but because of the political situation,
המנהיגים שלנו,
in our leadership,
גם מהצד הישראלי,
from the Israeli side as well,
לא הצליחו, יגיעו לשלום אמיתי.
They could not come to real peace.
הרבה פעמים דיברנו עם כל העולם, עם חברי הקונגרס, עם הבית הלבן, עם האיחוד האירופי, עם מדינות ערב.
We have spoken many times, he himself, with congressmen, the White House, with European countries, and with Arab countries.
והיה לנו תמיכה גדולה.
We actually had backing.
אבל
when he says we,
I think what he means is people that think like him.
Okay.
בגלל שלא המנהיגים שלנו והמנהיגים הישראלים לא היו מוכנים להסכם אמיתי.
Our leadership and the Israeli leadership were not ready for a real agreement.
הרבה הזדמנויות היה לנו בגלל שנעשה שבירה לגדר בינינו לבין הישראלים. הרבה הזדמנויות.
A lot of opportunities.
היו לנו בגלל נשבור את הגדר בינינו לבין הישראלים.
There were many opportunities for us to break the barrier between us and the Israelis.
והגענו למצב מאוד מאוד מתקדם.
We were moving forward quite a lot.
אבל בסוף אין הקצאה שלא לקחו את ההזדמנות האמיתית.
But they missed the real opportunity.
עכשיו אנחנו חייבים נמשיך יותר חזק ממה שהיה בגלל נגיע לשלום אמיתי.
Now we have to redouble our efforts if we are to really reach real peace.
Was he referring to a specific opportunity when he said they missed a real opportunity?
It's good that you're asking these kind of questions because he's good at this kind of technical questions. הוא שואל איזה ספציפית, איזה הזדמנות הייתה שאתה מדבר עליה?
קודם כל, היה ב-2019 תוכנית פרזידנט טראמפ.
2019, the Trump plan.
ולתוכנית הזה היה תמיכה ממדינות ערב.
The Arab states were backing it, he says. This is the deal of the century.
The Trump,
right.
the Trump is fine.
Right.
הטעות של הרשות הפלסטינית היה שהם לא ממשיכים בתוכנית הזאת מההתחלה. היה טעות גדול.
The fact that the PA did not continue with this peace opportunity was a big mistake.
היו חייבים יבדקו איזה תוכנית, ישאלו טראמפ אדמיניסטריישן מה התוכנית, לאיפה אנחנו נגיע.
He says it should have been more studied.
היו נגד התוכנית.
Where is it going to lead to? What's going to come out of it? But from the get-go they were against it. They dismissed it from the...
בתוכנית הזה היה התנגדות משני צדדים. מהישראלים יש חלק מהתוכנית היה לא מתאים לישראלים, והפלסטינאים כל ההסכם היה לא מתאים להם.
So there were some Israelis that were against parts of the plan, and from the Palestinian Authority, the whole thing was anathema. They just rejected it out of hand.
ולכן המצב הוא ירד.
The situation has degraded since then.
עד שהגענו למצב שאנחנו נמצאים.
Until the situation where we find ourselves in today.
עכשיו כל העולם מחפש על פתרון.
The whole world is searching for a solution. Okay, so that's Jerusalem. So we're south of Jerusalem. You'll see a little bit later why that's important to understand. Really, like everything revolves around Jerusalem. Like, and to understand that for us, to understand that, and really for everybody around here, to understand that Jerusalem is like the center of peace there, that's very important. Now, sadly, what you can't see right now, which you can't see on a clear day, is Tel Aviv, which is right out there. And the reason that's important is because we're really much closer than people understand. That last line that you see, the last line, that's actually the sea. That's the Mediterranean. And therefore, we understand that living here is actually protecting Tel Aviv and the whole coastal plain. In any case, in short, that big town right there behind us is called Beitar. That's the ultra-Orthodox town. And notice, by the way, there's an Arab town right next to it, a little Arab town right below it, which is called Nachlin. And there's another Arab town right over there. And there's this big Jewish town.
Does he feel like the settlements that are built more out, I think like Ariel might be one of them, the ones that are built away from the Green Line? Does he think that those are...
All settlements are outside the Green Line by definition.
There are ones that are closely kind of tucked and packed, and there's like clusters of them, and then there are the ones that are built a little bit more out. Kind of. Does he feel like these are hurting Palestinians, feeling that they can move towards peace? Or?
הוא שואל האם התנחלויות, גם כמו אריאל, במקומות גדולים, האם זה פוגע בסיכוי לשלום?
עכשיו, ב-2008 היה הסכם קרוב לגמרי.
מי זה?
בין אולמרט לבין הרשות הפלסטינית.
He says in 2008, Olmert came close to a full deal between Israel and Palestine.
הגיעו לנקודה הזו, יחליפו אדמות, יעשו אלטרנטיבה.
He says, what do you call it? Exchange of land swaps.
זה היה במשא ומתן.
It was in the negotiation.
זה לא בעיה, אבל מבחינתי אני, באופן אישי,
but from my personal view,
זה לא יסתדר.
It's not going to work out like that.
ולא נגיע לשלום בדרך.
We're not going to get to peace in this way.
למה?
Why?
בגלל הפלסטינאים והישראלים חיים באותו area, באותו...
Jews and Palestinians, Israelis and Palestinians live in the same area.
באותו אזור. ולכן יש לנו ניסיון גדול עם הישראלים.
We have a lot of experience with the Israelis.
הרבה שנים, 50, אולי 55 שנים, תושבי השטחים הפלסטינאים בקשר, בעבודה, בסחורה, וכל הדברים האלה.
55 years we're used to already Israelis here. We're used to commerce and exchange. We're used to one another. We can work with one another. By the way, this recording device is not doing its thing, I think, over here. Stop doing its thing.
No, it's fine.
It's good?
אולי ב-78, 79.
Maybe in 78, 79.
בזמן הסכם קמפ דיוויד בין מצרים למדינת ישראל.
In the Camp David Accords.
אולי הפלסטינאים, אולי אם הם קיבלו.
Had the Palestinians accepted that vision of autonomy.
הנשיא סאדאת, אולי היינו, אולי היה אפשרות,
which was an autonomy here.
למה התנחלויות לא היו כמו שהן היום?
We're not what they are today.
אנחנו מדברים על זה, يعني כבר 45 שנים.
We're talking about this for 45 years.
לפני 45 שנים, אריאל לא הייתה.
It was before Ariel.
הרבה תושבויות בשטחים לא היו. לא אריאל, לא אלקנה, לא מעלה אדומים, לא...
All the big towns like מעלה אדומים and Elkanah and others
גם קריית ארבע.
Even Kiryat Arba was not there, which is their sister city.
עכשיו, בגלל הפלסטינאים, בזבזו את ההזדמנות.
The Palestinians missed that opportunity.
כל יום יעבור, אנחנו נחזור אחורה.
Every day that passes, we go backwards.
ולכן, כל מה שאנחנו רואים עכשיו, זה בגלל הטעות של המנהיגים שלנו.
Everything we've seen now is because of the mistakes of our leaderships.
אני אמרתי למנהיגים גדולים בכל העולם, גם הפלסטינאים, אין לנו דרך אחרת, רק שנחיה ביחד, אנחנו והישראלים, במדינה אחת. אין ספק.
I have said to our leadership, there's no other pathway but Israelis and Palestinians living in one state.
למה? עכשיו, הפתרון הזה, חלק גדול מהישראלים, זה לא מתאים להם.
מה?
נחיה במדינה אחת.
For a lot of Israelis don't like that
גם הפלסטינאים.
Although I do.
לא מתאים להם שיקבלו מדינה כמו קנטונים. בלי ירושלים, בלי גבול, בלי...
And for many Palestinians, it's also unacceptable because it would be like cantons, like these like city-state things.
Yeah, the Emirates.
Yeah, the Emirates plan.
ולכן,
without Jerusalem, he said also.
אנחנו חייבים ונבקש מהמדינות הגדולות ובראש הרשימה, United States, ארצות הברית, שהם יתחילו לפתרון מהדרך הזה. למה? אנחנו נמצאים עכשיו, עוד 10 שנים, אלה צעירים, אולי עוד 10 שנים יחזרו אלינו, ישאלו אותי, מה קרה עם הפלסטינאים?
So he says we have to move in this pathway, and you guys are still young. You may come back to us in 10. Oh, he says we have to turn to the big countries, especially the United States, and ask them to go in this pathway of one state. And if not, then you're going to come. You're young. You guys are young. You guys are going to come back here and say, in 10 years, and how'd you guys move forward? What happened?
Can I ask? Okay, one last question. I was curious.
Take
for me,
your
because
time.
I'm eating all this time. Okay, this is a very intricate one. Okay, ready? Very intricate. Okay.
מורכב, יש לו שאלה מורכבת.
When Muslims talk about sharing Al-Aqsa, or they talk about having some arrangement with Al-Aqsa, is the reason why they don't want Jewish presence there, is it because of a very heavily religious reason, or is it because they feel a type of disrespect, such that if there was a way to respectfully, with honor and integrity on both sides, share these places, would that be meaningfully different, or is it just like these two people just don't belong in the same area? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm just curious what his answer is.
הוא שואל שאלה כזאת, הוא שואל ככה, הוא שואל, האם הסיבה שהערבים לא רוצים את יהודים בהר הבית כולו, האם... See, the word Al-Aqsa, by the way, it's just one mosque on the whole Temple Mount. So it's
well, you can say the whole Temple Mount.
I'm saying Temple Mount, right? As I'm just want to make sure that nobody thinks I'm mistranslating.
Okay.
האם הסיבה היא דתית שהם לא רוצים יהודים שמה? או הם מרגישים, או זה משהו יותר של כבוד, שהם מרגישים שהיהודים איכשהו לא נותנים כבוד להם, ואם היה אפשר לפתור את הבעיה של כבוד, אז היה אפשר למצוא איזה פתרון, או שזה משהו דתי שאין לו פתרון.
לא, אין לו פתרון, זה דתי.
It's religious, there is no...
למה? 2 מיליארד מוסלמים בעולם, הם חושבים שזה מקום קדוש רק למוסלמים.
They think it's a holy place just for Muslims.
אם הפלסטינאים יוותרו על זה, אז כל העולם המוסלמי יגיד להם, אתם בוגדים.
It says, if the Palestinians would give up on that claim, the whole Muslim world would say to them, stabbing us in the back. You are, what's the word I'm looking for?
Stabbing it back, stabbing and turning their back on them.
Traitors. You're traitors. You're traitors to the cause of Islam. Okay? Fair enough.
Well, you have an expertise in what you started mentioning, which is perception. And clearly Israel is not doing it quite right. We're not being perceived as a victim. If you had to give advice to Israel in terms of the perception war, what I call the narrative war, what would it be?
I don't know how you could ever fight against the reverse David and Goliath that has happened, where it's Israel and Palestine. I don't think Palestinians have enough support from any foreign government to ever make that look appealing to people.
Say that again?
I don't think the Palestinians have enough foreign military support to ever make this fight look appealing on the outside, such that Israel is in an existential battle. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and again, I'm like, you told me earlier, like, if you're not religious, how do you understand this, blah, blah, blah. And I'll ask you to flip it. Like, just think of the perception from the outside. It's like, okay, October 7th was a threatening attack to all of Israel's existence. We lost 1,200 people. But the 8-month war that we've conducted in Gaza, where some, 20 to 40,000, I don't know what the actual numbers are, but at least 20,000 Palestinians are dead, even if half of them are Hamas. Like, there's no person that looks at that and goes, wow, yeah, October 7th was a huge threat to Israel, but, yeah, the Palestinians sure do have the upper hand. Like, nobody sees it that way.
Yeah. It's interesting, the Israeli Hasbara machine keeps on saying, like, well, the amount of civilians to combatant casualty rate is very, very low, but it doesn't jive. I think also that Israel should have struck hard and fast and made this into a 2-week war, not an 8-month war. That was a big mistake. That should have been one of the calculuses, which is, and it always has been in Israeli wars, which
trope in fantasy films where two swordsmen fight back to back against multiple opponents. But how realistic is this really? Well, it's not. The biggest problem is this is a terrible fencing stance. I feel so unbalanced right now. All you're gonna do is mess up your friend's strike. There's also the problem that there's a lot of techniques that actually go behind the head and would hurt your partner. Now you can solve this by being a more forward guard and not being brain dead and throwing that cunt. But the back-to-back part is legitimately an issue. Now that's not to say this isn't a good configuration to fight in, but we have one suggestion. Don't fight back-to-back, fight butt-to-butt. In this configuration, I still have room to maneuver around, and we can kind of move together even. You can even throw a warehouse. So if you really want to fight effectively with your partner, clap them cheeks together. There's this trope in fantasy films where two swordsmen fight back to back against multiple opponents. But how realistic is this really?
Jinn originally didn't have mana. And the reason it didn't have mana is when we were making Jinn, we didn't have the technology for a second resource bar. It just didn't exist. And so it was really important, though, that you could see Jinns counting up to 4. And so when we first started working on Jinn, we didn't give him mana because we couldn't. I needed that resource bar for his bullets. Then, halfway through Jinn's development, we got the technology to have a second resource bar that was developed specifically for Jinn, and then we've used it on a lot of other characters afterwards. But Jinn was the reason we made the second resource bar. He was the first champion who demanded one. That was actually pretty bad for playtesting. When we were playtesting Jinn, I would get a lot of feedback. This character's laning pattern is somewhat degenerate without mana. Like, I can't give him mana because of the force shot. I need that resource bar, but it's coming, right? And the reason people were giving this feedback is Jinn would just be spamming his Q off cooldown to harass people, poke, clear the wave. That's actually a really powerful thing to do, to be able to spam a basic ability off cooldown to deal damage, because you also have the ranged basic attack. So mana, when used on AD carries, is a great way to say, hey, despite the fact that you can constantly harass people with basic attacks, if you're trying to do more things, cast your spells a lot, eventually you have to back. Jinn originally didn't have mana. And the reason it didn't have mana is when we were making Jinn, we didn't have the technology for a second resource bar. It just didn't exist. And so it was really important, though, that you...
Just like the real Apple Watch, fake Apple Watches seem to be upgrading too.
But there's a lot of expressions that Americans...
But this is how fast the DPS strategist kills Groot. And this is Luna Snow.
As bad as things get, I try to stay positive.
But this is how fast the DPS strategist kills Groot. And this is Luna Snow.
As bad as things get, I try to stay positive.
Do you guys want to hear a little bit of the next single?
Did you earn more in CS? No. I earned more in Valorant. CS contracts didn't get crazy till my very last year in Counter-Strike. That's when CS contracts were like absurd. 30K was regular back then. Only the top 2 teams in NA would make that. And it was Liquid and that Optic roster. Do European players get paid more than Americans? I don't think so. The highest salaries in Valorant, from what I have heard, Chinese players get the highest salaries right now. Then I think it's Americas. Then EMEA maybe? There's one team in NA that makes a lot. Oh, that's easy. Oh, no. It's right here. It's this. I don't know about that. I think 2G might make more than EG does. I'm not even trying to hate. But yeah, G2 and Sen make by far the most money in NA, salary-wise. And that makes sense. These are the 2 highest performing teams. Did you earn more in CS? No. I earned more in Valorant. CS?
Where's the other guy? I know you did it just... The audacity. Where's the other guy?
It's not immediately obvious that the sea lantern is animated, and with shaders on, that animation's just completely invisible, so for now I'm going to turn them off. When a block is animated, all the frames are laid out in the file like you can see here. Now most textures in Minecraft are clean and consistent and use a very limited palette, but there are a couple textures in the game, usually animated stuff, that use just random colors. So like when I textured the fire for my resource pack, I'm going to have to simplify the sea lantern down a bit. The main border doesn't seem to change at all during the animation, so that's the first thing that I did. And then I made all the rings in the center. And like I said, there's a lot of colors in there, so I kind of just approximated things and generalized the colors used. Then I copied that down and I went through each frame, editing the ring's colors so it matches exactly with the one in vanilla. Our animation was working, but I guess I picked some of the colors a little bit wrong. It took some tweaking, but I got it looking pretty smooth. After that, I went back to our border and I added some details so it's not just a solid color. And since this is a light source, PBR isn't going to be as visible as it is on some other blocks, but I decided to add some anyway. First, I just tried indenting the center part of the lantern, and I was just going to leave it like this, but then I figured that we could make it a little bit more detailed. So I went back and changed the height map depending on the layer, which gives it this really cool rounded effect, almost like a ball is like within a frame. Finally, I added a little bit of specularity. It's most noticeable around like the edges. What's up guys, it's me from the future. I actually ended up running a poll on my Instagram for which one you guys preferred, and you much preferred the flat version, so we're gonna go with that. And this texture was requested by my patron, Max Salama. It's not immediately obvious that the sea lantern is animated, and with shaders on, that animation's just completely invisible, so for now I'm going to turn them off. When a block is animated, all the frames are laid out in the file like you can see here. Now most textures in Minecraft are clean and consistent and use a very limited,
which is go fast while you have support. You know, I would have finished this war in 2 weeks. Turned off the electricity, the food, the water, the medicine, and especially the gasoline, and thereby flushed out the tunnels, because the tunnels can't exist for more than a few hours without those fans rotating in fresh air, and finish the war up, let the bad guys come in, and of course then have a vision. And this is another part of our big discussion that we had today, which is what's the vision for the future? My vision is that Israel would govern Gaza, take over militarily the Gaza Strip, because we're the only ones that can govern it. And after that, move in our people and let, of course, Arabs who are decent, non-jihadists, pro-Israel Arabs get residency, and then we will actually take responsibility for them. I see that as the movement forward.
The problem when you start shutting stuff off is you're helping Hamas win. For as much as people say Israel might kill Palestinian civilians, the people that want Palestinian civilians to die the most are Hamas.
Right.
If you shut off the electricity, do you think that Al Qassam brigades is starving to death while they're feeding civilians in the street? No, they're stealing aid and they're reselling it to people. So I think that if you turn off that stuff, you're going to have tremendous international pressure on Israel, and you're going to have tremendous
2 weeks.
Well, but in 2 weeks, nobody's kicking out Hamas after 2 weeks of turning this stuff off. It's going to draw out and out and out, and the people to die first are going to be tons and tons of civilians, and you just can't have civilians starving to death.
Well, another thing is
over,
to move the civilians. You know, one of the big disgusting aspects of this whole war is the unwillingness of America, Egypt, and others to move the civilians into a safe space, like the Sinai, right?
Egypt won't agree with that, right?
Well, why though? Right? See, that's
because they don't want to deal with 2 million. That's a lot of refugees.
I would have taken responsibility for it. I would have been like, open that door to Sinai. I'm going to put the tents in. I'm going to make sure they're fed. I'm going to make sure the civilians get out of the harm's way, and then deal with the combatants. But nobody wants them to move.
I don't think the Palestinians nor the Egyptians would deal with that. Also, you've got to understand there's got to be a feeling there for them to feel like, I mean, you talked to me today about, it's not the West Bank, it's Judea and Samaria, right? For them, these are the places that their grandparents grew up in. It's the places that they went back to. Like, they're not going to want to just move to the Sinai. It's not the same thing to them, right?
Although,
the Sinai sucks.
Sinai's beautiful.
Gaza's beautiful. The Sinai is...
North Sinai is beautiful on the beach.
North Sinai on the beach might be, but that's not where they would all be, right? I'm sure.
Sure, you move them to North Sinai. That's exactly where they would be.
All right.
That's exactly where they would be. That's exactly where the tents would be. And one of the reasons that you got in touch with me is because I made a video making fun of you, or at least challenging you intellectually also. And then you made a video about that and also the Piers Morgan thing. So it was interesting. Some people were not happy with me challenging you because they're like, Destiny, he's on our side, And I'm like, no, he might be an intellectual person, but like I didn't agree with his conclusions. Like we should not give up our land. We should not split this country up. And I chided you for coming up with the old solutions without coming up with any new solutions. But you like that. You actually made a video saying, okay, this guy's challenging me on the subject matter, not just calling me ad hominem names.
Generally people do, yeah.
Yeah, because there's a lot of, and that's what one thing I noticed right at the beginning of our tour together is that coming from America, there's ironically no sense of conversation anymore, or less of it than it used to be. Somebody told me that the universities used to be the safe space itself. And now you really cannot have a chat. I have family members who, one watches MSNBC and the other one watches Fox. When they get together, it's just boom, just an explosion. Within seconds, curses are flying, and they're not on the same page anymore. So maybe like America has become less conversant. Is that the right word?
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. This is such a boring answer because people want to blame feminism, or they want to blame the red pill, or they want to blame Islam, or they want to blame the Jews. People have their particular ways of viewing the world, and when they put those glasses on, that's how they see everything, and they want to see everything because it makes them feel good. It makes them feel in control, and they organize things. I honest to God think that the internet has dramatically changed the world in such an unbelievably short amount of time. Like there are people that ask me questions about my childhood, and I don't even remember. Like people ask like, oh, like how did you guys like keep track of each other? And it's like, I actually have no idea. Before you had a cell phone, when you left, because people might say like, oh yeah, we'll meet you at Michael's house at like 7. But like if somebody's running, I don't know what the fuck you do. I don't even remember. And that was my life growing up. The internet has changed us so much, and one of the things that it's done is it's done this bad thing. I'm a huge liberal. I love liberalism, the ultimate liberal, but too much choice sometimes is bad. You need to be forced to be together with people that you might not want to be otherwise. And the internet is giving you this scary ability to select.
But you're funny because that's what you make your living off of.
Well, kind of.
Aren't you also catering to the incels?
A little. No, I try to reach out and talk to. You've seen it. I'm here on this trip, right? I reach out and I talk to way more people, I think, than any other person on the internet, right? You heard the people we talked to today, from Mordecai Kadar to Valen to Olmer to Barghouti. I think that people's ability to filter and select who they want to talk to and which bubbles they want to be in is destructive to the mind. It destroys the mind. You said you've got friends here that are of different religions, of different races. Like, if you lived in one completely homogenous town, maybe not even ethnically religious, but just ideologically, if you live in one area and you never meet those other types of people, of course you're going to think crazy things about them. Why wouldn't you?
The left got rid of Arabic teaching. The left got rid of Arabic teaching. They don't want us to be like the Arabs. You hear Jewish liberals and leftists like, we're like the Arabs. I always say, we're not. We're like the Arabs. We're Middle East peoples. We should know their language. Our languages are close. It teaches us their mindset. They understand us. That's important. I think Israelis should speak Arabic. I'm sure that we'll be more right-wing also if we speak Arabic. We'll understand exactly how to deal with the issues.
Is there a question or thing you think we should know from him that you would ask, or?
I would say I would ask right now, like, is there a way back from this October 7th, because Hamas has become very popular, is there a way to bring the Palestinian children back from the jihadists, bloodletting
What does he think is the best way to build bridges then? Yeah.
No, I asked more specifically. Specifically, October. He's told me that October 7th has been a big positive boost for Hamas.
Okay.
Is there any way back from that?
אבל...
אתה שומע מה אני שואל?
כן.
אני שואל, האם אתה אמרת לי שחמאס היום מאוד פופולרי?
כן.
אז יש דרך חזק, כי חמאס זה שנאת ישראל, אין מה לעשות.
אתה יודע? תבדוק בירדן. במצרים.
צ'ק איג'פט.
בלבנון. בעיראק. בכל מדינות ערב.
All the Arabian states, Arabic states.
תראה כמה יש להם תמיכה.
למי?
לחמאס.
See how much support they have Hamas, a lot.
אנחנו לא חייבים נשים ראש שלנו
We can't put our head on the ground.
באדמה ולהגיד אף אחד לא רואה אותנו. לא. עכשיו אנחנו רואים מה יש על רצפה, זה ברור. ועכשיו, לכן אנחנו חייבים להמשיך חזק בתוכנית אמיתית, בלי מושחתים, בלי אנשים רעים, ואתם תראו איך תהיה התוצאה. מה שיש עכשיו, אני אמרתי לכם, היה כמו מה שיש עכשיו ב-82 בלבנון. אחרי זה באו לאוסלו. זה לא משנה. זה אולי יעכב את זה שנה, שנתיים, אבל אחרי זה אנחנו נמשיך.
It might be slow for the first 2 years, but we'll have to...
הבעיה היא אם אנחנו רוצים באמת נמשיך בדרך הזאת.
If we want a real normalization, real peace, that's the way to go forward.
באמת, זה הכל. גם אני אגיד לכם יותר מזה.
I'll tell you even more than that.
2006, חמאס ניצחו בבחירות הפרלמנט הפלסטיני.
Hamas won in the Palestinian parliament 2006.
ראש הממשלה 10. היה בממשלה מספר 10.
The 10th government. איזה government?
פלסטיני, כן.
The 10th Palestinian.
הוא היה ראש הממשלה.
Who was the?
זה אסמאעיל הנייה.
Oh, Ismail Haniyeh was the head of the Palestinian parliament.
Because Hamas won the elections in 2006.
Yeah.
כן. 80% מהשרים היו גם חמאס.
80% of the ministers were also Hamas.
שאלו אותו שאלה.
They asked him a question.
אמרו לו, אתה נגד, עכשיו אתה נכנסת לבחירות במסגר אוסלו.
You came into these elections in the framework of Oslo.
אתה כאיש חמאס, אתה אומר, אני לא מצביע, או לא, يعني, לא אומר שאני מעתרף, يعني, בישראל. אני לא אומר שזה ישראל כחמאס. אנחנו לא בהסכם בינם.
I couldn't. They said I can't recognize Israel. I'm not part of the Oslo Accords because I can't recognize Israel.
זה כמפלגה.
That is as a party.
אבל במקום אני ראש.
As my party, I cannot recognize Israel. But as a head of the state, as a head of the parliament,
אני לא נגד.
I can't be against.
שהשרים שלנו יפגשו השרים הישראלים.
I'm not against that our ministers will meet the Israeli ministers.
הוא אמר את זה בעצמו. הוא אמר ככה. עכשיו זה ייתן לנו שיש אפשרות.
That shows us there's a possibility.
להתקדם.
To move forward. Interesting.
אבל מי בזבז את כל ההזדמנות האלה?
But who wasted all these opportunities?
הראשון, זה הרשות הפלסטינית.
The PA.
בגלל שהם שומרים על כסף או על שחיתות שלהם.
Because they need to keep the corruption.
וממשלת ישראל לא הייתה כל כך לקחה את ההזדמנות הזו עם ישראל, עם הפלסטינים, עם חמאס. באופן אישי. לא לקחו ההזדמנות עם חמאס.
They didn't even take the opportunity with Hamas to make some kind of understanding.
לכן הם חייבים ילמדו מה שהיה.
You have to learn from the mistakes.
זה לא בעיה. חמאס ניצחו, לא, זה לא בעיה. אני אמרתי לכם, היה הנייה ראש הממשלה ב-2006, הוא אמר במילים האלו, אנחנו מוכנים שהשרים שלנו יפגשו את השרים הישראלים.
So even this Hamas guy,
אין בעיה.
Ismail Haniyeh, was willing to have ministers meet one another.
תבדקו ביוטיוב ואתם תעשה ריסרצ' בדיקה ביוטיוב ואתה תראה את זה.
Check it.
כן.
טוב, נו.
לכן אני אומר להם, כל מה שאתם שומעים מהמושחתים זה לא נכון.
From the corrupt ones is not true.
מישהו ייכנס לבחירות ברשות הפלסטינית חוץ ממחמוד עבאס ואנשים שלו זה יצליח.
Anybody who comes into the PA elections other than Mahmoud
Mustafa al-Barghouti
compete with Mahmoud Abbas will be successful.
כמנהיג פלסטיני הוא יצליח.
Mustafa al-Barghouti could succeed.
הוא בן אדם לא קיצוני.
He's not an extremist.
הוא מאוד מאוד מחובר.
He's connected.
והוא מוכן לשלום עם הישראלים.
He's willing to have peace with the Israelis.
גם מרואן ברגותי זה אסיר עכשיו בכלא הישראלי.
Marwan Barghouti is a murderer, sits in Israeli jail.
זה פתח.
He's Fatah.
כמו מחמוד עבאס.
בדיוק. Like Mahmoud Abbas, same thing.
אם הוא ייכנס לבחירות, הוא יצליח.
If he goes, he'll also be successful. 90% will vote for him.
הוא פתח, לא חמאס.
אז מה זה אומר?
זה אומר, הבעיה המנהיגים שלנו עכשיו.
The problem is the leaders right now.
למה הנשיא ביידן אמר אנחנו רוצים תהיה רשות חדשה?
Why did Biden say that we want a new PA?
בגלל שהוא יודע.
Because he knows.
העם הפלסטיני לא מסכים על מנהיגים שלו שהם נמצאים בשלטון עכשיו.
The Palestinian people are not happy with their leaders right now.
וכל מי שיגיד להם חוץ מזה, הוא משקר עליהם.
Anybody tells you anything different is lying. We need to say they're not really representing them. They're just corrupt.
ו-80% מהעם הפלסטיני לא חמאס ולא פתח.
And he says 80% are neither really Hamas or Fatah.
I think we've heard the same from most people, yeah.
הוא שמע את זה גם מאחרים. טוב. עכשיו הוא לא, יש לו בעיה קצת. I said he have a little bit of a problem. הוא לא מאמין, הוא לא כל כך מאמין באלוהים.
לא, זה בעיה.
What are you saying?
I said, you have a problem. You don't really believe in God.
Oh, no.
So he said, that's a problem. Okay. Because here we finish meetings like this with a prayer that inshallah, things will have good leadership. We'll have good opportunities to move forward, and that Abraham wants to see his children coexist and respect one another. That's what Abraham wants. And that's important to us, these things.
Well, I'm baptized and confirmed, so hopefully I might be lost, but I'll find my way back.
Inshallah, we say.
Inshallah.
הוא אומר שהוא יחזור בתשובה. הוא יחזור בתשובה. תודה רבה על הזמן.
בשמחה רבה.
תודה רבה. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You guys got a very special.
Thank you.
Remember where we are right now. We're in Arab Hebron. I'm a settler. We're talking to an important Arab leader here. We hope that him and people like him will have more opportunities to rise up, his kind of voice, which we think is very important. By the way, we don't agree on everything, you know what I mean? But people that we can talk with,
cool,
that are our cousins, Were you surprised today at all when I took you to an Arab leader here in Hebron, right behind the Tomb of the Patriarchs and Matriarchs? I took you to meet the head of the Jabri clan, and I wanted you to meet him because I wanted you to meet an Arab who sees a one-state solution with Arab residency, Palestinian residency in the state of Israel as at least a first step towards a solution.
You would have surprised me if it was like on day 1 or 2. We've spoken to a few Arabs now, though. One thing I've noticed is that we speak about Israel and the problems you have in the Knesset and the division in Israel, and then the Palestinians are always the Palestinians. But we've been here for almost 2 weeks now, and the Palestinian or Arab population in these lands are as diverse in opinion as the Israelis, as the Jews. So yeah, it was cool getting another perspective. But yeah, I've definitely seen there's a lot of division between.
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
that's already a good thing. Just to understand that it's not Israel. One monolith versus Palestine, another monolith. Did you at all start to track away
from the two-state solution idea. I did my best to try to impress upon you that cutting up this tiny piece of land, giving a part of it over to the Palestinians in order for it to become what would eventually become a jihadist state is a bad idea. I tried to wean you off of those, ideas that have been tested and have failed over and over again, and really help you come to a conclusion that this tiny piece of land should stay whole, and that real peace looks like a strong Israel on its land, surrounded by Arabs on their land, or are you still holding on to the fuddy-duddy?
So this is my perspective.
I'm trying to goad you here.
Yeah,
is that coming across here? Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, but
Okay.
this is my perspective. At the end of the day,
No, but I do mean it.
no, yeah. At the end of the day, I'm American. I actually don't care that much. Whatever happens here is not. It doesn't affect me personally. And
I like
think
that. I like that
everybody
answer.
should know that kids that are protesting college campuses, whatever, these guys are going to go. In 6 months, they're moving on to. I'm sorry. In 6 weeks or in 6 days, depending on what's going on, they're moving on to the next thing. So overseas, if nobody lives here, they don't have a direct investment here. Nobody actually cares. I care insofar as I'm interested in the history and I'm interested in how things turn out. When I talk about like one state or two state solution, or the Emirati solution, or whatever the fuck else solution, or the Jordanian corridor, or whatever, or the Sinai, I don't actually care like principally about any of these things. I guess what I'm most interested in is what do both sides want? What are the red lines on both sides? And like how can that be nudged so that these red lines overlap instead of being completely when both sides are contradictory, both can't exist at the same time, is what I'm looking for.
Mutually exclusive?
Yeah, when both sides are mutually exclusive to each other. That's kind of thing that I am. So like, if somebody came up to me today and they said, oh, we just did a poll and 75% of all the Palestinians, 75% of all the Jews, they all came together and they said that they could handle two separate states and they feel comfortable, and I say, okay, I'm a two-stater. If somebody comes up to me and they said, oh, we polled and 85% of people all say that, you know what, Arabs are cool having a separate kind of like parliamentary body, they'll live in one state and everybody will be happy, it's blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, fine, I'd be cool with that. Like, people oftentimes from the West, we do this thing where we want to impose, like, okay, well, you need, like, you don't have a bicameral legislature with a constitution, well, you guys need to do that first, and then like, oh, well, you guys don't have this, and it's like, that's a mistake. I think it's stupid, yeah.
Okay, I like that. That's a very fair answer, except for one thing.
Okay.
Like, I think it's a very fair answer as a foreigner talking about this place. I like that you're saying, look, I'm not here to impose the thing, and I don't care so much because it's really not my thing, but I'm interested in trying to move people together. The only mistake in that, in my opinion, is that here in the Middle East, as I told you, my colleague Noam Arnon came up to a very important, prominent Arab around here, gave him a solution idea, and the Arab said to him, I really like it. It's a good solution, but you're going to have to force it upon me. Because as an Arab, I can't now get out there and be like, yeah, I can accept Israel and I'll be a resident of Israel. Like, there's an honor thing, and therefore, I like your solution, but you're going to have to force me to accept it so that I could save face and say, okay, well, they forced me, but it is a good solution for my people. But I just don't want to have to be accepted like a Westerner and be like, yes, I vote for this solution.
I mean, I disagree, but all the historical examples I'm going to cite are things where you said Israel has made mistakes. So, Ben-Ami says over and over again that I think Israel can figure out how to do peace, but it can't force the parties to be ready for peace. Typically, that's done on the Arab side. So it took, Yom Kippur in 73.
So that's where the mistake is. He doesn't understand that you have to force peace.
I understand.
Yeah. By the way, yeah. You spoke to a ton of like what I call lefties.
Sure.
You spoke to a ton of them. And I asked you a question. I said, did you by any chance say to them like, do you want to apologize for the crap that you pulled?
I mean, they all understand that they didn't work. They understand the plans didn't work.
Did they understand that they failed tremendously and helped radicalize Palestinian society to the point that, like, the kids now are jihadis and that they've been educated through the system that they created? The PA has created an education system to teach kids to hate Jews. That's what these guys have succeeded in doing.
I think that it's easy to think of counterfactuals where everything would have been perfect. But one thing that Israel is horrible at is I don't think Israel takes credit for the tremendous progress that they've made in conjunction with the Palestinians that live here. Like, for all the horrible refugee camps, for all of the horrible UNRWA brainwashing, for all the horrible whatever else, the Palestinians are like the second most literate group of Arabs in the world. Right. For as horrible as people will say that, these particular areas are, the standards of living here are among some of the best for Arab populations around the world, And people will say that, look, you've destroyed that. No, Syria is destroyed. Iraq for a while was destroyed. Right. Yemen is destroyed. Palestinians definitely have issues, and I'll say this. I'll leave this out here a little bit because I know you're going to disagree with it a lot. I came into the past 2 weeks, I came in here hating the PA, hating Mahmoud Abbas. And after, touring through some of the cities, after seeing the police officers around, after hearing what they used to be like, what they are now, there is a sense of security. There is a sense that people could be out. I think I give them a little bit more credit than I used to, But
that's interesting. For me, when I watch Palestinian Authority television, which I have at home, it is 24/7 brainwashing to kill the Jews. It's really pretty sick. When I pick up from the trash Palestinian Authority textbooks here, it's literally like 2 dead Jews plus 2 more dead Jews equal 4 dead Jews, correct? Like it's really pretty sick. And okay, but it's interesting that you see it that way.
Abbas is an improvement from Arafat, I would say. But maybe you wouldn't feel that way?
Yeah, I don't know. And also, like, I just know too many Arabs who have been literally tortured for taking selfies with Jews. You know?
I mean, first and second Intifada saw 1,000+ collaborators that were tortured and killed too as well. I mean,
it's just horrific. And you sat with an Arab today who kept saying to you, how could your government, this thing that's supposed to symbolize liberalism and democracy, support these dictators who oppress our people and steal our money?
I mean, dictators work in some parts of the world for a while. You said it yourself. You guys agree that sometimes the interim, sometimes not all at once, right?
Yeah.
And I think one of the big mistakes actually was Israel assuming like, oh, we're going to take these people, Mordecai Kadar would say these people that organize along families and tribes and clans, and we're going to thrust upon them liberal democracy, thinking that the only 2 options are liberal democracy or this incredibly theocratic dictatorship, not realizing that there might be like interim steps in between that are okay steps in between. But that's a more macro question. Maybe I'm equipped to answer. But
Stephen, we got to start winding down. It's been really fun to have you here. I call it the nom de guerre, which means like the war name, your handle, or your, what do you want to call it?
Well, my son is Nathan, so I'd be Abu Nathan, right?
Abu Nathan,
Yeah.
that's right, that's
Okay.
right. Your name though is Destiny.
Stephen.
Well, but online you call
Online
yourself
is Destiny, yeah.
Right, which bespeaks of destiny.
I think Yair Golan, I think Ben Ami, but every single person we spoke to this trip used Israel's destiny like 5 times.
I wasn't going to ask you. No, I was going to ask you what you think is, the Torah tells us not to try to overly guess the future. But how do you see it? How do you see? First thing, just this is really not my department, but just to get a sense from you, what's the health of the United States of America?
We just went in for an MRI, and we're going to find out in a few months what the results are. They're either going to be terminal cancer all over the body, and we're going to be on the way to dying, or we had a small tumor that is easily operable, and we're going to remove it, and everything's going to be okay-ish going forward. We'll find out after our next presidential elections what the results were, I guess.
And you're a Biden person.
I am a big Biden supporter. So half the people hearing that are agreeing with me are on the other side. Yeah, they're like, I agree, Destiny 100%. And then I say Biden, they're like, wait, what? Yeah, so,
Okay. And, in my opinion, I love the United States. I think it's a great country, but I want Israeli independence. Like, I have no problem with America being successful and good, but I want more Israeli independence. I don't want Israeli dependency. I actually don't want America to give any aid to Israel. If they want to have joint defense, fund for joint defense operations and development, okay, but I don't want any aid. I want to see Israel as an independent, strong country making decisions. I also want to see Israel diversify its purchases, not just from America, but from the rest of the world, and also make its own armaments and other things. I want to see Israel stand a little bit more alone. I think it's time. So I don't mind the U.S.-Israel relationship, but as long as it's not overbearing and become paternalistic. Thoughts?
I understand that. I think that Israel, for a long time, from the first days of the country, saw that Western help was important to have Western support, because it's easy to imagine if I go to fight one other guy, and that guy has a friend, and then I've got a friend, and I tell my friend, actually, you know what, I think I can take that guy, I don't need you. And then my friend's like, okay. And then all of a sudden, all 3 of them are over there. I think that's always the fear. It's not that Israel can't handle itself against a couple other enemies, or even a sea of enemies. It's that Israel can't handle itself against a sea of enemies that have the backing of even further enemies. And I think, does Israel need the United States to survive against Hamas, or what Iran might do? Maybe not. But do they need the United States for help against what in Iran, backed by China and Russia and other foreign enemies, could bring to the table? Maybe. I think it's good to have friends in the world, but I'm a big NATO guy, so yeah.
No, it's good to have friends, but just not dependency.
Sure.
Just not dependency. Some people, by the way, posit that part of America's interest is to keep all the parties around here weak, in order to continue to be the big player, in order to keep supplying everybody with arms, in order to be the influencer, but not to let Israel become too big, or anybody else.
I mean, there's truth to that, right? That's the idea behind the reduction of nuclear proliferation, right? Is the idea that we don't want as many people to have nuclear weapons. We just want to keep it in the hands of a few people. That a multipolar world or a unipolar thing is better than a multipolar where everybody has nuclear weapons and everybody's super strong. So there is some aspect of truth to that, yeah.
Okay, I want to first thank you for coming out to Israel and the territories, and to. We did decide right in the beginning of the day that language is important. Language is very important.
We had a ton of fun touring historically mandatory Palestine or whatever you call it. So it's been a lot of fun. I love being here on the west bank of the Jordan River. I can see it right over the hill.
And you get to meet the settlers.
Yeah,
you get to hang out with the settlers.
Yes,
That's right. We are actually proud settlers. We're proud Jews that live in this land and holding on to what we think is ours, and we don't think we're ever leaving. And we've got to find a way forward. But more than anything, I think what you've done here is continued your tradition of being intellectually honest and curious, and I think that's a healthy thing for this world. So I want to thank you for that. And let's continue with the conversation. Conversation is healthy. That's really one of the hearts of liberalism, isn't it? It's the ability to converse and to keep talking about policy the way it should move forward. We're going to continue to be strong out here in this good land. Any parting words?
It's been fun. Regardless of what I say or feel about anybody, everybody out here, everybody that I met out here was amazing. Arab hospitality was amazing. Jewish hospitality was amazing. The settler family we went out to meet, it's the first hot chocolate that I've gotten here. I thought that was awesome.
You asked for hot chocolate. The man does not drink coffee.
The man does not drink coffee.
Yeah, so he needed some shoko to.
I would say here's probably the biggest thing that I took away from being here and from studying this region is I think that the history of the Jews here and what they've done in this land is quite phenomenal. I don't think anything will make you feel more Zionist than reading all of the internal debates, all of the issues, the struggles from 47 to 48 to the being able to win these wars from 48 to 56 to 67 to 73 is an amazing story. And then on the other side, I think the Palestinians have a pretty amazing story too. That there are all of these people that are doctors, that are lawyers, that they wear suits. They're not riding around on camels everywhere. They're a very modern people. Their literacy rates are incredibly high. But both people here have accomplished so much, and in classic, I guess, worldly conflict are in some ways more similar than different. And I hope there are some parts of the world where you see it and you're like, oh my God, like everything here is fucked. And like I hope that I don't know what's gonna happen here, whatever. But when you come to this region, everything here is primed for this like nuclear launch of successful stuff. If like the diplomatic territory, whatever the fuck issues could get solved, there's so much amazing, awesome stuff that could happen here. And I hope it happens sometime soon.
And that's what we think the Abraham Accords is. That's the beginning of that, where Israel is a normative part of this region and where this whole region rises up. We think that players like Mohammed bin Salman potentially are interested in that. There is a yearning for normalization. Some say that the reason Hamas struck on October the 7th is because that progress was moving forward. And because they wanted to stop that train of Israeli normalization in this region, of the Abrahamic region coming together, that was moving forward. And that's exactly why they struck. That's one of the rationales for their attack.
I hope the next accords include the Palestinians, so.
I hope that they'll be residents of Israel and move forward with that, and of course drop jihadism. Stephen Bonnell, AKA Destiny, thank you so much for being a Chevron with me today.
Yishai Fleischer, thank you for giving the stories. Thank you for chatting with me. I appreciate it.
All right.
Have a good one.
Toda. Thank you.
As the sun was setting, final day, traversing.
So too did I hope for the day that the sun sets on this awful day.
As the sun sets.
Well, Lilac, you've done it again. I don't think the PCB will be troubling us anytime soon.
Quite indeededly, Ploufson. Quite indeededly.
But just tell me, how did you manage to crack the case? Miss Kateson's got her shawl back, and you've managed to determine which of our pre-built gaming computers is the best.
Well, it was quite elementary.
Elijah just paid for pizza he never ordered because I bought his info online to prank him. But with our sponsor, believe me, you can stop stuff like that. What's that?
Whoa. Wait a tick. That's not how I remember it. You see, it was near the end when Scotland Yard examined our pre-configured computing machines. Ah, Dell, we meet again. And this time you're very similar to last year. The XPS 8960 still requires a screwdriver to access the side panel, but is otherwise mostly toolless. You get 2 fans, front and rear, with space for a third, along with decent cable management, including pre-run cables for adding a hard drive, as well as a GPU brace that could probably survive an earthquake. The proprietary Z690 motherboard will cause some headaches if you want to upgrade the power supply later, which you may very well want to do, but is well featured with 2 M.2 slots and onboard Wi-Fi. The only major quality complaint that I have here is the cheapo flower-type CPU cooler. There's a Core i7-14700 non-K under this thing, and that would live a happier, cooler life with even a basic tower heatsink, like, oh, I don't know, the one that they give you if you order the K variant of that same CPU. Otherwise, the specs are about what we would expect at this price, except for the 460-watt bronze efficiency power supply. At least Dell's system arrived fully intact though. I don't know what happened to our iBuy power system in shipping, but aside from the thumbscrew that was lodged in the I/O, upon closer inspection we found that nearly all of our motherboard screws were loose, and 2 of the ones that weren't were cross-threaded. As for the case, it's not particularly toolless, but it's also not difficult to work in, and we got 4 120mm ARGB fans, though they use a proprietary connector, which is a bit of a downer, and for some reason, were not configured to sync with our motherboard, or even to each other. Cable management is decent, with nothing loose or hanging around, and this time we got a much better CPU heatsink with what looks like an iBuyPower badged Hyper 212 ARGB tower cooler. You guys were so close, you just had to screw down the motherboard. Oh well. As for specs, we got a strong CPU, dual channel memory, and ample storage. Too bad there was a little mix-up with iBuyPower's unauthorized reseller on Amazon, and we didn't get the 4060 Ti that was supposed to be in this system. Moving on to main gear, the MG1 case is largely unchanged since our previous secret shopping spree, and if 'tis not broken, then nay, it need not be fixed. With that said, a filter behind the removable faceplate would be a nice touch. Cable management was a strong point though, with no shortage of zip ties, though that might be a pain point when you're upgrading later and you have to start cutting them off. And we got a beefy RGB fan controller requiring 2 SATA power connectors that supports 6 fans and up to 8 ARGB headers for extra lighting strips or effects. It also appears our case power switch is routed to it as well. Curious. Another odd choice was the anti-sag GPU bracket. It was a nice touch to have it in there, but the way it's mounted made replacing the graphics card in the system a bit of a pain, so be prepared. Main Gear is our first competitor to go AMD for the CPU, which we all know is good for gaming, but the chip that they chose has literally...
So Google Play commented on my video, which is pretty cool, and so naturally I respond with, have you played Turret Escape yet? Which of course is my game on Google Play, and can you guys guess what they responded to that? Yeah, you probably can't, because they literally said, only if you bring the outro back. You know, if you had told me like 5 years ago that one day the official Google Play would request that I use a cringy early 2010s outro in my video, yeah, I'm not sure I would have believed you. But anyways, I guess the only question that I have for you guys is, do you... So Google...
Concerningly, Nintendo just pulled a move no one expected. With very little time left to go until the launch of the Switch 2, it's been falling into the hands of random customers or retail employees willing to bring them home. But despite people getting them home, they're discovering that for the first time ever, they're locked out of the console because Nintendo requires the second-gen Switch to connect to the internet for a day one patch in order to work. No other console from the Jack X Racing clone company has required this, and it wasn't disclosed ahead of time either that it would require an internet connection. It's not clear if this is just a precaution they're taking for early shipments to prevent this type of early access, or it may be an ongoing thing where the Switch 2 is unusable if you don't have an internet connection when you first boot it up. Concerningly, Nintendo just pulled a move no one...
Coming! Chat, it's showtime.
I do believe it's showtime indeed! I do believe it's showtime indeed! Uh-oh. That's really awkward, actually. Jump in again with him! Get on! Yeah! We go back in, Can I drift it? Okay, we can't drift it. Fresh! Lantern! Oh my god! And the Shelly's back again! Look, Shelly's still here! Holy fuck! Let's go!
I think about the moment that if I date another man, I'm gonna have to say, oh yeah, by the way, my nose is fake, my lips are fake, my jawline is fake, my chin is fake, I have Botox in my face, these are fake, my waist is fake. Our children are not gonna look like me.
She raises an interesting point, and there has been a story out about this very topic. Now, there are some doubts as to the legitimacy of this, but you may remember around 10 years ago there was a story circulating about a man in China who was very surprised at how his child looked and thought it wasn't his child at all, and then ended up passing the paternity test and afterwards realizing that the mother of his child had significant plastic surgery changes to her face that she didn't disclose, so he ended up winning a settlement of around $100,000 from her. Now, whether that's true or not, it does raise an interesting question, because when we partner with someone, we use their face as a proxy for what their genetic material will look like. So if that's been changed, then is that misrepresenting that material? Should it need disclosing?
I think about the moment that if I date another man, I'm gonna have to say, oh yeah, by the way, my nose is fake, my lips are fake, my...
Jared, you're killing the internet.
But my games!
Download them slower.
I can download them slower?
Okay, try this. Go to your settings and then go to downloads.
Okay, now what?
Just check the limit download speed option and put how many kilobytes per second you want.
I have to do math? I don't even want this game anymore.
Oh, come on. Jared, just multiply what you want by 1,000, dude. Just use a converter. It's not GPU surgery.
Oh, sweet. Thanks, man.
Jared, you're killing the internet.
But my games!
Download them slower.
I can download them slower?
Okay, try this. Go to your settings and then go to downloads.
Okay, now what?
Just check the limit download speed option and put how many kilobytes per second you want.
I have to do math.
The company that makes ChatGPT wants to make an AI device that you could wear, that you could hold, that you could put on your desk. An AI assistant in the real world. This has been tried before, and all of the products were bad. Some of them, like, really, really bad. So with their infinite money, OpenAI went out to find a designer. And they settled on Johnny Ive. The guy that designed the iPhone, the iPod, the iMac, the iPad, the MacBook. When it comes to designing consumer electronics, Johnny Ive is the GOAT. And it seems like this is what they've come up with. It's not gonna have a screen, it's just gonna have a camera and a microphone and probably a speaker. You could talk to it, you could show it things. I've also seen rumors of stuff like this where you just like put it on your desk. Now again, that's not a super unique idea. Other people have tried this. But this team might be the ones to actually get it right.
Ride till I can't no more. I got the horses in the bag.
The company that makes ChatGPT.
Some PC
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Gamers 1/3 as many processing cores as the last two systems we looked at. And while Main Gear chose some of the highest clocked memory in this round, the high rated latency means they might not get as much performance benefit from it. As for the rest of the specs, the main standout was Main Gear's selection of an SSD with a DRAM cache. Generally, these drives perform better and last longer. As for cooling, we got 4 120mm fans and what looks like a Hyper 212 Black Edition, so you probably won't need to change any of that out anytime soon. Speaking of change, I'm happy to report that Starforge has gone through quite a bit of change. Gone is the Deepcool CG650 from last time, and in its place, we have the beautiful Phanteks XT View, a gorgeous and mostly toolless case that's easy to work in. By the way, those of you who suspected that Starforge's fans were all set to exhaust were hoodwinked by their use of reverse blade intakes. There is an additional 120mm fan that is exhausting out the rear, but the rest of them are all daisy-chained together for some positive pressure goodness. Curiously, this case does include an RGB controller, but Starforge opted to plug into the motherboard for control instead. Another thing they didn't use was the case's included mounting hardware. They clearly used something to assemble the computer, but we were left with the full set of screws and zip ties. Not that we'll need them, since the cable management was solid. I'm still not a fan of this uncapped ARGB cable that could short out on something, and some of these SATA cables could be tucked away a little nicer, but it's not bad at all. We need to talk about the CPU cooler though. The contact frame that's included with their Arctic cooler is a nice touch, but Starforge, you might want to let your techs know that you don't need the full tube of thermal paste, and ours, while secure enough, was actually not torqued down all the way. As for the heatsink, some of you noticed that it was askew after I ripped out the packing foam, but I'm happy to report that while it looks a tad wonky, it didn't seem to affect performance. Under our cooler, we find our most pedestrian CPU yet, mounted to the most bulk of motherboards we've seen yet, along with some other kind of mediocre stuff. Except for the GPU. Our only Radeon card this round is an RX 6650 XT 8GB from 3 years ago. We'll also be exploring the performance of this system with the 7700 XT upgrade that we would have gotten for the $300 we had left in our budget, but our value calculation will be based on the system that they sold us. Next up is HP with a new case that sports these nifty, stealthy Wi-Fi antennas and a perforated front panel for better airflow for our dual 140mm intake fans. We've got a 120mm exhaust in the rear, and all 3 fans are wired directly to our motherboard headers instead of into the perfectly good RGB fan hub, where they did decide to route the RGB cables for the fans. Cable management on the back isn't terrible, but on the front, come on HP. Either use a nicer case with the power supply shroud, you know, like the one you sent us last time, or just take a little bit more time to tidy this up. On the plus side, unlike Dell, HP has basically no proprietary weirdness going on that would prevent you from changing parts or upgrading in the future. And upgrade in the future you shall. On paper, this is our weakest system yet, pretty much across the board. Okay, I guess the slightly less basic CPU cooler and the 500 watt power supply are technically ahead of Dell, but not by much. CyberPower's case is designed by Cooler Master and resembles a MasterBox 5 Lite, but with some better ventilation at the front. It includes 4 120mm RGB fans, though surprisingly no RGB fan hub. Cable management is mediocre, no thanks to the board or the case, but at least they tried, other than this unholy chain of 4-pin Molex connectors for those fans. Ugh. Where they could have tried harder is the specs. Decent CPU, and surprisingly, this 600 watt Apevia power supply didn't fail our testing, more on that later, but a single 16 gig stick of memory in 2025, and this subpar flower cooler? We didn't do formal acoustic testing, but I can tell you this one gets pretty loud, almost as loud as the Dell. Wrapping up our physical evaluation, in third place, we've got CyberPower, though I wouldn't mind some more amenities, especially front USB Type-C. As for the win, I've got to give it to Main Gear overall. Starforge did a great job with cable management, and packing in the Fantex hardware was a nice touch, but Main Gear looked ever so slightly cleaner, not to mention they didn't go overboard on the thermal compound. Of course, everything we've talked about just now, including the over-application of thermal compound, is just looks. I've got a feeling that the beauty of these machines might be only skin deep, and the order might change when we look at performance and value. But first, software. Well, Dell, how up-to-date and gaming ready are you this year? According to my report, the BIOS and Windows versions were both from November of 2024, so just a few months before our ship date. However, our GPU drivers were from July, of 2024. Resizable bar, an important feature for modern GPUs, was enabled, but we found no trace of XMP memory overclocking in our antiquated looking BIOS. With that said, our memory was running at its maximum rated speed of 5600 megatransfers per second, so I guess that's fine. Our recovery environment and ability to refresh the PC were both configured properly, and while there were some Dell applications pre-installed, they were for the most part not configured to start up without permission, so we only had to remove McAfee during our debloating step. Let's move on to iBuyPower. For those who missed part 2, this is the kind of weird PC that Miss Kateson accidentally bought from an unauthorized third-party seller on Amazon when iBuyPower directed her to get the system from Amazon rather from them directly. And this is an odd one. Our BIOS isn't too old, it's from September of 2024, but our Windows install is ancient. I'm talking a 22H2 build from a year ago. So it's been getting security updates since the latter half of 2022, but come on, 23H2 has been out for kind of a minute now. And our Intel management and GPU drivers are both similarly out of date. Looks like someone hasn't been updating their prep image. Thankfully, not only does the recovery environment work, an improvement over last time for iBuyPower, but there was zero bloatware and no odd folder remnants on our drive, both of which are nice to see. But wait a tick. What's this? Oh, iBuyPower, how could you? XMP is disabled out of the box, and our CPU cooler tuning is set to a lowly 65 watts. Rebar may be on, but you guys aren't getting any points for that since this MSI board enables it by default. What a mixed bag this has been. Let's see if Main Gear can do any better. Considering their BIOS, Windows, and driver versions are all from 2025, most from the very same month that we ordered the machine, I'd say they have. Expo memory tuning and rebar are both enabled, there's no antivirus or additional bloat to remove, and no random leftover prep folders. Magnificent. But it's not all good news. Our system had a little tiny overclock that was pre-applied. Nothing major, just a PBO boost of 100 megahertz and our curve optimizer set to all cores with a -15 offset, which sounds fine. It's just that it didn't work. We did try a few adjustments, but our system outright refused to boot with these settings enabled, so we ended up turning them off, keeping only Expo enabled for our testing. Sorry, Main Gear. While I do believe you that it probably worked during QC, alas, tragedy must have struck this system somewhere along the journey, which highlights the pitfalls of factory overclocking systems. What about Starforge, though? Well, it appears they've done the opposite of Main Gear and updated very little. Our BIOS and GPU driver versions are from late 2024, and Windows hasn't been updated since late 2023. Oh my goodness, and the Intel management engine driver is older still. Pity. They also left a slew of leftovers on the system, like wallpapers and animations. Though on the bright side, look, outdated Windows and drivers can be dealt with by the user, and there's very little bloat otherwise. And XMP and rebar were both enabled. Moving right along, let's talk about the system that almost didn't get here. HP is an odd duck this year. The BIOS version of our machine, F.08, isn't available from their website, so we're not sure when it's from, but we appear to be just one revision behind F09, which released earlier this year, so it's probably from 2024, like our Windows version, chipset, and GPU drivers. But if you look closely at HP's website, you'll notice that we're on the latest versions of some of these. HP, are you suggesting that AMD's most recent chipset drivers, after multiple new CPU launches, are several months old? Inconceivable! No, though, actually, inconceivable. What this means is that HP is not only not updating the images that they use to install their systems, but they aren't updating their own driver database and website. For shame. Also, while rebar was enabled, our recovery environment works, and they've left no sysprep traces, they failed to enable XMP and had a bunch of unwanted software installed, like Dropbox Promotion, MyHP, Omen Audio Control, and Gaming Hub, and McAfee. We removed McAfee before testing, by the way, per our standardized process. Finally, there's CyberPower. Their BIOS is fairly recent. XMP and rebar were both enabled, their recovery environment works, and system prep was nice and clean, which puts main gear on top and CyberPower in a clear second place when it comes to system prep, with Dell making a surprise podium appearance thanks to their non-ancient software. But who will win the all-important gaming performance carriage race? This is it. This can't be right. Do mine eyes deceive me? Dell wins? I mean, I know that a 4060 Ti is better than a 4060, but look at this margin of victory! And what a fantastic writing instrument! Get yours today at lttstore.com. At 1080p, it's nearly a clean sweep. Red Dead Redemption 2, F124, Cyberpunk, Alan Wake, Dell demolishes the competition when it comes to pure gaming performance. It's not even really close. They do suffer one loss in Dota 2, where Main Gear's choice of a Ryzen processor, one that is cooled properly, not to mention quieter, helps them out in this CPU-bound game, and iBuyPower manages to pull ahead simply by, again, properly powering and cooling that same CPU Dell is using. But the rest of them, hey, a W's a W, and they're all W's. As for our clear losers, Starforge lands at the bottom of the list more often than not, with HP, Main Gear, and CyberPower trading places for second and third worst. What's particularly interesting is the ray tracing testing we did. Yep, that's the RT performance that you can expect out of a 6650 XT, all right. It was a modern card at one point, but AMD's newer cards are a lot better in this regard. At 1440p, it's more of the same. Dell loses to Main Gear and iBuyPower in Dota, and then crushes them, along with everyone else, in every other game. That 4060 Ti is putting in the work. It's a real shame that our iBuyPower system didn't come with one, especially when it was supposed to. Whether the blame lies with iBuyPower or with Amazon's crummy marketplace model, it has clearly hurt them here, as you'll see when we do our what could have been analysis later. Of course, raw performance doesn't tell the whole story. There's also the question of value. And here, Dell's victory is still a victory, but not as clearly so. In Alan Wake 2, CyberPower dethrones Dell. In Cyberpunk 2077, Dell wins by less than a dime. iBuyPower and Main Gear come out ahead in Dota 2, and then Dell wins by about $1 in F124 and by about $0.25 in Red Dead Redemption 2. Still though, what an upset! These results are really going to make the overall pick a tough call this year. Now, while Ms. Kateson did specify that the system was for gaming, we thought we'd take a quick look at productivity performance. In our most GPU-intensive test, Blender, Starforge is way down at the bottom thanks to their lack of HIP-RT capabilities. HIP is just AMD's version of CUDA rendering, and HIP-RT is the latest version of it that utilizes ray tracing, but I digress. Dell is the clear winner here again, but that is their only win in productivity. In Cinebench 24, iBuyPower is on top in multi-core and tied with Dell in single-core, while Starforge hangs out at the bottom. And in AV1 CPU encoding with Handbrake, Dell performs admirably, but loses to iBuyPower with Starforge on the bottom again. My detective skills are intuiting a pattern here, and X264 encoding tells us the same story, as does Puget Bench's Premiere and DaVinci Resolve benchmarks. Main Gear manages to take second place in Photoshop, but other than that, their performance wasn't much to write home about. Yet, if we examine the cost of our systems, curiouser and curiouser, iBuyPower once again looks like a solid value proposition, winning multiple rounds here. As for the worst value of the pack, HP, I'm sorry, but it's very clearly you. You are consistently at the bottom of every chart we're flipping through right now. Overall then, as surprising as it might be, Dell looks like the top pick whether you're looking at pure performance or performance per dollar. But value and performance aren't always number one in people's hearts. Some of you out there care about thermals, or care about whether or not your power supply is reliable. To test our GPU thermal performance, we stressed our graphics cards with 4K F124, and I'm happy to report that across the board, our system builders chose cases that do offer sufficient airflow, at least for the weak GPUs that we ended up with this round. Out of the whole bunch, Starforge performed the worst, with still a totally adequate 75 degrees Celsius average and a max of 78. As for the rest of our builds, they stayed under 70 degrees on average, with our coolest systems being the Dell and CyberPower at just 63 degrees average, though they were by far the loudest. As for CPU temperatures, things aren't quite as rosy for some of our competitors. Dell even managed to hit about 70 degrees Celsius average during 4K gaming, which is a scenario that tends to be less demanding on the CPU. So what happens when we run Cinebench on these machines? Well, as it turns out, the boards really try to juice these processors, at least at first. iBuyPower and Dell were the only systems to reach over 200 watts of power consumption during their Cinebench run, but they quickly realized that they can't handle that and throttle down to some pretty unimpressive speeds. And yes, 3 GHz is higher than the advertised base frequency of this chip, but boy, is it ever a lot slower than the maximum turbo, and Dell's average is even worse at just 2.88 GHz. For those of you buying an iBuyPower system, there's clearly thermal headroom here based on our average temperatures, and you can adjust the power limits to get a little bit of extra performance out of your purchase, though that will take some tinkering in the BIOS, which you, the typical LTT viewer, might be inclined to do, but the average purchaser probably won't. As for our hottest system, it ended up being Main Gear at a sweltering 92 degrees Celsius average. But, to be fair to Main Gear, that CPU is pinned at over 5.1 GHz for the whole test. And, like it or not, 92 degrees is below AMD's TJ Max. So, I don't know about you guys, but I would rather have the hotter, more consistent running system over the one that's running cooler, but not living up to its potential. Either way, I think the win here has to go to Starforge. Whether it was their abundance of thermal paste, the contact frame on that Arctic cooler, or it just being an older CPU, it was only 700 MHz from the max boost on average, while sticking to around 51 degrees Celsius. So this mediocre performing system will at least last you a really long time.
Something else that might last you a long time is this 460 watt platinum power supply from Dell. Don't get me wrong, it's only 460 watts and the proprietary connections means you can't build another computer with it. But when we ran through the light version of our PSU tester, we confirmed that it is highly efficient with 115 volt and 230 volt. We were so convinced that the results weren't correct that we went digging for the 80+ test that confirms our findings. Incredible. iBuyPower used a high-power HP1 J600GD F12S 600 watt. Very cool. This one tested poorly at 2% load efficiency, but this was otherwise a solid contender and mirrors our MSI and Cooler Master units for the rest of our load points. Speaking of which, Main Gear and Starforge both use the same power supply, the MAG A650GL from MSI. These were the best power supplies out of the bunch, featuring good load regulation, efficiency rating, and low voltage ripple or noise. excellent selection. HP also chose well with their Cooler Master PSU. It matches the 80 plus gold rating and has mostly average voltage ripple and voltage regulation. A little high on the 3.3 volt, but nothing to be concerned about. Which leaves us with Cyber Power and the Apevia ATX PR 600 watt. We didn't have a lot of faith in this one, and while it didn't explode, we were right to doubt it. It's not efficient, and doesn't stay above 80% efficiency at 100% load. We're not sure if this is just one bad unit, or maybe 80 Plus was sent a golden sample when they validated it for their rating, but it's not great. It's a clear tie here between Main Gear and Starforge, with HP as a runner-up, and iBuyPower with the honorable mention. If you buy from them, it looks like you'll get quality power supplies that should last you for years to come. And while the Apevia unit in the Cyber Power system isn't great, at least it uses standard parts. I'll take that over the low wattage proprietary Dell concoction any day of the week, even if 'tis quite efficient indeed.
Which leads us finally to a section we're calling alternate reality. No, not VR performance testing. VR hasn't been invented yet, in my time. I'm talking about the timeline, where we accept Main Gear's offer, get the right PC from iBuyPower, don't have our order cancelled with CyberPower, and spend our full budget with Starforge. Well, as you can see here, our productivity results don't change much. We mostly see the CyberPower PC make some great strides thanks to its stronger CPU, but these gaming results are something else entirely. It turns out that Starforge is the beneficiary of having a, yes, much better GPU than the RTX 4060 Ti, allowing them to win in almost every test. With that said, when it comes to ray tracing, which is becoming more and more important, it's astonishing just how much better those 3rd gen RT cores are in NVIDIA's 40 series GPUs. In Cyberpunk 2077 1080p RT on, our Starforge 7700 XT alternate reality system still manages to lose to our unchanged Dell XPS. And while the 4060 Ti upgrade on some of our other systems certainly helps here, our Dell still manages to stay on top when it comes to pure value. Also, while we don't have the same 120mm AIO that you would expect with the upgraded CyberPower, take a look at these thermal results and please do yourselves a favor and avoid them. Unless you're buying a lower end CPU and trying to fit everything into a smaller case, these single fan AIOs are never worth buying thanks to their poor performance. You're better off either just strapping on a proficient air cooler or stepping up to a version with a 240mm radiator. With that segment out of the way then, it's time to declare the winner, which will not be based on alternate reality, but only based on what we actually received.
Well, Lilac, who was it?
You may not like it, and I may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like.
No.
Dell came first in gaming performance, both in raw performance and in value, and they also won in our productivity suite. And while performance isn't everything, it is a lot. The customer support could have been better, as well as the ordering experience, but those are hopefully one-time events that you can suffer through one time. I would say the main knock against our little XPS that could here, and it is a big one, is that if you want something that not only looks like a gaming computer, but can be easily altered and upgraded and tinkered with like a gaming computer, good luck doing anything with this proprietary board, weird CPU cooler mounting, and 460 watt power supply that, frankly, we were amazed didn't blow up when Constable Lucas was testing it. With all of that said, as a set and forget gaming box, darn it, I just can't argue with the evidence. For our runner-up, and system that I would be more likely to pick, it's a tough call.
If we'd received the right system from iBuyPower directly, they'd probably take the silver medal. But that loose motherboard and the dodgy purchase experience?
Ugh. As for Starforge, if we'd gotten the 7700 XT, there's a solid chance they would have won the whole thing. But based on what we actually got this year, I think second place has to go to CyberPower.
Purchasing from them sucked.
What are you calling for? What are you calling for? I want to buy the f***ing computer!
But customer support wasn't bad, even if they just directed us to a video. And at $1,100, it's really hard to beat this machine.
I guess you're right, but I have to say that this year just didn't excite me as much as it normally does. These newfangled computer gadgets seem to cost more and more each year, and these 60 class cards seem to go less and less far each year. What do you say next year, or 2 years, we up the ante?
Up it.
Let's butter our bacon and buy some $2,000 gaming doohickeys.
Excellent. We'll need a sponsor though.
Maybe like...
Our sponsor Delete Me want me to show you how scary it could be if anyone could easily buy your data online. Within a couple clicks, I found Elijah's info from one of the data brokers. And I'm going to make him pay for pizza that he never ordered.
Hello? Hi, is this Elijah? Speaking. You just up front today here with your delivery? Yes, I'll be there in a second.
I didn't order anything, which is why I'm super confused.
Ooh, I have this here. You already paid $139, it says, but then the balance only just like the 16.
Who ordered this?
It shows Elijah.
I didn't order this.
See you, Elijah.
What the is this? Who did this?
You know, you probably should use Delete Me to remove your personal data online so people don't prank you.
I was pissed. I was pissed.
All you have to do is sign up. Delete Me will do the work for you. You can get detailed reports within 7 days. And then the removal process starts.
Use code LTT for 20% off at Delete Me. We'll have a link in the description.
Thank you all so much for watching. If you want more Secret Shopper, check out the last time we did. I can't believe Dell won this year.
It's first time for everything.
But that?
It's first time for everything. I don't know how they did it.
He walked into my office for script review, okay? And he goes, "You're not gonna believe who won." How many guesses did it take me? 4 or 5?
At least 4. You did not want to believe it was Dell.
I really did not expect this, so I didn't write anything. However, my wife did and handed me something. I'd like to thank the Hollywood Foreign Press for this great honor. I would also like to thank my wife, Nancy, for her constant support and for being so beautiful tonight. That's true. Thanks also to Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant and to Greg Daniels. Also to my wife for giving me 2 wonderful children, as painful as her labor might have been. Thanks also to an excellent cast, crew, and writing staff, all of whom I am indebted to. If it were not for you, I would not be here right now. I don't know about that. Nancy, my precious wife, who put her career on hold in support of mine, and who sometimes wishes that I would let her know when I'm going to be home late so she can schedule her life, which is no less important than mine. To my parents for not making me go to law school. And finally, to the love of my life, my wife, Nancy. Thank you very much. I really did not expect this, so I didn't write anything. However, my wife did.
I was applying to colleges in high school. I already knew I wanted to study the universe at age 17 because I knew at age 9. So my applications were dripping with the universe. I was accepted at Cornell. The admissions office, unknown to me, sent my application to Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan then sent me a letter, hand-signed, saying, I understand you're considering Cornell. If you come by and visit, I'd be happy to show you the lab. And I said, is this Carl Sagan? Is this, I showed it to Mom, Dad, could this be? And it was. I wrote back and I said, yeah, we'll go up in 2 weekends. He met me on a Saturday morning in the snow, gave me a tour of his lab. I'm in his office, he reaches back, pulls out one of his books, signs it to me. The time for me to leave, he drives me to the bus station. It's snowing a little heavier. He writes his home phone on a sheet of paper, said, if the bus can't get through, call me, spend the night at our place. And I thought to myself, who am I? I'm just some high school kid. And to this day, I have this duty to respond to students who are inquiring about the universe as a career path, to respond to them in the way that Carl Sagan had responded to me. I was applying to colleges in high school. I already knew I
game. Oh, I guess this is... Oh, he does this so that he can allow Doinby to get back to lane quicker? That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah, fair play. You know?
Game. Oh, I guess this is... Oh, he does this so that he can allow Doinby to get back to lane.
This is proof that sim racers can do it for real too. Sebastian Job is a prodigy sim racer, a 2-time iRacing champ and 4-time Porsche Carrera Cup champion. Now, some people think that because he did it all online, he couldn't race for real. But Red Bull said and put him in a real racing car, and let's find out.
This is completely new to him.
I think it's very impressive. I mean, looking at these times, it's a very quick circuit and one that takes great bravery as well.
And let me tell you, my guy killed it.
He did that? Yeah, so second of race pace now.
Thought he was going to be within a second of me, but for him to be within half a second is, yeah, a bit of a shock.
Sebastian was slowly weaned on different Formula cars before he hopped into the seat of the RB8, Red Bull's championship-winning car from 2012, once driven by the F1 legend, Sebastian Vettel.
Fast forward 10 years and I'm being put in an F1 car, not because I've paid £1 million, but purely because I got here from sim racing.
This proves the gamers can go from sim to the...
What makes this one, Grace Hopper, so special?
Well, one of the biggest things is how it tackles a major performance bottleneck that's been plaguing AI for a while. See, in traditional systems, you have separate memory for the CPU and GPU, right?
Right.
And that creates this kind of traffic jam when you're constantly having to move data between them. But Grace Hopper uses this revolutionary new interconnect called NVLink C2C. What that does is it basically unifies that memory space.
So no more traffic jam.
Exactly. It's like replacing a congested 2-lane road with a massive 8-lane expressway for data. And that makes a huge difference in processing speeds.
I can imagine. So, like, how much faster are we talking? Can you give us an example?
Sure. Let's talk generative AI, those AI models that can create text or images. They're...
wings of me. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. The dark should fear me. The shadows are to be feared. I smell black magics. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Killing spree. The dark should fear me. In the dark, all is laid bare. The shadows are to be feared. An enemy is legendary. I smell black magics.
Oh my, mommy, I need a heal.
Oh, you need a heal. Come here.
I'm coming.
Come here. Meow, meow, meow.
Thank you, mommy.
The face coming on.
Oh my, mommy, I need a heal.
Oh, you need a heal. Come here.
I'm coming.
Come here. Meow.
17:30, yeah. I'm like, it was so bad. She don't really. 17:30, yeah. I'm like, it was so bad. She don't really. 17:30, yeah. I'm like, it was so bad. She don't really.
Hit the power on the Thermal Take Horizon Pro V2 series.
Everything I play works, kind of. Either works for us or the enemy. Let's go. He's yanking me. I have barrier and a potion, though. 2 points of Q. I get 2v1, actually. E? Root? I still have barrier. Does he get both? Oh my god. Come on. I have the red buff now, too. I still have both suns, by the way. Q? Just keep right-clicking, I guess. Bananas! Banana! Man, if I had lethal tempo, it's just GG, but I have barrier bait. Q. Level 7 off 2 more minions. One more, and I can play. Flash Q. E. Auto. Big! Oh my god! Come on, man! No way. Everything I play works, kind of. Either works for us or the enemy. Let's go. He's yanking me.
Why do AI companies want AI regulation? Call me.
Hey, how's it going, new guy?
Oh, really good. Did you see Jackie Chan was here? I just waited on him.
Jackie Chan was here?
Oh yeah.
And that's Jackie Chan's leftovers?
Yeah. Hey, whoa, chill, man. What are you doing?
I'm absorbing his powers.
Absorbing his powers? What are you talking about?
Eating off somebody's plate, you get their powers, their strength, their intelligence, but only until you poop it out. Then you go back to normal.
Hey, what the hell is going on here? Why is no one out on the floor?
Sir, he is eating Jackie Chan's leftovers because he thinks it's going to give him powers.
Well, yes, but just until you poop it out.
Oh my, dude, you're the manager.
Listen, I wasn't always the manager, and I ate the manager's food, so I could be promoted to manager.
I ate Don Cheadle's quiche once, and I was sick of acne for like a week. Then I shit my pants at a callback.
I ate the rest of Vince Vaughn's French dip in 1991, and then using his charisma, I went out and picked up this gorgeous woman, Laura Murphy.
What, Laura Murphy? That's my mom's name. Are you my dad?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Does anybody else know about this?
Oh, kid, this is way bigger than just us.
Is that Elvis?
Eating Chuck Berry's food. That's why he died on the toilet.
Elvis's shit was too big. He held it in for 20 years.
That doesn't prove anything.
Oh, yeah? Hey, Stephanie, come over here. Tell us a joke, Stephanie.
You know, all being in a relationship is seeing people all the time. I think that's why people have kids. They say, I can't keep seeing these people. I'm gonna make my own people and stay home with those.
Okay, that's good, Stephanie.
Thank you.
She ate a piece of gum Jerry Seinfeld left on his plate 2 years ago.
Gum is the holy grail. If you can snag a piece of gum, that's 7 years of powers.
Surprise health inspection. Okay, thank God, dude. I feel like I'm losing my mind. These two dudes keep eating people's leftovers because they think it gives them powers.
What we got?
Chan.
Chan was here? Let me get a nibble of that. I want to get Chan up, dude.
Help! The restaurant's getting robbed. They have guns.
Oh, okay. We'll be there in a sec. We're just trying to figure some stuff out about the leftovers thing, and I might be his dad, so.
Got it.
This is it. Are you ready to eat some of Jackie Chan's leftovers and then use his powers to help us stop this restaurant robbery?
No. Whoa.
4 men died trying to stop a robbery at a local restaurant this afternoon. Although the men were skilled in martial arts, it was not enough to stop the robbers, who had guns.
Yeah, they're doing like a lot of slapsticky karate, a lot of choreography. It looked really cool, but the robbers shot them right away.
I don't understand bathrobes. I mean, what is this weird in-between clothing we're wearing? I mean, who invented this thing?
Hey, how's it going, new guy?
Oh, really good.
Tell me if something looks off about this. Like everyone else, I've been playing a lot of Fortnite, but it's been super frustrating because I could have sworn I was hearing things inside out. Like I'd be getting lasered from in front of me and I would hear the gunshots from behind me into the left. I was like, there's something up with these headphones. Maybe my drivers are messed up. There's something going on because this is bad. I'm hearing things inside out. The cables on these headphones are detachable. I've had the right cable plugged into the left ear cup this whole time. I knew something was wrong. Tell me if something looks off about this.
I can't be gold digger.
Why?
Do we have a house?
No, because you.
Do we have an expensive car? How can you be a gold digger with someone that's broke? Brokey? Mr. Broke? Mr. Empty Wallet? I can't be gold digger.
Why?
Do we have a house?
No, because you.
Do we have an expensive car? How can you be a gold digger with someone that's broke? Broke?
No, you don't do an actual back tug.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Then what is it?
That's not it, right? What am I doing?
Hell no, man. What the?
Yes.
Like that?
It's literally that.
Yeah, that's pretty.
My ankle.
Oh, you okay?
Who cares?
Wow, that was good.
Ready? I'm gonna make it pretty though.
Oh. I mean, beep. Oh god.
Essentially, yeah.
Close enough.
Why did we whiff here? What do you think is...
When these three metal parts are combined, they behave in a really strange way. I actually tried to get something like this made many years ago and completely...
You lay on your arm for what feels like 5 minutes and this happens. Don't you hate it? It's the worst. Class.
How many pentakill is that? Uh-oh. 10 pentakill. Uh-oh. Honestly, for 10 pentakill, that's kind of close. I feel like if we hit a Kali 3, we can win this. Okay, well, we hit it. So the question is it enough? Oh god, it's so close. It's so... Nope, not enough. Oh my god. Oh, Akali. No! Come on, man. Oh god, it's so close. I need Akali to not get roasted is what I need. Why Gunblade? Just to keep her... She does so much damage, the Omnivamp keeps her alive. Kill Viego quick. Nice, Viego's down. Nice. I think that's it. She keeps missing is the problem. Oh god.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
And? Hey, there we go. We beat 10 pentakill. Nice prismatic trait, noob. Woo! How many pentakill is that? Uh-oh. 10 pentakill. Uh-oh. Honestly, for 10 pentakill, that's kind of close. I feel like if we hit a Kali 3, we can win this. Okay, well, we hit it. So the question is it enough? Oh god, it's so close. It's so...
First blood. slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Watch this. Watch what her pickle does. Watch. We're fighting 2v2. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Misses Q. And then does this. After he does this, he walks straight top and does not come bot for the next 15 minutes. Watch this.
Good def, X fundamentals. Take a look at this early game, right? What's happening with the wave state? It's gonna start bouncing back to my opponent. Now, you see Belvid is bot, and I knew here that there's a good chance that Evelyn is pathing top. The privilege that I have by having the wave priority here first is that I hit level 4, and now I pretty much have two options. I have no passive, I'm a little bit lower than half HP, that's why I pulled up, and so now I can pretty much make two decisions. You would all agree with me that Evelyn ganks here are probably dead nearly every time. I don't have flash, I don't have passive. Shen is playing with flash ignite, and he has no wave clear. So, I said I will die for the wave, consciously, because I know if I push in this wave, that the Shen can never get this wave in back into my turret. So I will hard push this here. Now I'm gonna try and maximize my damage onto the Shen so he loses more HP. I die on the weak side, but crucially, where is Evelyn gonna go next? Evelyn recalls goes back into bot side because that's the only position where she has jungle camps. Evelyn's already taking them. That's really well done by Evelyn. I TP back, and now I'm able to take this plate and get into the proxy position because of the tempo that I have. Shen's still stuck in lane. He tries to stop me, I just waddle away, I take over the aggro, and I hold it long enough to let my next Cannon wave enter into the turret. Now, as a result of that, the wave is pushing back to me again. Outcome is that he's gonna lose a full wave here, I get a plate, and I get a massive CS lead. Good def, X fundamentals. Take a look at this early game, right? What's happening with the wave state? It's gonna start bouncing back to my opponent.
We really can't solve that problem. It's not even that they
Oh God, not to sound cheesy, but I literally worship the ground you walk on. And if that makes me a stalker, then just call me the CEO of restraining orders.
Oh.
Is that a position
available?
No, please don't stalk me.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Take that earnestly.
I'm ruling out the stalking.
Okay.
Make sure everyone put that.
We're going to stop stalking. We'll stop right now.
I gotta call a couple guys.
Yeah. Hey guys, by the way.
I gotta call some things off. Yeah, it's not chill, actually.
Oh God, not to sound cheesy, but I literally worship the ground.
We need way more stupid ratios in League of Legends. Not damage ratios, but just silly ratios, you know? Like imagine if Nami got a little move speed when buying wet items because she's getting slipperier, or Master Yi's sword getting a little longer the more health he has. Just like stupid stuff that would never actually make the characters better. Bro, the 3 Tark players would be absolutely overjoyed if the more AP he had, the hotter he got. Like looks maxing Tark would go viral overnight. We need way more stupid ratios in League of Legends. Not damage ratios, but just silly
Okay, PSA to all men. Just because a girl is wearing a low-cut shirt or a tight top or a fitted outfit doesn't give you permission to just stare at their chest. It makes us so uncomfortable, and if you guys could please stop doing it, it would be amazing. Men will always be like, oh, we don't like being called creeps, or we're so scared to be called creeps, but then you guys make it so difficult for the female species to exist or even wear anything.
Okay, in case you guys didn't hear a word that lady just said, she said don't be creeps, don't stare at her. No matter what she's wearing, no matter what any other woman is wearing, don't stare. I mean, even if she has like a flamingo on her head, you better not stare. Even though it's like totally human, you know, when somebody is just being totally obvious and flaunting, you know, maybe they're even like dancing with that flamingo. Yeah, you better not look unless you're attractive in her eyes. So like, okay, so it gets a little muddied, I know. So if you're attractive, so, you know, you gotta look at the scale. So if you're maybe an 8 or 9 or 10, she probably, you know, she's a 10 up there. So like you might really need to be a 10. Don't look at her unless you're that, because we all know that's the truth.
Okay, PSA to
I outsmarted my students into exposing themselves for using AI to write their papers. I laid a trap and let them all walk into it. I assigned my students a film analysis paper for their term project. Typical watch the movie, analyze it, write a lengthy report, the usual stuff. The film was older and obscure, no Wikipedia page, no reviews, and no available script. Just a digitized copy I uploaded to the class drive. And I told them, don't expect to find much online. I gave them 2 weeks, and then I waited. What I didn't mention to them was that I made the film. I made it years ago for my own final project at university, barely released. It lived on a hard drive until this assignment. And a few weeks before assigning it, I wrote a synopsis about my film and posted it to Reddit. 2 weeks later, the papers came in. Some students submitted thoughtful, honest work, but I failed the rest of them. None of them knew why until I handed their papers back.
Two master builders.
One Lego set.
Technically 2, because we're both going to build our own this time.
We're gonna see what we can build using only these pieces. Why is mine empty?
I took all your pieces out.
I'm gonna go build.
Okay. I want to use the eyes not as eyes. We got 2 of these and I'm thinking wings. So I build a little pattern and then we put on the eyes so that it looks like a face. Like those butterflies that trick you to scare you away.
Nice big head. Give it big brain. Frog eyes. Keep those there. Little ears. That's a piece. More eyes. I don't know yet.
I guess I'm building a butterfly? Maybe a beetle? I don't know, some kind of bug.
Alright, I'm just gonna combine these together. It's like a duck with jet wings. I'm gonna use this piece as like a neck.
Add some plates, some snot bricks. Those can be eyes maybe? Or even better, horns. Vicious bug.
Little ears. On both sides. Can you hold that? Thank you. Alright.
Finish up the face. Oh no, this is definitely a cow face. Let's give it a nose. Yep, it's a cow beetle now. Might as well add some udders.
A bench with wings. Clip, another clip, shoe, second shoe, a third fancier shoe. Whoop, clip, leg 4 times, but 2 with shoes. Neck, tail, has little legs.
So I'm not finding a great way to finish out the body besides this, which is a little long. But let's lean into that by adding these little ratcheting pieces and a spike on the end. Now our cow beetle has a scorpion tail.
Bracket, other bracket, leg. I think he needs a nice... what have I done? Carefully. This little chest. Okay.
It's a chimera, cowmera, a creature of legend, with a big spike on the back that doubles as a nose. Hey, I'm a friendly guy. Lie, chimera, attack.
It's a dragon. It's a dragon! It's a dragon. I made this at the beginning. It actually worked as fire. Dragon.
And with the remaining pieces, I made this, which is even more of an abomination. All right, this is an excellent dragon. Straight up ferocious. I am.
Fire action.
Okay, I was confused what this is. You can clip it on. Fire. It's hot. I like the posability of the tail too. Okay, wait, hold on.
Also good.
Good stretchability.
It has a face.
It's camouflage.
Okay, scorpion tail. I like the little cow face a lot. That is like my absolute favorite. I like it a lot. I like his little legs.
And both of these were made using only pieces from this set.
I can't love you in the dark. It feels like we're all strands apart. I can't love.
Was your fight with Alan real?
Oh, yeah.
Some dad jokes or what?
Stop. Funny. Stop.
No, absolutely not. I think everyone on the internet thought it was real for a little bit, but it was Alan's idea. It wasn't Alan. Tell him.
No, it wasn't.
Alan, stop it. We're trying to clear the air.
It wasn't my fucking idea.
No! This is not your
It
time!
wasn't my fucking idea, bitch.
Get out of here.
Hey. That was 100% real.
None of you are on camera.
Would Alan and I be working together still if the fight was real?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, you're here for the money. We know.
Everyone can see from that stupid shoot that we had to stand up. We had to stand up and crouch just to stay on camera while we were fighting.
This is true. Was your fight with Alan real?
Liberal white women are like, I'm autistic, my husband's autistic, and we have 7 autistic kids, and actually, like, we're like all fine and we're thriving. Hi, okay, so that's not normal. Okay, so that's actually an issue. It's hey, so why do you have autism, and why do all your children?
That is the kind of viewpoint that sounds compelling, but when looking just a little deeper is held up by a scaffold of dust. I say that because why would it be not normal for autism to run in families?
Got it.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
What are your weak spots again?
get that no one ever told Super, you know, you're closer to Flackett than to Callist, right? In his brain, he seems to think he actually is Callist. I did forget that component, to be fair. And those interview comments will live rent-free in my head forever. I can't lie. Listen, if you didn't mean them, you got me, you baited me. But if you did mean them, like, they will just live rent-free. Like, those were wild. I sort of like the confidence, but the sentiment is so bad. It's so bad.
Admire the confidence.
You're not better than Def. Listen, you were never better than Def. What? I don't even know if you're better than Def now when he's on his way to the army. I'm just going to say that, Super. Like, I'm not hating, mate. You know.
I mean, I think in his head he thinks he's better than Callista, and like that to me is the scary thing about the series.
Right. Okay.
Like, I think if Koi had Flackett on their, I keep mentioning Flackett because it's just literally such a perfect example. If they have Flackett on their team in this series, I think that they can win. Right, yes. Like I think Flackett will just he'll find a way to not lose. Like Alvaro will just go to mid, they'll camp on mid, like we're describing G2 last year, playing, and then there'll be a way. There will be a path because Vladdy won't back down from a fight, right? Like, and that is to his advantage and to his detriment, is what I would say. But I think that Koi's bot lane has too much self-confidence. You call it self-confidence, call it arrogance, call it ego to back down from the fight, and I think that's what makes this series really, really scary. And I think it's not impossible Koi goes to MSI, but I think it's impossible that a path that involves Koi having to go through KC to get to MSI happens. But I can see a world that like maybe they can win into.
I mean, they already did win a BO3 against Fnatic. Maybe they could beat G2. These are plausible, right?
I mean, it's plausible they can beat G2, and I think like in Fnatic, against Fnatic, they, Mirwin can go and do what he did against G2 in summer last year. The series that got Mad to Worlds.
Yeah.
Like Mirwin can go and pick his weird stuff into Oscar, and he can do something into Oscar, but there is no way that Canna is going to let him get away with that.
I think Canna is a bit too good for that.
Yeah. So I think that it's a really rough series, but there's a world where KC beats Fnatic and Koi, Fnatic and Koi, and then they're in the upper bracket, and then Koi can be the second team. So I think it's not impossible, but I think the series is stylistically really, really rough, and I think they're kind of sad that because I think that even if Fnatic were number 1 seed, they would have picked Koi as well, because of those 4 teams you would pick, because the number 1 team gets to pick who they want. But I think they're sad that KC are the number 1 team because they got picked by KC, and now they have to play the bad stylistic match.
Peter, you don't ever have to apologize. Oh, go on.
Here's the flip side though. Like we haven't really talked about jungle support, and like Yike has had an insane year, but like in terms of like stylistically and aggression wise, like we praised Labrov and Mickey, like Labrov individually a lot. We praised Mickey a lot, right? We didn't really talk about the supports outside of those. I think Alvaro is cracked. I think Alvaro is so fucking good, and like I think especially from an outside perspective, when Alvaro has really strong direction, and I think you're right that like their bot lane opts into a lot of like losing 2v2s, right? Like 2v2s they shouldn't take, and I think that there's a chance for that. Let's imagine that direction is coming from Super, right? Because the hypothesis here is that like Super is too cocky and they're taking a lot of losing 2v2s. But I think if Alvaro has a really strong direction from a really strong mid-jungle duo and a winning topside matchup, right? Like, I think and KC we said they have a slow early game, right? There's a world where Mad Lions just outpaces them, right? There's a world where they outpace them. I think Jojo has been a player with really high highs and really low lows. If Jojo comes in and has an insane day, and Elyoya and Alvaro are all over mid lane, and like transitioning into top and smothering Canna, and like KC's early game is like kind of slow normally, I think there's a world where they blast them, I think even we said the same about like G2, right? Like all it takes is for Labrov to come in and have an insane day, and like the recipe that we talked about for G2 is still there, right? Bot Prio goes mid, and then you enable your Skewmond, who is like stylistically not that dissimilar from Yike, right? So the recipe still works, Like I think the recipe is for Mad is totally feasible. Like when you look outside of just the bot lane and the top lane matchup, because I agree that like Canna is way too good to like get cheesed and consistently lose over the course of a best of 5 in Fearless, right? But I think that Callist has like definitely outpaced or like, I don't know, outweighed Super in a lot of their series so far, right? But all it takes is for Super to or even for the coaches to push really aggressively to come in and have a read of like, okay, we're gonna band-aid bot, right? And like the thing that you've highlighted I think really accurately that like G2 and MKOI don't really have right now is they don't have these band-aids on bot that allow them to play super aggro through a mid top, right? Like it's not like G2 is never going to pull out the Seraphine Pike, you know, or the Senna Nyla. Like this has just not been their style, right? And like I think Koi actually does have a lot of creativity. I think Koi's willing to play a lot of like random shit, frankly, and I think they do have the confidence to do it as well, right? So like there's a balance there, you know, like swallowing the pill and being like, I'm not as good as this guy, so I'm going to play Seraphine. Or like you can frame it to yourself differently, right? You can also be like, I'm going to fuck this guy because he's not willing to play Ziggs. What an idiot, right. You know? Like, right? Like I think it really depends on like, there is for sure an egomaniac way to phrase it, right. That you come out with a great band-aid for bot lane that allows your jungle support to go and play the game and fuck up enemy team, right?
So what you guys don't know is he's actually giving you like secret dark coaching tech right now. This is how you convince them that like the egotistical move would be to play Seraphine, like, you know, it's some mind fuck like that. Yeah.
I mean, okay, so I remember an interview when Adam first joined the LEC and he's like roaming mid level 2 and ganking and stuff like this, you know? And I remember him going on PGL and being like, yeah, if I wanted to, I could shit stomp the guy in lane, but I choose to play for my team because I'm a better player, you know?
Okay.
Like that level of like, you know, of
you can just hear Yamato's echo in his ear telling him like, no, what if you were to roam though? What could they do then? You'd show him up completely. Yeah, exactly. True.
I'm laughing because this is literally Flacken. Like right. he's like we could fight them 2v2, but you know what? Why don't I just pick Zig Seraphine and then we just win the game and you know they're not going to beat me. Like
no, by the way, the angle here is this is called Kianan swag. It's like, oh, are you the best AD carry ever? I'll just play fucking Heimerdinger, even though he didn't actually do that against Susie. I will point out, but like that is what he would have done. Like lol, who cares? Like I play some bullshit champ and beat you. I win. That's my angle.
I'm gonna sit here 1v2 for 15 minutes, and they're gonna get a 6 CS advantage, and that's it.
Yeah. By the way, Peter, you never have to apologise for talking about Flacken, because you have to understand, when you do shows like this, they need to be able to fill out the bingo card. So they've got to be able to hit Hilazang, some reference to Niski, even if it's not on the show, something about Splice. Like you're going to fill out the bingo card. Speaking of which, that transitions to my bad point, which is obviously one of the bingo card ones this year would be Stend. We never hear the fucking end of Stend, do we? Like you'd think he was the fucking second coming of Matter the way Peter talks about him. But I'll tell you what, he'll need to be Peter, because here's the problem. My bad point is, right, I said it before, I'm not just saying this because Mac is here. I actually did want of the teams that were in position to get that last spot. I wanted Vitality to be it because I thought Vitality had the higher ceiling and people like Knack might actually go crazy in the playoffs. My problem with Heretics is I actually have a lot of respect for how they play, and I think actually a bunch of their players have performed way above their level, including the aforementioned Sten. Obviously, Shio goes without saying. I think some of these players have done really well. My issue is, bearing in mind they have to start in the lower bracket and they are going to play the loser of Fnatic G2. I don't think they have any potential to do anything in these playoffs in a BO5, unfortunately. Like, I feel like they're just going to get immediately bounced out and everyone's just going to forget, actually, what a good split they had, and the fact that they were, like, again, this was the team that really showed me the flaws of Karmic Corp, because they had Karmic Corp that close to being out of that BO3. It's just the problem is Karmic Corp's hands were just too good and they could just win the team fight. So I this is a team low-key, I don't know if I say I'd pull for them, but I respect them, but I just don't know how they could possibly win a series. Thoughts, Mac?
Yeah, I think it's a bit tough. I mean, obviously we did a lot of prep for them because we had tiebreaker versus them, and I think especially when you go from even from a best of one, we felt like we had a really clear read on their champ pools and that like they had issues. I think when you go into a BO3, those issues become really apparent. I think when you come into a BO5, like it's tough. It's really, really tough. I think it probably benefits someone like Flackid, you know, in a best of 5. But for the rest of the players, like I don't see where they go after they have their like, you know, their like bread and butter drafts gone. And maybe that's something they go away and work on, you know, but I don't think this team has like a strong enough winning recipe or deep enough champion pools to like, I don't think they can run the same recipe like over and over and over again with different champions, right? I don't think they have the depth of champion pool for that, which is fine because they have a lot of really young players. But I also don't think that they have like the versatility in terms of like the way that their roster is built to be able to switch from like bot lane carry to top lane carry, or like, you know, playing aggro through mid to like outscaling in like, you know, game 2, 3, 4. I don't think they're going to be able to switch gears into different styles. So I think that's a big.
Also, by the way, good luck to Camilo. You're going to be playing either fucking Caps or Humanoid in a BO5. Like, enjoy, mate. This isn't the fucking LFL Division 2 now, mate. Like, well, welcome to the big leagues.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fearless Best of 5 is really, really rough for this Heretics, and I think that, you know, Camelu is outperforming where a lot of people thought that he would be.
Sure.
Let's leave it.
That's a
at
kind way to say it. Yeah, as usual, Peter. Well done.
But one thing I would say about Camelu is that one of the abilities for you to be able to switch gears in a best of 5 is to be able to have your mid laner be able to take more control over the game. And I think that Heretics are a team that are heavily reliant on jungle support to do a lot. And sometimes I would say they're not playing around mid on the timers that they could. Like, it's very hard for Camelu to snowball his lead with his jungle and support, because when he gets, firstly, he doesn't get the leads individually that often, but when he does get the leads, the jungle support are never there. And I don't blame Shio and Sten for that. I blame the mid laner, because it's your responsibility. Like, your jungler can't just sit there and stare at mid wave all the time, right? Like, it's not, he's got other things to do on the map. And I think that is the one thing that Camelu has really, really struggled as, even if individually he doesn't look that bad. So yeah, so I think it's going to be pretty rough. Is that how the series goes? Is it definitely the G2 versus 5? Because I think in past seasons, like the higher seed gets to choose, no? Or
What, even for the low bracket? Oh, I wasn't aware. Maybe that is a factor. I could be wrong.
I don't know. Okay.
Oh, fair enough.
I mean,
they still would surely pick the Heretics anyway, though, rather than GX, right? Don't you think so? So it might not matter anyway. It might be moot.
Yeah. I mean, unless KC get to pick, unless KC lose. So I guess they're going to be the biggest Koi fans. Actually, Koi versus Heretic. But what I would say is that I'm on the same page. It's not enough. Like, they've won a lot of games in best of 3s, with Sheer and Sten just carrying the game, but that is not enough in playoffs, and it's not enough in Fearless best of 5. So yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. But I think that this playoffs. So often we talk about mid laners or AD carries. You know, they're the ones who the carry roles get the flashiest, that get the most attention. They do the flashiest plays. But this playoffs is going to be about support, and it's going to be about how Labo performs. It's going to be about how Sten performs. It's going to be how Jun performs. And, you know, we haven't talked about it yet, but it's going to be about how, like, Tarkinus performs as well, and Mickey, right? Like, the support.
I think that's the first time his name was mentioned the whole episode. We're an hour and a half in. If it's about support, I was thinking I was not being mentioned. He's invisible. Yeah. He's silent even on this show. What's going on?
Yeah. But, like how Alvaro performs, how Sten performs, how Jun performs is going to define whether these teams have a chance or they don't have a chance, right? And I would back Alvaro, but the others, it's going to be harder for them. They have harder jobs.
I think there's like another kind of dynamic to that, and I kind of agree. But at the same time, like, you cannot win the LEC without a top tier mid laner. Like, that's just how it is, man. And one of the things that, like, you're talking about with Camelu, right, is being able to actually call for resources and control the game. And I think the kid's hands are decent. Honestly, I think his hands are good, right? But when you look at the way that, let's say, Humanoid plays the mid game, like, the guy has 12 CS a minute and comes to the team fight and does the most damage because his fucking support is in his pocket all the time. And that's not, like, random coincidence, you know? Like, that's because he's communicating it aggressively, right? The reason that, like, Caps has historically been able to take so much risk around mid and his support jungle have been permanently around mid is because he's communicating the opportunities, right? So I think it's so much about mid lane in the end, but what you're saying about support really feeds into it, right? Like, the way that you play early game, the way that you lane assign later on, and, like, the conditions that your mid laner arrives to the game winning fights in is so dependent on, like, your mid laner being able to control jungle support and control the game, and, like, that's what a top tier mid laner does, right? And, like, Heretics, they don't have that from mid or top or AD carry, right? They don't have this, like, driving seat player who is going to be like, be here on this wave and I will fucking murder them and carry the game, you know? Like, who is saying that on Heretics? I don't think anyone's saying that on Heretics. I think if you look at the, like, teams outside of the top 4, just to carry on the top laner mid laner point, right? Like, the top 4 teams all have, like, really, really strong mid laners, and then if you look down the rest of the league, they're either, like, mid laners that people hoped it would be top tier, right? Like Larsen, Nuclear, for example, or they are long shots at finding a top tier mid laner, right? Like if you look at, for example, Jackie's Camelou is the longest of long shots, right? Like that's a huge long shot and everyone knows it is, and that's fine. And Jackie's is the exact same, right? Like Jackie's actually was promoted into XL from a really similar situation. Like my guy was playing fucking Czech League and went straight into the LEC, and then like his first 6 months were rough, but now he's looking really solid. And we haven't talked about GX at all, but like this guy has something. Like he's a pretty cool player. Like he's really creative, he's really aggressive, he's clutch, he team fights well, and like they won their fucking tiebreaker versus Heretics because they first picked Sion Nidalee and put Sion mid. Like that's crazy, you know. I love a player with the willingness to do that, you know. So I think like Giants is also a really cool team to talk about because like I mean Jun and Noah are fucking good, right? Like and Jackie's is this really interesting up and coming mid laner story who's like he's 1 year ahead of.
We'll get to that. Don't worry, that's coming. That's coming.
He's a full chapter ahead.
That's coming.
Okay.
I've got a question on this, which is for you, Mac, which is Czech League or LFL2? Which is the biggest gamble for promoting from?
LFL2. Czech players are a different breed.
By the way, Czech players clearly come from the super school of like, I'm just the shit, aren't I? Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. You seem to think you are, fair enough. Like, you just walk in the building thinking you're the best, fair enough. Okay, I get it. By the way, then let's shift then. What is the ugly going to be? Because we start with you, Mac. What is the ugly point right now?
Okay, so my ugly point is like a bit more abstract and a bit broader. It's not really to do with any specific team. Okay, I mean, that's not true, actually. But my like ugly thing, like we talked about how like we have so many teams that can fill out stadiums and it's so good for the league and all this type of stuff, right? And like the counterpoint to that is that like, bro, the like being part of esports is so more fucking toxic than it used to be. Like it's crazy, man. There's been a fair bit of drama this year, like all the stuff popping up with Koi and blah blah blah, and like a lot of those people are people I know from behind the scenes, right? And so I have like a lot of insight into the things that are happening, and like that I have never wanted to be on Twitter less than in like the last year, nice. You know? And Vitality fans are insane. I love Vitality fans. They're fucking amazing. They're so fucking supportive. But like, I think that like the amount of toxicity, like the number of fucking death threats, like this type of stuff. Like it used to be you would get death threats if you're on Fnatic, you know, because you lose a game and someone messages you like, dude, I bet 2,000 euros on your game, why are you so fucking dog shit, you know? And then they send you a death threat, right? Like that's how it was back in the day. But this is like, it's a lot more common now. And I think that like actually I wanted to just talk like briefly about like my experience at the KC event. I mentioned earlier that like there were like 2,950 people booing, and then there's the little like Golden Hornets, like probably like 30 people like with their like drum chilling and having a great time. And like actually, I think that this whole like toxicity thing, maybe it's just me, you know, but like I really didn't have that much experience with like receiving toxicity until like 2023. And I think in the last 2 years, for me personally, and from speaking to people behind the scenes, I feel like it's actually gotten a lot like more common. Not to say that the degree has gotten worse, right? But like part of the flip side of having like orgs that can fill out a stadium is that like, you know, the like 1% of really, really toxic fans is just a larger number of people now.
Yes.
Right? So the like... The interesting thing is that, like, on Twitter, I think it's awful. Like, man, it's like I don't want to go on Twitter anymore. I mean, there's other reasons not to go on Twitter too, right? Fucking Elon Musk. But the like interesting thing is that like going to the K-Corp arena, like yes, they're all booing, and like we had a chat with the team beforehand, right? Just doing some like kind of making sure, like doing some visualization, like being like, what's the worst case scenario? Like, how is it going to affect you? How do we want to respond as a team? You know, and what's interesting to me, I have no experience growing up with traditional sports. Zero. Traditional sports had no interest in me whatsoever, you know? So the whole culture of like booing and banter and insulting people, the trash talk, like it's like really foreign to me, actually. And fortunately, a lot of the guys in our team have played like a lot of sports and have a lot of experience with this and like have supported football clubs and stuff like this, you know? And so like we actually decided that it was like not a big deal at all, and we were just going to laugh at it, you know? That's what we did. We just laughed at it and it was fun. Like no one gave a fuck, you know? But what was interesting to note was something that Niski said, like, guys, like, yeah, I know that they like say stuff online, you know, I know there's death threats, blah, 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 but like, guys, nothing is going to happen to you. Like that it's not the same as online. And actually, that was our experience, right? Like walking around, like you're walking around the stadium, and there's like security guards, like, you know, chaperoning us to make sure nothing happens because blah, 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 blah. And for the most part, the people who are there at the event, who are also the ones booing, and like potentially, probably there's a crossover with some of those people also posting death threats online, are just there being like, hello. They're just like, it's not the same, you know? So I think it's like an interesting point about kind of, I feel like esports is in a bit of a transition phase where actually, like I said about players becoming more and more like athletes, and I think that like the fans are becoming more and more like traditional sports fans, you know? And I've actually noticed a lot of the like kind of OG esports fans who are like very much not sports fans, so it's like a very different breed of fandom, like having a bit of a rough time and becoming a little bit more marginalized, and there's like some fucking witch hunts going on and stuff like this, you know? So I think it's like it's a really odd time for the people who've been here for a while, because like the fandom just looks so different to what it did before. I'm not even necessarily saying it's worse, because like actually I had a great time being booed on stage by 3,000 people. Like it was pretty fun, because we decided it was going to be fun. But you have to take that mental step into acknowledging that like this is a fun thing, because a lot of the time, like when this first started happening in esports, or like I remember like there was this like T1 event, right, where like when KC entered the LEC, T1 did like a show match with them, and like the KC fans booed the T1.
They booed Faker when he walked out.
Yeah, which was pretty crazy.
It
right?
is, that's
and,
pretty
like,
nuts, yeah.
And the overall sentiment was like either this is outrageous, or this is stupid, or this is sad. You know, like those I think were kind of the three main sentiments. And I think there's like the potential for just a mindset change, and like, you can like it or not, you know, but you can also choose to interact with it in a way that's just like, this is sports, this is how it is, this is how fans are, and like I'm gonna laugh at it, you know. So that I find was ugly but thought provoking.
Sure. I mean, I think it's fair. I will say that this is a new thing, because when I went to NA, I was shocked by how different the culture is. Like, this is what it's been like in NA. Maybe it's because TSM fans were like this, or Cloud9 fans were like this, but the number of like graphic, like really graphic death threats I would get from Cloud9 fans when I was in NA was holy moly. And you know, I coach in Brazil against, you know, Brazil, Turkey. You know, like I never got some of the like, you know, the stuff that people were typing, like the detail. It's just like holy. Even in Europe, even when it was bad. But I would say that I think that it's become different. But the problem with this is that a lot of the things that you would get from personalities, you don't get anymore, right? So like you know, I post a lot of in-depth analysis, well, in semi-depth analysis of Brazilian League of Legends, right? But I never do that for European League of Legends, right? Why? It's because in Brazil, I can make a mistake, or like maybe it's because of a language, people using Google Translate. They will assume the intent of what you're saying, right? Rather than try to nitpick tiny little bits of your language, or like, you know, they had one piece of analysis which they think wasn't perfect 4 months ago, and then everything you do for the rest of your life is now shaded by that one piece. Like
Scarlet Letter, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
They'll bring it up. Whereas in Brazil, like I can post something, you know, maybe 90% of the stuff I say is right. I hope plus, but if I get something wrong, people aren't going to hold it against me for the rest of my life. So it makes me want to interact with people more. And this is the thing in Europe. Like I just basically don't interact that much more, because I don't want, like, it's not fun to have people bring up things from 2 years ago or 18 months ago because they've had a grudge, they've had a chip on their shoulder. And like, this is one of the things which really struck me because I've never been a co-host on a show before, right? But there are times where we make a negative KC point, or a negative Koi point, or a negative other orgs point. I'm not going to go into, you know, and I will get fans saying to me, don't make this point, and you know, you can get more viewership, or you can get more interaction, or things like this. You know, and there's a pressure, I think, on people to pander to the audience, because that will give you more clicks, it'll give you more views and things like this. And to me, what that results in is it means that certain teams get soft analysis about them, and this is dangerous in the long term, because what will happen is then sometimes fan bases will think, oh, this all my team's getting no coverage, no negative coverage, they must be the best. Oh, but when things go bad, because they will always go bad, like there is no winning in 2025, maybe in 2028 it will be different, but in 2025 there is no beating the Korean teams. You can beat one Korean team, but you're not beating 4 Korean teams at Worlds, right? So you're not winning the World Championship. Please prove me wrong, EU fans, but like at some point you're going to lose, and then all those people who have been fed positive reinforcement about the team suddenly have to face the reality. And who do they blame? They don't go and blame the content creators, they go and turn on the players, and they go and shit on their own players at the end of the year. And this I've seen this frequently happen on teams with positive fan bases. Because let's go to TSM, right? Like lots of people used to say really, really positive things about TSM. TSM begin to think, oh, we're the best team in the world, there's nothing wrong with us, we can definitely win. Yep. And at the end, when they lose, who's taking the brunt of it, right? And that is my concern. It's people just stop saying negative things. And obviously, like, I just don't interact with Twitter anymore, so I for the European side, so it doesn't affect me. Like, I'm not going to pander to a popular org, right? Like, if I think Casey suck, I'm going to say Casey suck. Thankfully, they don't suck, and I agree with a lot of what they do this year. So I'm in a fortunate situation where I can just keep glazing Casey because I like Reha and I like Kalist. But there is that pressure on people, and it's not like implicit, it's also explicit, because you actually get people messaging you and say, yeah, just don't do this, and it's good for your career. And thank you for the advice. Thank you. I appreciate the advice, but how can you live with yourself if you at night, if that's what you've chosen to do with your life? Yeah, that's my input.
I think one thing that's quite interesting that was nuanced that you did there, Mark, as well, is you divided the difference between the vocal minority, which, by the way, on Twitter just is the majority. It's everyone. Obviously, the people who don't talk, we don't know they exist. It's why one of the most annoying things about fan bases is every fan base that has an annoying, incredibly minor but very vocal toxic element, they do that thing where they go, you're complaining about fans of our team, but I'm not like that. It's like, yeah, but you didn't talk until 1 second ago. I'm adjusting the people who were talking to me, and spoiler, in your fan base, maybe it's all. By the way, this is where perspective's different. For you, it's like we've got tens of thousands of fans, and maybe there's a few that are bad. It's like you understand, even 100 really bad fans can ruin it for everyone. Like that, I don't even know if you need 100. Maybe 50 really bad fans they could seem like 50,000, and the way that they message you is going to give you it's going to skew on your perspective of their fan base and what they think about you in a way that's like you can't know. You haven't got a focus group. You can't know what the actual wider fan base thinks. So I do think the difference between Twitter and live has always been enormous. It's always been night and day in esports. Like, the joke would be, in my home game of Counter-Strike, I would have all these people on Twitter vilifying me, like, everyone hates you. And then if I ever went to the event, the joke is, because I'm not like a guy who wants to be famous, I'm not actually the guy who would go and try and do like fan signings and stuff, but I actually started doing them, because what would happen is friends of mine who were commentators, like Anders and stuff, like legendary people, they'd always be coming in and going, oh, I was just signing some stuff for fans. They would say, like, where are you? Like, they wanted to get some stuff for you. I was like, what? And when I realised it was the live audience are normal people, mate. They're actually people who like pay to go and watch a game and like want like to have a fun, entertaining time. And yeah, okay, part of that entertainment, like Max said, like sports, is being able to cheer and to boo. But you're cheering and booing like WWE. You're doing it with like a wink, wink. It's why you could actually see, for example, look, maybe Skewmon didn't, but some of the other G2 players clearly did find it fun when they were booed in the fucking Koi homestand or whatever it was. Like you could tell they understood what the game was. And that it was like, again, that's like we're in an away game and we get the vibe of being like booed, but they'll also cheer us at the end if we win the game and all that. Like that's fair play in my opinion. That is almost like on the banter level where it's like that's just what you want, that's what you need. But and also, by the way, I agree with what you're saying there. That's how you can even frame it to your players if you're the away team. There's two angles you can go with. One, it's a literal actual quote, by the way, in wrestling, professional wrestling, where the fake one obviously, where they say that boos are a heel's cheers. What you have to think of is, in this scenario, the more they boo us actually, like if you're G2, it's obvious. The more they boo us, the more essentially they're almost cheering for us because they can't cheer us, can they? We're the enemy, and it actually shows they respect us. They know that like they're booing a lot now because they're trying to affect us to make us play worse in the game so we don't beat their team. But they wouldn't do that if we were harmless and we were some shit team. If anything, that would be like the worst thing you could actually get from KC fans at homestand would be silence or just like a golf clap. That would actually be worse than getting the boos. If you're Caps, you want them to boo you, mate, like you're faker, like you're walking in their arena. And also, another thing you can always tell players, as well as that angle, is you tell them, whereas in a normal stage match, you want to be cheered when you make a play, you can also do the opposite there, which is, if that's a totally biased home crowd, you make them go silent. It's a thing we now say in Counter-Strike. What they say is, what you do is you trash talk if you're the away team. You say, I'm going to make this arena like a library. It's a fucking banger, by the way. That's a real thing, though, because in the same way as the Raw, the crowd will get you going. Realising that all of a sudden everyone's like, and they're waiting to cheer, but they can't because you're fucking wrecking their team. That, you can get off on that, too. That can be kind of like a motivator and feel really good and feel nice. So you got, I know what you mean. You sort of got to reframe the programming. I'm with you, though, because online, what people don't appreciate is the whole sentiment's different online. And I agree with you. The silliest thing is, I'll bet there even is a small overlap. I'll bet some of the people who would go... I've actually had this happen too, by the way. I've had people flame me in real life on Twitter in a really rude way. As in, like, not even like you're an idiot, like, I'll fuck you up at the event. And then their profile picture... They're like a literal 16-year-old kid, and it was them meeting me at a like CS major like 4 years ago. And it's like, you weren't, mate. Where was that energy in real life? You know what I mean? Like in real life, you wouldn't have said boo to a goose in real life. But what happens is you get online and there's no responsibilities. You're just a kid acting out, aren't you? I'll give you a very quick analogy. If anyone knows people will know the film maybe. If anyone knows the famous graphic novel by Alan Moore called From Hell, where it's a fictionalized version of the Jack the Ripper murders, and it's also actually more, it's not a whodunit biscuit. It's more about like the effect it had on society and how this would change, like, and it introduced the modern world in certain ways, etc. And it has a chapter that I'll never forget where it has the part where the Jack the Ripper letters start getting written to the police, like taunting the police and stuff. And he does a hilarious thing where he shows, because apparently this is true, apparently loads of those letters, it became like social contagion. People heard that like Jack the Ripper, a murderer, was writing a letter, so everyone just started doing it. So he has a scene that's hilarious where he shows like all different people in society, like there's literally like a little schoolboy, like, you know, with like an ink pen, he's got ink all over his hands. There's like a vicar sitting down. There's like an old school mom, like, and the joke is they're all writing the letter, and the letter's always like, you know, at my darkest time, my knife shall plunge into your chest tonight. And the joke is like, that's what Twitter is. That same little kid would never say shit in real life, but when he gets online, he's fucking super, enters the game as an ADC. Suddenly he's fucking the big boss who's telling you all the stuff. And that's also what's sad, because here's what I almost wish like fucking Scryer's Orb or something. You could just press a button that showed you in real life what the person saying the comment to you looked like. And if you could just do that, I feel like all of the fucking tension would fly away. Because the real problem is this. If you're a fan, here's the real reason people get so bent out of shape. It's because either, in the case of Peter, he is just trying in good faith to make like an interesting point. And then you're doing the thing where you're not just disagreeing. You can disagree with Peter, but don't be like a victim about it. Don't be like, oh, so because you think like Callista isn't the absolute best ADC, now you hate him and you're downplaying him and you've always had an agenda against it. And really, like, you go look at what Peter said, and it was like, I think Upset's the MVP of the split. And you're like, fucking hell, bro, there was nothing in there about Callista. Like, you've self-victimized yourself there. Like, that's the angle that we hate. It's like the angle where it's like, you add in the emotion that wasn't there. Like, that wasn't even what Peter was ever trying to do in that comment. You know, you've made a weird, like, bizarre, like, and because that sort of a tone and approach is what I think puts people off. Because then you feel like you walk on eggshells. Then you feel like you can't even give any opinion possible. Or even worse, as you said, probably the most toxic element is it actually incentivizes just saying what they want to hear and just telling them, actually, you know what, you're right, all your opinions are correct, all your players are the best, everyone's wonderful, and at the end you realise I can't say anything. I may as well say nothing. Like, there's nothing to be gained from this except little internet hearts. So no, I'm with you. I do think people, I understand why to fans are like, what's the big deal? It's just a tweet. But there's another thing to say. If you're a person who's a real life personality who might go to one of these events, by the way, you might meet some of these fans. I'm sorry, you know that 99.99999% like said there would never do anything. But you also know it would only take one nutter. It would only have to be the one person who threw something at you, punched you, and spat in your face. That would ruin the whole thing. So that's why, unfortunately, if you're a personality, you always feel a little bit extra on edge if people make these attacks. You know, you can't dismiss them totally.
But but one more thing on this. This is why it's so important if you're a fan. go to the fan meets.
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
I guarantee
Yes.
you, the players you are meeting at your fan meets,
Yeah.
they have to deal. They deal with much more, like, we're just personalities. You know, they have to deal with maybe somebody they
Oh,
lost
for
some
sure.
money on a bet for somebody, or like, you know, they're getting shit on by like people, and the players go to the fan meets and they're like, huh, different perspective. People don't think that I'm a garbage human being who should go and crawl up in an alley somewhere. And those things make a massive difference. Like to people like Thorin and I, you know, and I guess Mac too. Like we've seen it all, right? But like some rookie coming up, maybe they haven't. And you know, even for the older people and the older people in the scene, it's good for us, but it's infinitely better for like some 18-year-old kid.
Yeah.
Like, and that's why having these homestands is so good, and that's why those fan meets don't like, even if you have to leave, you have to catch the next train 50. You've gone to Berlin to go and see LEC, and you have to catch the next train in 15 minutes, you know, to go back into town. That 15 minutes probably doesn't mean much to you, but it will mean the world to the guy who you go and take a picture with, or you go and shake hands, even if they're too cool to show it. You know, it warms their heart underneath.
Oh, for sure.
That's what I think.
You know how like when you're a kid and you're like afraid of a spider, and your parents are like, "It's more afraid of you than you are of it." Like that, literally pro players at fan meets, by the way, literally.
True.
And I think it's what you said is really true, Thor, which is that like a lot of this like 1%, like this overlap of like, you know, these like really toxic vocal fans and like people who are at the are actually physically at the events, like the Venn diagram crossover, like a lot of those are like probably just going to be kids, you know, like literal kids. And the thing that is a bit of a shame, which is part of how it is, right? But this is something that I think that like as esports matures a little bit, like I would like it. Maybe it's not realistic, but I think players already understand this, that like banter is fun when it's done well, you know? But like if you're a player, if you're a competitor, if you're even a commentator, there's this implicit understanding that people have that
Rules are made to be broken. Like buildings.
Who's the most famous person who slid in your DMs?
The most famous person is probably the king of Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia?
I'm not kidding. I'm not capping.
3 million?
He literally owns a tiger. Like,
he owns a tiger?
No, like actually. Okay, I gave him my Snapchat and that's it. He hasn't said anything since.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Hope you enjoy Saudi Arabia.
Since I just ended. Why do we have to die though? Did they forget about the base though? Problem? I'm just get the hell out of here, okay? Just take your base and just get out. Right, games? Please do not have a look at what I just did to their base, okay? This is completely healthy and completely fine. Don't take a look. Alright, thank you very much. Continue. Since I just ended. Why do we have to die though? Did they forget about the base though? Problem? I'm just get down.
I have a group in Counter-Strike that I can play with all night and all morning because they're fucking degenerates. I love that. I would almost argue Counter-Strike is one of the last games, I'm not going to say the only, one of the last games that possesses a degenerate gamer base that is actually down to play games late night, and they haven't made it into a 9-to-5 cubicle job where you only play games if you're live. Do you know how many streamers have told me when I'm playing games, hey man, you streaming? No. I'm like, nah. Like, what the fuck? Why would you game without streaming? Do you understand? That is actually a very common take amongst every streamer outside of me and like 4 others. You understand that, right? Like, that's what it's become. It's wild. It's wild, bro. Everything's like min-maxed. Oh, I'm gonna get on at 8 a.m. Hello, guys. Morning coffee. Hey, guys. What's up? Oh, 4:30 p.m. Need to get off, guys. Can't game anymore. Yep, 4:30. I have to go to bed at 7 p.m. Wake up 7 a.m. Hey, guys. Here again, 7:30 a.m. What the kind of miserable bullshit is that? I have a group in Counter-Strike that I can play with all night and all morning because they're fucking degenerates. I love that. I would almost argue Counter-Strike is one of the last games, I'm not going to say the only, one of the last games that possesses a degenerate gamer base that is actually down to play games late night, and they haven't made it into a 9-to-5 cubicle job where you only play games if you're live. Do you know how many streamers have told me when I'm playing games, hey man, you streaming? No. I'm like, nah. Like, what the dog? Why would you game without streaming? Do you understand? That is actually a very common take amongst every streamer outside.
When you shit talk, you do it before the game, you know?
Yes.
And then after the
Agreed.
game, you respond with chivalry and with sportsmanship and with whatever. And
Absolutely.
like, sure, man, like, you know, I love playing against people that I know. It's so fun, right? Like, it's so fun to play against people that you know. And
Yes.
like, one thing that a lot of the fan base currently seems to have a huge problem with is like it feels like the fans want you to like like literally hate the person on the other side of the stage, you know, like you want to fucking rip them apart. Like, sure, you do in the game, yes, you do in the game, I want to fucking beat them, right? And I want to beat them more because I know them and I like them and we're friends and we have history, right? But like, so many times in the last couple of years I see pictures of like someone, it could be me, it can be someone else, like smiling and hugging the guy on the opposite side after a loss, or shaking their hand, or congratulating them, or being happy because your friend is doing really well, right?
Yes.
Like, you can experience those things at the same time, right? You know, you can like you can desperately want to win and be working your absolute hardest to win and be heartbroken that you didn't win, and also be happy for the person on the other side, you know? Like, that's okay. And that's something that, like, this nuance is totally missing, you know? Of like, yes, smack talk, yes, like, want to go and murder people, yes, like, bring everything, yes, fucking go to war, you know? And like what you're saying about, like, you know, going into the arena and having people boo you and like having this feeling of like, bro, we're on fucking enemy territory, we are going to war. That's an awesome feeling, and you can tap into that as motivation. But like, after the game, it's okay, you know? Like, there's Greg Popovich says a lot, like, guys, it's just basketball. Like, it's just fucking League of Legends, guys, you know? Like, it's not that deep, you know? There'll be another match next week.
By the way,
like,
even though I understand this will always be human nature for people to do this, one thing I actually, if I had like a magic wand, one of my only wishes I would actually make, I wouldn't, believe it or not, what people think, just wished all the Army Corp fans to away to an island where they're deserted, there's no ships or whatever. What I would actually make is this wish. What Mac just said there is what I'd do. I would make a universal rule where you could only trash talk before the game's finished. Because one thing I do hate is when someone does a really good, fun banter trash talk before the game on Twitter, and the second the game ends, the fans of the other team just come all smabbing, hey, what about now? And it's like, well, anyone could do that afterwards, mate. Like, what's the talent in that? Like, this guy actually, by the way, did what we said. He actually, like, put his balls on the line by doing it before the game. If everyone just waits to trash talk after the game, it's just going to be one-sided. It's not fun at that point in time, you know. Or unless you make it like banter. But they take it seriously, you know. Go, what about now? It's like, oh, mate, he was actually giving you an extra reason to care about the game. Come on.
But I mean, I think if you trash talk before the game, you get to trash talk after the game. I think that's fair.
Okay.
I think like if
yeah, but I'm saying this is an example of the fan who wouldn't have, you know. Like, here's the thing: he saw your tweet before the game, Peter, but he didn't reply because what if you beat him? But then the second the team beats you, all of a sudden, no, hey, everyone knew they wouldn't have won that. It's like, well, where were you then, mate? I didn't see you 2 hours ago when I posted the tweet, you know.
But I mean, I can give a perfect example of what Mac is saying about like kind of the hate, like, relationship between coaches, right? So the first time in my career that I ever missed playoffs was in. All right,
nice flex, but okay, keep going, humble brag. Fucking hell, keep going.
But in 20.
And Mac's here as well, you fucking arsehole.
No.
But I know he didn't mean it that way, but it's good that he did. I know. Go on, Pete. Anyway, that one time in a blue moon you missed playoffs. What happened then? Yeah, what happened?
No, but it was in 2023 spring, right? And in 2023 spring, we played a tiebreaker against Mad Lions.
Oh yes,
Mad Lions, right?
Yes.
And like in every single, like, prepping for that game, like, trust me, like, I didn't sleep for 2 days before that game, you know, like, prepping every tiny little detail, nuance that we can possibly do. Right, and obviously after the game I was devastated, but I was really, really happy for Mac, right? And obviously, like, when the team did well and then they went to they won the split. That was really, really great. And you don't hold that grudge, right?
Sure.
Like you have your own personal thing, but you can be sad that you've lost, but happy for the person that beat you, or happy that you win and sad for your friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah,
And like I think that is the nuance. Yeah. So just agree with everything like this.
I just appreciate that you were like, this one time I didn't make playoffs. I struggle to try to remember it quite at this point. I know it's been so long.
That was literally like the. Okay, so I was mentioning it because that was the situation when Mac beat us, and then went forward and you know. Sorry.
Genuinely though, I think like the spirit of how you do it is important, right? And it's not like there's hard rules, you know. Like like you trash talk before you win the game. Like I think the spirit of how you do it is so important.
Yes.
You know, like you don't go and fucking rub the guy's face in it. You know. Like
by the way, also don't you notice that that's a problem of Twitter too, because there's no face. You also can't see that the guy's doing the wink while he says it. You know, people take things too literally. I feel like they don't realise in real life if Humanoid said the same line, it'd obviously be seen as cheeky if he said it on stage, wouldn't it? You know.
Yeah, and like for me, like ideally after the game, like you banter beforehand, and like sure, not everyone in the LEC is friends, but like everyone knows each other, man. And like the ideal for me is that like after the game, you laugh about it together, and you're laughing about it together, not fucking laughing at each other and kicking each other when they're down. You know, I think the like sentiment behind it is so important.
Okay, Peter, what is your ugly point?
Okay, my ugly point is because we were talking, we kind of touched on the Heretics point. But my ugly point is, sure, we talk about the top 4 teams and how they're all really close, but nobody's afraid of TH or GX, right? Going into these playoffs, right? I think nobody's afraid of. Maybe they should be afraid of GX. You know, maybe GX are like not you know. Are not a team that are spiking at the right time, and you know they're a team that shouldn't be underestimated. But yeah, we talked a lot about TH before. But let's be clear, like the top 4 teams, just from speaking to people I know around those teams, they don't think that they don't think that it's possible to lose the best of 5 series against either of these teams. And like that's good. That maybe that's good storytelling, but also it's a result of you know, people have this perception that TH, because of how they play, and GX because of the mentality around, like the reputation that their players have. Like the reputation that GX players have is that they are mentally fragile, and the reputation that TH has from the people that I've spoken to is that they are one-dimensional and have literally the only way that they can win is if you beat yourself, because they're never beating you in 15 minutes. So like you have to lose from an advantage in the mid game, which I think is a skill. I think it's a skill to be able to play from behind, but nobody respects that, right? Like nobody respects that play from behind in the mid game. So yeah, so my ugly point is, you know, nobody respects these teams, and maybe they should. But it will be very, very funny if any of the top 4 teams, after everything their fan base thinks and everything that they that the players that I know think, if they lose to one of these teams, it will be so funny. But yeah, I don't think they have a chance to. Either team has a chance to. Any of those teams have a chance to lose them either. But it would be very, very funny if it. That's all.
Also, tying into the last point, it would definitely open up my boy Kyoto to fucking get on the mic again, wouldn't it? Like, think about it. Like, logically, he might have to play MCOY. Like, you guys won't know this if you only follow LEC. He used to be in Heretics. That would be an enormous fucking rivalry right there to beat Movistar Koi. And then, obviously, if he ever gets to play like a G2, mate, bombs away if he ever wins games in those series. That's when he'll actually remember who the guy was in Winter who was fucking pressing send tweet. Now you've all scared him away, you fucking idiots. Now we have to coax him out of his nest again. It's okay to come on, Kyoto. It's all right now, mate. It's all right. Jackie's can win games now. Yeah.
Holy moly, GX versus G2 if GX win. Oh.
Imagine how glorious that would be.
How would that happen, though?
Well, they'd probably have to play in like the next round of the lower bracket, wouldn't they? Like if they won the first match, they could. If Fnatic beats G2, they'd have to beat like probably MCOY. But if you beat MCOY, maybe you play in the next round of the lower bracket. By the way, that would mean you could eliminate G2 from playoffs, though. That would that would be spicy as fuck. Imagine that. Remember the guy? They're not going to Worlds. I eliminate you, so you don't go to MSI. That would be pretty spicy. Not bad.
Sure. I mean,
by the way, should people be scared of GX back? Should they be scared of them?
I think in best of 5s, it's hard to make the argument that you should be. I think that the type of stuff that this team will do in best of 1s, like, is It's scary.
Right.
Like I think prepping a tiebreaker versus this team at a best of one would have been a nightmare.
Right.
You know. And I think that what they did to like that I mentioned like fucking first pick Zion and flex it mid, like they'll do some random shit, you know. And I think there's for sure a world, you know. But again, like I think similar with Heretics, like I think they are more adaptable than Heretics though. I think like you've got to give them credit there. That like as the champion pool gets thinned down, like these guys will still have champs. At the end of the day, it still comes down to fundamentals, right? I think Heretics literally doesn't have the champs or necessarily the fundamentals or the firepower, or however you want to phrase it, to like go the distance in a best of 5 series. I think GX has the champ pool. Like I think they actually have the champ pool pretty much across the board. Maybe top jungle a little bit weaker, but for sure mid and bot lane, I think they have like really deep champion pools. So I think they can like go the distance, you know. So what would it kind of look like for a team to be afraid of GX? I mean, like you said, they're like mentally fragile, right? I mean, I think Koi has also been really mentally fragile, right? Like I think they're really, really up and down. And I think like that was the case last year, and I don't think that Jojo coming should actually be a big change to that, even if he's like a big voice, and I think he's quite a positive character. But I still think that he has high highs and low lows, right? So like, there's a world where Mad Lions, Koi, I mean, whatever, Movistar Koi comes in and has like a horrendous day and gets like completely fucking triggered because they lose game 1 in a really stupid fashion and it snowballs out of control, and like GX has like one banger cheese that they have prepped for like game 3 or something like this, you know. Like I think it can always happen, and I think one of Giloto's like big strengths in the past has been like doing some of these creative drafts and having some of these like cheeses planned and like having really specific counter picks planned for like opponents' best champions, you know. And like I think that's often a trap that people can fall into. Like you go into playoffs and you're like, bro, I don't know, you're G2 and you're like, every time someone gives us Warwick, we win. We just pick fucking Warwick every time we get it and we're going to win the game, you know? And if someone has a great counter pick prepared to Warwick that you've never seen before, like that can be a big trap. At the same time, like, do I think it's realistic? I mean, I think it's similar to like the scenario for them to beat like a G2 would only happen a lot of the time if they're like literally knocking them out, you know. And the way that people play in these series is just different. The same as why, like,
right.
I think Fnatic.
So maybe
one of the
if
reasons
G2
why
felt the
Fnatic,
pressure, you mean?
Yeah, exactly,
right.
exactly. Like
right.
I think one of the reasons why Fnatic has a decent chance of beating G2 is because it's spring and it's not an elimination match, right? But if you play against G2 in an elimination best of 5, like it's just different. Like the pressure is different, and like the most storied players and the most successful players step up under pressure, and they are like that for a reason, right?
Yes.
Like that's part of how you get to being this good of a player. Like how many game 5s has G2 won versus Fnatic in the last 5 years? Like holy fuck, it's
everyone seemingly right. Except one, I think they lost one.
One, basically. So I think like when you look at that and when you look at the players you have on GX, it's difficult. Respect to their bot lane and respect to Jackie's though. I think those guys are solid as fuck.
Yeah.
Right, here's the problem I have. I think you actually also nailed it by mentioning the format. Bro, if this was BO3s, tell you what, all you need is like one great Jackie carry performance, one game where the jungle does what, you know what, you could see a world where you can get it. BO5's really hard though, especially because, by the way, it's also fearless, so we can't do that thing where it's like, right, put Jackie's back on that champ. No, now we have to get him on now we have to find 3 out of 5 champs that you can have a crazy pop-off against potentially like a G2 or something like that. That seems too implausible. Also, as well as like the fact that it's going to be hard for the superstar to go off, here's the other problem you have. I actually, when I look at this bracket, I don't think there's any way you can play a bot lane where your bot lane's better. Like, you can either play MCoys or you're probably going to play G2s. Like, or Fnatics, like, good luck. Like, just good luck to those boys. Like, the difference is you could do work against some of the other squads. I don't know that you can win a BO5 from there, though. So, no, I'm with you. I actually think that's a good one. Right, by the way, go on, Peter.
This is the disadvantage of Fearless. It makes so Fearless has big pluses, like the champion pool, but one of the things you could do if you were the underdog is come prepared with 1 or 2 really big key strategies. And I will say that, you know, one of the reasons why I think LPL and LCK are so in favor of Fearless is because it stops.
Makes it less like the Western upset happens, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, you think about G2.
Yeah.
The famous G2 wins, like against T1, they had Pyke, right? They could flex Pyke in multiple games, multiple ways. You know, they had all of these other kind of weird cheeses that T1 had to ban out, but now they don't, like, it won't be T1, but, you know,
Vigar, these are like classic how to beat Asian team champions at international events, you know?
Yeah, now you need 5 of them, which is the disadvantage.
No, here's the irony, is people, I think one of the reasons people wanted Fearless wasn't all that shit they said of like, I want to see top players prove it. No, it was the other way around. They hoped it would give you more really exciting upsets. It's going to be the opposite. It's actually way less likely when you get like Game 4. Game 4 and Game 5 should almost have what we have in the UFC, where because most fights in the UFC are 3 rounds, when they have the title fight or the main event fight that has the extra 4th and 5th round, they call that the championship rounds, because a fighter that's only used to fighting 3 rounds, he's going to be out of his depth. You call that like the deep water. That's what it's going to be like in Fearless. Like once you get to Game 5 versus like a top team, where the fuck you do? Your draft is just in Narnia at that point in time, mate. You're just hoping you can pull something together. So I agree, it's way less likely the underdog wins that, actually, even though the fan might think it's going to make it more random. Maybe for BO1s and BO3s is good, but well, there's no BO1s. It was always Fearless in BO1. Right, okay. Our last point of the show, my ugly point. I actually was going to, this is where I was going to set Peter up, but you already did it earlier. I was actually going to do that one before, so I'll change it. I was going to say that, believe it or not, classic meme format, you know, the meme of the guy on the bike with the stick. The guy on the bike would be MCoy, and then what would happen is the stick would be the bot lane, and then the second he falls off, what does he say? Fucking Jojo. That's what I was going to put as my ugly point, Peter, because I agree, the Jojo can't win on this one. He would be the scapegoat no matter what if MCoy lost. So I'm going to switch it. Instead, I'm going to make my ugly point to tie into the G2 topic, which is I actually think the player... Look, it's funny we're talking about Caps, because I actually feel like Caps has actually avoided all scrutiny. I haven't seen anyone say he's having an off split, or where's the GOAT, or wow, you're supposed to auto when he fair. I haven't seen any of that. I actually feel like if you look at the way the game's going, he's just been a bit invisible in some of the games, so he hasn't got flamed. The guy I think is actually in a lot of pressure this split and this year in general is Hans Sammer. Because first of all, I think all those past years, I always said this is why I didn't like that Caps narrative. For me, when I look at 2023 and 2024 G2, that looks to me like literally someone sat down at the beginning of that roster and wrote on a whiteboard, this is a Hans Sammer team. And the whole, and ever hence has it been. And you look at how they played, you remember even at the beginning when they were probably at their absolute best, was actually at the beginning of that roster where they just accelerated bot lane and beat everyone and no one could stop them. Like that was the scariest team. And so if you go and look, I think not only with Labrov has he sort of actually been sort of deactivated to some degree, but then you also look at the league, bro, it's competition of all the killer teams. Like Calist's out there fucking smurfing on people, Upset's got probably the best bot lane in the league. Like he's in a really tough spot. So I feel like here's the problem. People have treated, because of all the championships, Hans Sammer as though he should, is in ADC, be in that category of the Caps and they're truly all-time great generational players. But I think in his teams, actually, my vibe, because I've known some of his coaches in the past teams, is you have to cater to him quite a lot, actually. He's one of those people you have to like make happy and get him to a certain point in the game that he enjoy, and then if he's comfortable, then he'll perform and be fabulous. So I don't see him personally as one of those players you can just throw into a game like, forget about it, he'll just do whatever. I think this, even though I actually think, by the way, he hasn't been bad, he's still been good, he's had times he's looked like one of the better players. One, he doesn't look like the same Hans Sammer to me with this team setup, and two, I actually wonder how this will affect people's perception of Hans Sammer. Like I feel like people might actually start to think he's overrated or he isn't that cracked or whatever. What do you think, Matt?
I think you have to always look at the support pairings when you look at an AD carry's like history. Like yes, like they're a team fight and like that is obviously like the most important part of the role. But so much of the recipe that we talked about earlier is about like how you execute the laning phase and how you then snowball that into the rest of the game, and that like shields the AD carry from so much threat from the enemy team if the enemy jungler can't breathe through it. And like if you look at Hans Sammer's previous supports, they are what, Mickey X and Trimby? Like that's it, right? That's like.
Unless we're going years and years back, yeah.
Gorilla.
Core JJ, he's had a bunch. He's had some pretty amazing sports, you'll know. It's like it's a pretty good list right there.
His supports have been like pretty solid, you know. And like you know, like Trimby has had a lot of issues, so that's for sure. But like while he was competing, if you looked only from outside perspective and you just looked at like, you know, if you looked at the fucking replay client, like this guy was insane, you know. And Mickey has been, you know, insane for a long period of time, right? So it's a big test to see if Hans can do it with Labrov as well, right? And like I think one of the things that Mickey and Trimby do is they take up so much space, right? Like they click forward so fucking much. They do so much. They're so proactive. Is Labrov going to be the same? You know, I don't think that he's historically been that kind of player. Again, like there's a playoffs versus regular season distinction there. I think, like, personally, my view on Hans is that, like, I don't think he's the most insane team fighter in the league, and I don't think he ever has been, and I don't think that's actually ever been his job. I think that he's an insane communicator on certain picks. Like, if you hear this guy speak when he plays Draven, it's unreal, man. Like, this guy will single-handedly claw back a completely fucked game with a huge deficit on Draven, like, just from comps. Like, he will take over games. I think he's like got insane process and lots of other things. He's got a great mindset. He's a good communicator, and typically his role is win the laning phase. Like go and win the laning phase. And like, if you look at this guy's match history, it's Kalista, Caitlyn, Varus, Caitlyn, one Kai'Sa game, Varus, Ezreal, MF. Like, of the last like 8 champs he's played, like 6 of them are I want to win lane champs. So that's his job, right? Is he doing his job well? I think he's doing his job well, right? Is he as good of a team fighter as Kalist? I mean, if you think he is now, then I think it's hard to argue that he will be in 6 months' time. You know, so I don't see any like massive deviation from the norm for Hans Sama. I see him doing his role really, really well in the team that he's in. But yeah, for sure, like that will reflect on him individually as well, right? Like the whole dynamic of the team is going to expose more of his weaknesses, right? Which is like, you know, this guy's not like the god of
side of me and like.
Hey, bud. Yeah. You can't sleep here. It's way too hot. You're gonna hurt.
These are the necessary steps you need to take so you don't die of heat stroke while living in your car in a super hot environment. First, you have to roll down your windows. A window screen that goes over your window so that no bugs will get in while you sleep at night. But this also introduces a safety concern because someone could reach their hand in the window, unlock the door, and get in your car, or reach in and grab you. That's why the best option is to lightly crack your windows and use a fan because airflow is key. This specific fan I got from the TikTok shop, and I like it because you can hang it up right there. You can point it directly at you. It turns, it oscillates, super high in power, and it lasts for like 6 or 7 days. And it's a charger as well. You can use it as like a charger thing. It has lights on it, has a remote. This is definitely the best one. I also have another one. This little dinky one I'll put wherever else so I can just have dual action. And the cheat code is you get a piece of paper and you get it wet and you put it on your forehead while you sleep. It gives you the...
Hey, bud.
Yeah.
You can't sleep here. It's way too hot. You're gonna hurt.
These are the necessary steps you need to take.
All right, Chloe.
The Galaxy S25 Edge is one of the thinnest phones Samsung has ever made. We've been asking for something different, and I guess thin is how they respond. This thing is kind of impressive. Samsung had to make some serious changes to its design to make this possible, but what did they sacrifice to get it this thin? And is it still repairable? The Galaxy S25 Edge is one
Adaptar e destruir.
I got this mouse for $20 from Target. Let's see if it's good. This is the Pulsefire Haze Wireless, and it's supposed to be like a $60 mouse everywhere else, but I got it for $22. I don't know why it was that cheap, but I'm thinking it's because it's broken or defective or something like that. $20 is like the stuff you get off of Temu, and those barely work, so I don't see why this should be an exception. Nice. Inside, we got some rubber grips. We have a cable, which I think is the wireless cable, and the mouse. And I know it's because it is, but this looks brand new. It's super light, it's wireless, it's HyperX, so it's a good brand. I'm so confused. The skates are good too. Are mice just that cheap now, or is this just insane value? Either way, first person to guess the 5-digit serial code on the back can have it. I got this mouse for $20 from Target. Let's see if it's good. This is the Pulsefire Haze Wireless, and it's supposed to be like a $60 mouse everywhere else, but I got it for $22. I don't know why it was that cheap, but I'm thinking it's because it's broken or defective or something like that. $20 is like...
If I sell a stock at 10.
Okay, look at your AP, bro. Look at my AP. Okay, we're gonna play it for innovating locket. We just stack it up, okay? Just stall them. We probably kill the Yi first, and then we can get the innovating locket, okay? You bought your juices?
No juice, I don't have no money.
Okay, kill the Yi.
Okay.
Kill Yi.
He's running from me.
Okay, you can just stack. Don't just stack or innovating.
How do I stack it?
You just cast spells. Are you stacked? You need. Do not kill him. Do not kill him. Don't kill him.
I don't know how to stack it.
Okay, is it stacked? Okay.
How do I stack it?
We're at 4,000 AP. Okay, you want to kill him? We're gonna kill him.
Okay.
Oh, I had 4,700 AP.
Wow, yeah.
Holy shit! Look how much your augments did. Look how much your augments did. Mine did. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at her damage.
Yeah, that is crazy. That's wild.
Isn't that funny? It's your like first game, and then you just went into this like.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I think I gotta go. I'll play later though. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Edgar and I play Valorant.
Who do you play on Ascent?
Sometimes I play KO there, sometimes I play Omen there. You know, it just feels like on the day, you know what I feel like.
Okay, so if you start as an Omen on Ascent attack side, where are you defaulting towards?
A.
Fuck, I was trying to throw him off.
You can't get me, bro.
Okay, say I want to rush A on Ascent, on attack. As soon as the barriers go down, what do?
I'm blinded, bro.
So you're insta-blinding what?
A main.
Okay, that's good, then?
A quick smoke to heaven, and you know, I like to do the one in like tree.
Wow, he's smoking heaven first. Fuck. Nah, there's no way you're not ascending, bro.
I'm against Diamond 3.
Diamond 3?
Damn, actually? Nah. I'm real, bro. I'm just a little bit washed.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. I should, yeah.
On the A rush, I was like, you don't smoke heaven first, so I was like, I don't know.
That's good. That's actually good. You're supposed to smoke heaven first, then door. I like that. Okay, no, you're him for sure.
Hi, my name's Edgar and I play Valorant.
Who do you play on Ascent?
Sometimes I play KO there.
David, I found the perfect...
Oh my god! So if I just flash out, she's dead, right? Yeah, she is. Oh my god! So if I just flash out, she's dead, right? Yeah, she is. Oh my god! So if I just flash out, she's dead, right? Yeah, she is.
I accidentally shut off the electricity for 50 million people. Let me explain. A couple of days ago, I arrived to Madrid, Spain. I'm here on vacation, and yesterday, the power went out for the entire country. And you know what I learned while I spent 10 hours with no electricity and no cellular service? I learned that I have deep-rooted emotional and psychological trauma as a result of being an American. Because the first thought that I had as someone from New York is, oh my god, they're gonna loot the stores. And they're not just gonna like loot the grocery stores, they're gonna loot Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and all other luxury shops. I was expecting people to line up by the thousands at grocery stores trying to get every last item and toilet paper. But overall, people remained calm. They took care of one another. They helped direct traffic, and they didn't overload the stores. Most of Spain just used it as a digital detox, and people drank beers and just had a good time. Living in the United States certainly has some positives, but it's crazy that my first thought was, many people will now commit crimes because the electricity is out. I accidentally shut off the electricity for 50 million people.
존나 잘한.
남자님, 죄송합니다.
So I found something today. This is what's it's flavoured mac and cheese. Mac and cheese that is what's it's flavoured. Am I insane or does that actually sound pretty good? Let's find out by doing something stupid with it. To the kitchen! Mmm. Yummy. This smells so much like what's it's actually crazy. Pinky's out and bone apple tea. I can't lie, that's actually pretty good. Oh god, I knew I'd like it, and I hate myself for that. It is good, but I feel like it's missing something. In you go. Everyone ready? 3, 2, what's it? Hell am I doing? I should do. Okay. And there you have it. Monster and what's it flavor mac and cheese. Pinky's out and bottoms up. Oh, that is so weird. I don't know why, but it tastes like gone off milk. Let's see if it's the same with the all-important second sip from the blender, which has bits at the bottom. Pinky's out and bottoms up. Oh! Oh god, that one was so much worse. That's so freaking weird. It tastes like a cheese-flavoured milkshake, and my mouth and entire body just doesn't know how to handle that. I'm starting to think that's not what was missing at all. Give that a 2.2 out of 10. God, I hope there aren't other flavours of these. So I found something today.
Hey, you're f***ing chopped, buddy. You look like you stuff. Yo, it looks like Kevin from Home Alone.
You're sitting here insulting me when you're the gay best friend of a couple girls.
Hey, you're f***ing chopped, buddy. You look like you stuff. Yo, it looks like Kevin from Home Alone.
You're sitting here insulting me when you're the gay best friend of a couple girls.
Hey, you're f***ing chopped, buddy. You look like you stuff. Yo, it looks like Kevin from Home Alone.
Something funky is happening with Tesla and their service department. Currently, there's a lawsuit going on that alleges that Tesla is accelerating the mileage on their cars using an algorithm.
This is a 1.58 dimensional shape. What? This is Sierpinski's triangle, which is an equilateral triangle embedded infinitely within itself.
Of God's team fighter. That's never been his identity, and if that's what you hope from him, if you hope that you're going to be in like a game where you've been behind from bot lane the whole game, and Caps has been getting punished for taking risk, and Skewmont has been farming too much, right? Like all of the like worst things that we've seen from G2, right? Like if your expectation is to go into that game at 35 minutes and for Hansammer to like 1v9 the team fight and drag the team over the edge, you're probably going to be disappointed, you know?
Yeah. Like, I mean, even back in the day, like, he was always like, I guess, like a 9 out of 10 laning phase player, and like a 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10 team fighter when we're talking within the EU context, right? Like it was like Upset and Kobe and all of those guys were like the type of people that I would think were better in team fight situations. The only thing Hans seems like a really nice guy out of the game, but the one thing that I will hold Hans slightly accountable for is that there is no way they make that support change without consulting him.
Oh, it was implied to me he was the one who chose him. That's what it was implied almost, you know. Again, that might not be like definitely correct, but that was like the sentiment I almost got, was like he was the one who chose to potentially pick him, yeah.
So it's always hard to say.
And by the way, you said this earlier. You'd even see why he might have picked Lavrov. He wants to be the ultimate 2v2 player. That's a great player to pick, potentially. You think just get him onto his fucking Blitzcrank or whatever. Let's go. Let's have some fun.
But I mean, I don't want to, because I mean, often I'd heard that a little bit behind the scenes as well. But often people will say when something doesn't work, when things work out, they'll be like, "Yeah, it was all my responsibility."
Okay,
yeah.
true. That's
and
true.
Like sometimes when things don't work out, you can be, "Oh, like the player said that."
Sure.
But what I would say is, if there was a world where he went out and battered and like fought and like no world, maybe it was like Lavrov was brought to him and been like, oh, we want to make this change. How do you feel about it? And things like this, right? But either he chose to make the change, or when somebody in management came to him and said, this is an option, what do you feel about it? He didn't like jump out and like, make an argument for that guy. Because I've definitely been with players where I will go and say, with AD carries, where I go and say, okay, this is a support change we want to make. and the AD carry will like, and I'll try to argue for the support, like why we should bring the support, and the AD carry is like, no, there is no world, like I like this guy, like we have 2v2, sure it's been rough, but like we will make it work, like, and sure maybe this guy's going through a rough patch, but I will make it work, right? And if you're a coach or management in that situation, there is no way that you don't listen to that guy if he comes to you and says that, right? And that's why I will say that often, you know, sometimes you have to have it. If you are the star on the team, especially if you're an AD carry in having a good split, or your support having a good split, and like roster changes are on the cards for the other position, you have to take accountability for it, because it is partly your responsibility if it doesn't work out, or if it works out, you know, to your credit, right? It's not just all management, especially for jungle mid, and especially for support AD carry. Like there's no team in the world that will not consult their mid laner before they make a jungle change, or their AD carry before making a support change. And that I will hold hands against. I will hold against hands. But yeah, like this guy, 2v2 laning guy. But that's what you want from him. Yeah, and everything that comes with that, for sure.
By the way, I believe his contract ran out at the end of last year, so I also imagine if he's going to sign again for 2 years, you at least ask him, like, who do you want as your support to get him to sign, otherwise I imagine he'd be quite eligible. Yeah, go on, what were you going to say, Mac?
And I think the hard question there, though, is like, who else do you get? Right? Like, let's say that you're married to the idea of like Mickey X leaving. Like, let's say there's, hypothetically, I don't even know like what the reason is, right? Let's say it's a money thing. It can always be a money thing. Who the fuck else do you get that's not Labrov? You know, like, he'd been on a tear, he'd had a great year last year, he'd looked great on BDS. BDS was arguably like a pretty mediocre team in lots of ways.
Absolutely.
A pretty uninspiring League of Legends, and Labrov was, like, according to many people, the guy who was like legit fucking carrying.
A lot of people thought he was better than Mickey X. Yeah, a lot of people.
He looked proactive, he looked great individually, right? Yeah. Like, you know, and I mean, Labrov's been around in the LEC for a while, to be fair, so there's like a decent amount of track record when it comes to like high pressure matches. But like, who else do you get? I mean, okay, so I mean, one option would be like Jun, right? Like, Jun moved from Fnatic. They spent the whole year beating that guy, and a lot of players and a lot of teams, frankly, just don't like working with Korean players, right? If you can choose it, if you can choose between two players and you think they're equally good, like, why would you choose someone who like doesn't speak the same language or come from the same culture as you, right? Like, it's a hard decision to make unless there is like a clear outlying, like, this guy is the best option by far, you know? And like, who else is there in Europe that you can't get? I genuinely don't know.
No, I think that's fair. Also, by the way, like, if you ever did watch, like, when BDS would be competitive with G2, that's the obvious player that you'd be looking at. Like, maybe we should just take this guy. Like, without him, what would they be? Like, all those fucking objective setups looked like he was doing it. Looked like, quite frankly, he was calling all that. Whether he was or not, again, who the fuck knows? But they told me it was Nuke, but it's like, yeah, right there. Sure it was. Yeah, well, he must have forgotten to do that this year, didn't he? Weird how that works. Striker, or whoever I might be calling out. Right, anyway, one last thing to say as well is, on the thing that Peter said there as well, that's also the reason why I point out that I think actually, put it this way, I'm essentially saying I do think Hans Sama is a tiny bit overrated. Not at what he's really good at, but he never was to me like the total complete package at ADC, because the reason I think every team is a Hans Sama team is, I think you saw this in Team Liquid when he was on that super team. When you're in a team where you think the whole map's going to get to play, it doesn't look as good, mate. I get the feeling you have to cater to this guy, and I'll just put this out there, because he is the guy who just wants to win 2v2 and smash the lane and then play the whole game around himself. When I did my reflections with Kazi, Kazi just straight up says he thinks those years where they beat Rogue, etc., he thinks that actually people like Opset and Hans Sama fell into the classic trap of the ADC of thinking, because you're better than me in lane, you're better than me. But actually Kazi thinks I was always better than these guys in the team fight. So it's like, I wasn't worried, I wasn't sweating the idea they were up 10 CS. I knew once we got to the team fight, like, they're going to drop off and I'm going to come into mine. And speaking of which, I will end on a laugh, because during this show, I looked at my tweet deck, and Kazi, here's what's amazing, Mac, because I'd never done an interview with him. I don't even know if I'd had him on a show. Maybe I'd have him on a show.
What am I about to hear, please?
This is a banger. I never keyed into his sense of humour. Like, spoiler, I hate all those humanoid tweets he makes. Those are not at all up my alley. That's not my vibe at all.
Why?
But when he actually does banter, because I now get the sort of dry through thing, now I find him really getting intense. So he did a tweet during this, which I think is a banger, Mac. He goes, "We are preparing insane picks for playoffs in scrims." That was it today. That was just his tweet today. Okay, there you go. You get a golf clap for that one, mate. That's a really good one. That's a good bit. That's good. I appreciate it. It's good. That's legit. That's actually legit.
Aw, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
The satellite is the one who's picked up the op, and you better believe he's going to make use of it on this attack side.
Feels a lot better to hit this A site when you're not dealing with multiple kill trips and bizarre little cages everywhere, and Inspire just ratting around the backside. It was a clean look that time. And really the best opportunity for anchoring was when we saw Poppin's point of view in that smoke. It looked like he was going to get a free kill, but a pop flash into it blinded him up.
It's all for Kane.
Oh, that's a whiff.
Showed himself for a second. The shot came in from Tiles, of course, and Ion says the TP across here kind of loses his nerve, doesn't want to hang around.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel safe there, and Ambrosia, they now want to work their way up mid. Clone running deep, doesn't run into a trip.
This is known. Can have access to the B side. I don't hate the gate crash over towards defense side spawn.
has been slain.
I'm wearing lots of bells.
Alright guys, let me learn you something real quick. You can actually put carpet over your bed to make it look like covers and sleep perfectly fine. Never mind. Alright guys, let me learn you something real quick. You can actually put carpet over your bed to make it look like covers and sleep perfectly fine. Never mind. Alright guys, let me learn you something real quick. You can actually put carpet over your bed to make it look like covers and sleep perfectly fine. Never mind. Alright guys, let me learn you something real quick.
Yo, nah, bro. Come on, give me at least a minute. Jesus. What's your name, Zaphod, bro?
Stanislav.
Danislav?
Yeah.
Bro, well played, Dennis. Oh, man.
No.
What?
I play football.
Okay, nice. We got this. Do you believe in kissing before Mirage?
They just smartly both been using those smokes, but not
I
relying
don't know what that means. Oh, marriage. I don't know, bro. Where are you from, my friends? Country?
Hungary.
You're hungry? Time out. Green needs to eat F1. Go ahead. 9. Eva Elfie the GOAT. Big fan of your videos.
Thank you so much.
So if you can't juggle 3 balls, there's a way to trick people.
Do you remember the 3DS? With everything happening with the Switch 2, I think it's really poignant that we talk about the 3DS. So let's rewind to 2010. Nintendo made the Game Boy Advance, and it was a huge success. And then they followed it with the DS, which was also a huge success. So people were frothing at the mouth when they heard about the 3DS, the next handheld. People who got early access were talking about how amazing this was. GameCube graphics with glasses-free 3D. It was probably going to be the ultimate handheld. And then it released, and there were a few problems, like the fact that the glasses-free 3D had a very tiny sweet spot, and if you tried to use the motion controls, that sweet spot was basically impossible to find. There was also the issue of battery life. It kind of sucked. You got about 3 hours of battery life if you had the 3D on. But there was one tiny problem that some people did overlook. The fact that there were no games on launch. So it basically made the 3DS a total paperweight. And sales plummeted. And believe it or not, Nintendo back then believed that keeping fans happy was actually important, and they knew that they needed to reduce the price so it made more sense for people to want to buy. Now usually when a company slashes prices real deep, they end up firing a bunch of people to make up for the losses. But Nintendo also understood that keeping their talent was just as important. So instead of firing a bunch of people, management decided they were all going to take price cuts. Back then, Nintendo was run by people who actually cared about video games, like Iwata, who decided he was going to take 50% off of his paycheck, and Miyamoto decided to take somewhere between 20 and 30% along with all the other management. When asked why, they basically said, we believe in this product and we want to show our dedication to our product, so we're going to take the hit instead of making anybody else pay for it. And then Nintendo launched a bunch of games. So with new games, a cheaper price, and early adopters getting a bunch of free games, Nintendo was able to turn the ship around. They actually made the 3DS one of the best-selling handhelds of all time. In fact, it's still so popular that even now people are still using it, even though it's been discontinued for years. So despite some people believing that this is the end of Nintendo because it's being run by a businessman and not somebody who actually cares about gaming, if you look at the 3DS, there is a chance that Nintendo could not only turn this around, but end up making this one of the best handheld consoles of all time, outdoing even the PS2 if they play their cards right. Do you remember the
Where is my team? Found them. Where is my team? Found them.
I'm Buns.
It's my additional vision on me.
Baited. I'm Buns.
It's my additional vision on me.
Baited.
The disappearance of Dr. Disrespect comment at 9:30 didn't age well.
You are stuck on an island for a year castaway style. You get 4 other streamers to survive with. Who is on your survivor dream team?
And the goals to survive? I'd probably get Hitch, who's the hitchhiking streamer. He
Makes
just be
sense.
sick. He just know what to do.
That makes sense.
I'd probably bring Cutie, because she'd fire up some good island meals.
True.
Then
True.
I would bring Dr. Disrespect. Because if Hitch, Cutie, Cinderella, and Ludwig disappear, no one cares. If Dr. Disrespect disappears, I all of a sudden think that people are going to be very interested in finding where we
Ludwig,
are.
no!
And then finally I'd bring Connor for food in case we starve.
The disappearance of Dr. Disrespect comment at 9:30 didn't age well.
You are stuck on an island.
You can't hide from me.
Dropping a rock down a bottomless pit.
Where is this cave?
The location is a secret.
No, it's not. It took the rock 6.91 seconds from a vertical velocity of 0 to make a sound after hitting the bottom. I found the exact helmet light he's wearing. It's a Nightcore headlamp which has a diameter of 1.02 inches or 2.6 centimeters. Adjusting for perspective, that means the rock has a length of 24 and a height of 18 centimeters. Just to double check, I also replicated the image and sizing using my pants. Since the rock is oval shaped, the cross-section area will be pi times 24 divided by 2 times 18 divided by 2, which is 339 centimeters squared. Based on the short sleeve clothing, the fact that there is no fog coming out of the person's mouth and no sweat, I estimated the temperature to be 15 degrees Celsius. Then I used this formula to calculate air density to be 1.22 kilograms per meters cubed. The force due to gravity is pulling the rock down, and the drag force is in the opposite direction, which is equal to 0.5 times air density, drag coefficient, cross-section area, and velocity squared. After reaching terminal velocity, acceleration is 0, and terminal velocity will be equal to 58 meters per second. Doing some more simple math, I derived the formula for velocity based on time, and then I integrated both sides to find the formula for the position of the rock as it's falling down. This is the total time it takes for the rock to fall down, but the 6.9 seconds is actually the time it takes for the rock to fall down, plus the time it takes for sound to travel back to the camera. I calculated the speed of sound at 15 degrees Celsius to be 340 meters per second. So here, the fall time will be equal to 6.9 seconds minus the depth of the hole divided by the speed of sound. Then we graph the position chart and also derive where the position is equal to the depth of the hole and find the intersection, which shows the hole in the video is 171 meters deep or 561 feet. I then looked up caves that have pits with a depth of 561 feet, and after looking at images and videos, I was able to find the exact original source. So now the location is known. The pit is officially stated to be 585 feet. It's in Walker County, Georgia, USA, specifically the fantastic pit in Ellison's Cave. You can't hide from me.
Dropping a rock down a bottomless
An enemy has been slain.
May I have your attention, please?
It's just me, myself, and I. Solo ride.
Posted 1 hour ago. Dantes and his stupid ideas. Let's look.
Today we are talking about Dantes, aka the guy who sucked face with Selena Gomez on TV, aka the guy whose original username according to Twitch incels was an unlawful promotion of butt sex, aka the headless horseman, the demonetized demon, the quite possibly worst World of Warcraft player I have ever seen, who has recently taken on a challenge near and dear to my cold heart.
Funny that this guy's sitting here saying I'm the worst World of Warcraft player when I didn't hear him getting level 60. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm gonna be doing an ADC challenge.
Now as a hard
My voice does not.
stuck right clicker who has been assured through therapy on a regular basis that I should hold my head up high because it's always support diff. I've been hate watching this douche canoe blow past my rank, treating his Twitter page like the back room of Bed Bath & Beyond with the amount of freaking soap boxes I'm seeing on there, but the latest one made me curious. This boils down to a tankier vein build that goes against the mouth-breathing meta followers who autopilot on hit items every game, and his reasoning behind it is this.
Play it away where you don't get one shot, and as long as you don't get one shot, you're able to carry the game for your team.
Now he's been receiving more hate than a young red pill sneako at a feminist convention for this build, yet he's climbing and announcing his victories from that same back room.
While I was climbing, we've had a rough couple days though, but we're gonna be back in action soon enough. Alright, let's go.
On Twitter. So today I figured I would analyze his sauce in action and then try it myself in my own hard-stuck hell on earth that I'm stuck in. He starts by saying this.
ADC players have a very bad autistic fixation on DPS. This is their problem. They feel like if they're doing less damage per second, that it's bad. But imagine I'm playing this game, right? And I'm against Azir, Shaco, and Zed. The only thing I need to do this game is survive long enough for my Lulu to ult me, and then we win the fight.
True!
But it's like ADC players are gonna sit there, right? And they're gonna be like, oh dude, no. If I'm doing 200 less damage per second on 6 items, but I'm surviving 5 seconds longer, that's bad. Like they don't actually understand the game.
True!
And avoid them to get free shot. I have 15,000 hours in League of Legends. I can look at League of Legends. I can play a single game on a champion.
Okay, I don't like how he's turning me into a meme. This is very hurtful.
And I can sit there and I can say, I know exactly what this champion needs to 1v9. And I'm intelligent enough that I can look at what their kit provides, and just by these two things, I'm able to say, I know what to build on this champ.
True!
Like
As I get higher rank, my win rates are literally scaling higher and higher and higher. You know what I mean? There's a reason why.
And I'm thinking, yeah, because at your rank you have a Lulu so far up your ass there's constantly more bubbles on you than a bathtub overdosing on soap, and that he just doesn't understand what happens to an account that has 300 games in silver where the Fizz supports roam wild. Were you engaged because you have a gank incoming only for them?
No. Rav, you can shut your disgusting mouth. You want to know what I had yesterday in my game? Watch this. Watch what her pickle does. Watch. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. He misses Q and then does this. After he does this, he walks straight top and does not come bot for the next 15 minutes. Talking about good supports, fucking piece of shit. Alright, so the rest of this now.
Dick as you are stuck having to cosplay Gosu for the next 30 seconds, clenching your ass cheeks so hard they cramp just to get an even trade.
Why is he not using his health pod?
Where your frontliner pops his ghost to get back to lane faster. Where games are decided not on which team played the better game, but rather which team didn't have the person that rage quit. But he did travel through this piss pit low on his journey, so I need to learn.
I'm literally carrying every single game through mechanics alone.
Dude. Oh, close. Actually close. I got ganked. Why is this guy calling me a fucking homo?
Then in addition to building different, you also play different, like instead of farming bot lane safely and scaling, he opts to go mid and play games of cat and mouse with half the enemy team in between their towers 9 minutes into the game. But who am I to doubt the strategy of someone who is so committed to this game that he names his pets after champions? That said, he does return to his hometown as I observe how he responds to receiving a gank from his jungler. He drapes his nutsack over the chomping bear traps, which judging by his TikTok I'm guessing is a fetish of his or something, before deep-throating that fat Mexican midget's bonbon, contributing a...
Wait. Yo, Rav, what? Bro, Rav, we gotta call the police on you, bro. We gotta call the fucking police on you, bro. I'm not deep-throating his Mexican... What?
3 auto attacks to the effort, to which I'm thinking maybe when it comes to ADC, the less you actually participate in the game, the better.
Okay, to be fair, I had to go see my mom for a little bit. No.
Side note, he unironically got more last hits when he was AFK. Anyways, he comes back from what I can only assume was him telling his mom about the fat shit he took this morning or something, and immediately decides to make his opening move in this next battle, a series of hungry hippoing every enemy skill shot. But I guess never doubt a gooner when it comes to edging, as he re-engages one bard's fart away from death and wins the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor in the film entitled Lulu Cuffed My Ballsack. But jokes aside, watching his VODs, there's no shortage of base takes he was spitting about ADCs.
Scaling runes for ADC are just very fake. Because if you're getting to a point where you're like late game as an ADC, whether you're like 5% more powerful or not doesn't matter. True.
And you do see he's way more useful than a normal one-item Vayne who would have to be sweating more than a blind lesbian at a fish market just to have any agency at this point in the game. But with infinite phage procs, a bit of HP and ninja topics, he's not at the risk of getting blown up like the doll in his own closet, so he can play like a total dipshit and succeed. Second item, Hexblade gets him without cool.
Dude, what is this editing? What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Down reduction to look a bad decision in the eyes and tumble deeper into danger while having just enough beef to thrive in the chaos, unlike the Kraken Slayer Vaynes in the stands who would die to a Shaco sneeze. And so I guess the argument is he is surviving mid-game fight long enough to expedite reaching his end-game build. I can't tell if Emerald is just where the bonobo apes live or if a bit of health gear makes no one bother focusing him, but it lets him be the first high elo ADC to use his flash aggressively as he helps take down the flash before reuniting with his team to herd dog a bunch of other enemies back towards their fountain. The more I watch the way he plays, the more I want to call him an absolutely boosted dipshit, and to his credit I am thinking a normal ADC would have died 16 times over again, but like a young Riley Reid he says I can do this because I have plan B, which in this case looks to be get bailed out by his Lulu, and I'm thinking that's just dumb luck, but if we rewind back to loading screen it turns out it's all part of his strategy.
The only thing I need to do this game is survive long enough for my Lulu to ult me, and then we win the fight. Chill! Ooh, okay.
And I've also learned not to be the one to call him bad.
Man, you badass ADC. Yo, Yusef, you what's your PGG? Go. Type username and hashtag. Let's go, Yusef. Yusef TR. Fucking Gold Ford Turkey typing this shit.
So I guess at this point, instead of being a glass cannon that has to play front to back and rely on having one of those mythical non-brain dead frontliners, he just goes straight flanky Frankie and straight to the back like a beefcake while putting the ass in assassin tactics.
Absolute fucking crazy mode
gameplay. Just two-tap him like a normal Vayne, he survives long enough to come out on top, and after hate watching for days. This seemingly sloppy strategy is what's winning him most of his games, and thus I had to try it myself. But the thing is, my gameplay was going to look a bit different. I have literally zero mastery on this tumbling twat, and before the game start I almost always have at least 3 fingers on my wiener, so shit like this happens.
Dude, what the fuck?
Early on I staple their skeleton to the wall,
Wait.
but he knows my weakness.
Wait, why does Rav not show his IGN?
This is a good hooker, so I get in a bit of a pickle that I will say if I would have had the components of Kraken Slayer instead of ABF sword here, I definitely would have been a fire that midget fighter could put out, but the extra damage really felt nice. It also helped that this Thresh's parents
Oh wait, no,
are
wait.
siblings.
We can see his username, Rav. Wait. He won every single game playing tank ADC on a champ he's never played before. Yeah, dude. And then he sits there saying, fuck Dantes and his stupid ideas. Yeah, that's what I thought.
As well. I finished my first item and decided the hopping bitch wasn't worth the effort, so I would just fight front to back, and with the attack speed procs it did feel nice bullying the slow kid in lane. This left that jizz puddle from Tacoma FD orphaned under tower, so I hit her with a little push back to base bitch combo, and things were feeling nice until I learned that a steel-toed ninja could just crawl out of people's assholes mid-fight, so it wasn't all rainbows and showers. This point.
No, he could have won that if he would have auto
That said,
bitches on
with
him.
Ninja Tabi and a few health components, I could treat this Triss attacks like an ugly hose DMs and just ignore them while fucking her friend, which I guess I shouldn't brag about because that friend was letting just about anyone tap that ass.
Dude, does he think up all of these? Or like, does he ask like AI, like, what?
And so even though the first game was an easy win, I never reached full enough build plus.
Then I'd feel bad.
Plus my mid laner's performance was being commentated by Barney Stinson.
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Game 2 would be a better test, as you can see my top laner's attempt at a pre-game proxy push. You could just hear that pussy saying something about the bouse as he dies after killing a single fucking minion like a dipshit moron. That said, we were against a Heimerdinger fiddlesticks bot lane, to which I figured the KG's path in Dante's quasi-troll build would cook against, but was a bitch and was a dumb man, so this wasn't gonna be easy.
Fucking moron, bruh! Flash!
When she wasn't around, the hay bag was kept horny, but the second he hit 6 I was the victim of constant surprise parties. She was constantly playing 12 feet behind me with a bowl of popcorn as I'm Uber eating some degree whole body because I'm sweating my lip
good play, actually.
Even though the build was coming along, I couldn't think straight when all I could hear was.
Nice. Wait, why does he have a Samira? Isn't he the
went double
ADC?
sucking and out-healed my damage. I was about to pull up my DMs and send Dante's a picture of my asshole with the comment, "This is what I think about your build," but I got distracted from the sounds in my head continuing.
Okay. Guys, daily reminder that Rav uses AI voice because he says he hates real artists and real voices. Rav only uses AI art and AI voices for all of his videos and thumbnails. Rav loves AI.
Things like Jarvan III's son inviting me on a play date, but I couldn't seem to keep the color on my screen enabled as it constantly felt like we were getting caught off guard, which may or may not have had to do with the fact that Karma's a bitch and mine was both dumb and had the lowest vision score in the game. So if you remember, this was my front line and this was my support. This wasn't going to save me. But then I remembered a quote from Dante.
I have a dream.
And so I kept playing with the build, improving my vein mechanics, until I could understand what his dream meant, and I was ready to show the world how far I had come and how itemizing correctly on an ADC is overpowered. With a fully charged tempo that was lethal in the early game, I used it to bench a greedy Kench, and then the right click button on my mouse was like, "Don't stop, Rav, don't stop, don't stop." Oh my god, right there, which one got me the double, and 2 I bet paints a picture of how much of a stud I am IRL. Anyways, you would think it makes sense for a catfish to be found in river, but something about this one just felt like he was mispositioned, and in case you forgot what elo, I'm hard stuck and they had a full AP blitzcrank mid. This gave me enough cash to hit a little shopping spree, but their support wanted to know how many licks it took to be a piece of shit, and the answer was 1, and to make matters worse, I put myself in a situation.
What did I just hear?
This gave me enough cash to hit a little shopping spree, but their support wanted to know how many licks it took to be a piece of shit, and the answer was 1, and to make.
What does that even... Wait, what does that even mean? What does that even mean?
Matters worse, I put myself in a situation where I had to absolutely embarrass the fuck out of this fat ass L+ ratio Pokimane status. Rather than waiting for 3 on-hit items, I learned to play around the passive plus my ult from just 1 item, knowing with the steel-toed Nikes no asshole was gonna count all the way to 4 in my presence. Then if you've ever read the story Jonah and the Whale, there's an alternate ending where it spits him out. He hit a 1-2 somersault 3 no scope on his dumb face in front of a walking Halo 2 needler and lives happily ever after.
Wait, what? I don't even know what he's saying anymore.
I had a little bit of a hiccup when the R key on my keyboard got too sticky from the copious amounts of discharge on it from starting this game 7-1. If you were wondering why I was saving my ult for next game, but I do want you to know that while I was dancing like a broke coke addicted stripper, I eventually fixed the problem and Smurf USA'd on these mofos.
Dude, what? Wait.
The build was feeling super nice. As you can see, Volibears would come in thinking they could just Donkey Kong smash me for half my health, only to be wildly surprised to see it barely tickle me.
Bro, I think I speak for everyone when I say we need a Rav versus Backgod. What the fuck is this?
Feel bad every time I would see this little gup with his MOBA Fire ADC build that the only humane thing I could think of to do was put the boosted animal out of his misery before Harry Houdini flashing from danger.
No, you could have fought that.
I was the hero everyone wanted to shake my hand, but when push came to shove they knew they couldn't hang with me. Pretty soon I had my own personal Barney Stinson commentating my gameplay.
Legend? Wait for it.
At one point my little fat chihuahua of a support got crane gamed into a toasted bathtub, and a squishy meta following ADC would have just ran away, but then I thought, what would Dante's do? And that's when I turned and did something dumb as shit. but similar to in his games, the bold big ball stance ended up working out in my favor.
Lives because of the hex
I
plate
was
help.
dead and at no risk of getting one shot, which was more liberating than sleeping commando, as I didn't rely on any front line or any support, and I could just let my balls fall wherever they wanted. I chased down any red health bar knowing that there wasn't a single threat that could stop me. With almost 3k health I could still melt tanks, and so with a bit of practice all my games were starting to look this way, and I hate to say it, but Dante's and his stupid build was actually genius. Genius enough to get me promoted to the highest I'd been all season.
Fucking Gold 4 Turkey typing this shit.
That's what all the haters...
But that's what I'm saying, dude! That's what I'm saying! Now what we need is we need Rav to learn about the power of my Jinx and Twitch builds. But I need to figure them out first. No, but the funniest thing about this video is the fact that he actually spends video time on how good the items felt and how it was actually nice. And then one of the highest upvoted comments is, tell this video sums up how I feel about this guy. Nothing further to be said. But it's like, dude, it's irony. You know what I mean? Like, he's being ironic. Like, no, that's crazy. Me and Rav, if I ever meet him IRL.
Dante's reaction to Mundo?
Motherfucker's just headbutting the tower in front of his face like it's nothing. Alois has done irreparable damage to solo queue with his Mundo grind, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. What the fuck is that?
Wait, what is this build? Look at his items. Hey, my goat. 1 and 2 Mundo. Gets the 5 kill Anivia. I think we have raised the bar for League of Legends gameplay here. Dante's reaction to Mundo?
Motherfucker's just headbutting the tower.
There's only one LCK championship this year, like LCK Cup.
Alright, let's do this. Against Pantheon, he could take this early bush level 1. So if he takes this bush level 1, I actually kind of want to walk with my wave here. Okay.
Another.
I shouldn't place the barrel if I couldn't defend it.
Mercy sank with my ship.
I ignited his potion, which I think is worth.
More powder. Always watch your back.
You have slain an enemy.
Alright, let's do this. Against Pantheon, he could take this early bush level 1. So if he takes this bush level 1, I actually kind of want to walk with my wave here.
iOS 19 is on the way. This is what we're expecting. Well,
technically iOS 26. They're switching up the naming scheme because this is the software version for 2026. It just makes more sense. The first big change is how things look. Stuff's gonna be rounder, it's gonna be more glassy, more transparent. There's rumored to be a new battery mode that uses AI to analyze how a person uses their device and make adjustments to conserve energy. It should also tell you your estimated charging time instead of having to do the mental math like, okay, if I charge for 10 minutes, I'll probably get like 13%. Live language translation with AirPods. Live translation almost never works, so I want to see if they can figure it out. We might also see a version of Stage Manager for your phone. You'll be able to plug in a display and use that as a second monitor, instead of just being able to scream. And that's just scratching the surface of stuff that might get announced at WWDC. I'll be watching closely from home, because Apple for
Leonardo's secret smile. Will it hide a deadly plot? 1503, Florence. Candlelight flickers in Leonardo da Vinci's cluttered studio, paints and sketches strewn about. At 51, he's crafting the Mona Lisa, a portrait whose smile baffles the world. Her eyes seem to fall.
I was going to give you a gift, but I think I'm going to keep it.
The RTX 4090 buyer who only got weights in their box finally got a response from Newegg. If you recall, the buyer also reported that Newegg instantly banned his account, and that actually turned out to be true because Newegg says it's a normal part of their investigation process. Apparently they do this to protect the customer in case someone else gets access to their account, but this is definitely not a great way to handle it. Newegg should at least tell the customer, hey, we're locking your account for a few days while we investigate, instead of not saying anything and the customer just thinks that they're completely screwed. It's definitely a very weird process, and yet another one that needs adjusted from Newegg. Hopefully we see some more content creators talking about this here soon. And for what it's worth, Newegg did issue a full refund, and they also said that the weights were exactly the same as the RTX 4090, and that's where the error occurred. Case closed, I guess. The RTX 4090.
If aliens exist, they will be working off the same elements because
Cause sometimes I look in her eyes and that's where I find a glimpse of us. And I try in my mind. Cause sometimes I look in her eyes and that's where I find a glimpse of us. And I try.
More powder!
That was awesome, creep block. Challenger Lucian has been solo killed. Granted, he's an autofill jungle main. Jungler players always play aggro when they're filled and then int and feed. It's because he's thinking in his head that there's a precedent of like GP versus Lucian. I have to play aggro. I win this matchup, I can get a lead. Fortunately, I played this matchup a lot. Like they always pick like Vayne or Renekton, like for top lane. So they really feel like they have to fulfill that role of like, oh, I gotta be this lane bully.
More powder!
That was awesome, creep block.
Can you two arm wrestle? Okay. I want to see Laura destroy your weak twink femboy body.
You want? Are you ready? That's not how armor! No! Get back here! No, shut up! Put your arm down. No, that's off! Are you? That's not how you arm. 2 wins!
Yeah. We'll see who's gonna win when she has boiling oil thrown on her face tonight for that.
Can you two arm wrestle? Okay. I want to see Laura destroy your weak twink femboy body.
You want? Are you ready? That's not.
The 80 plus stickers that you see on your power supplies is getting a new level. It honestly kind of triggers me a bit, but I'll explain why afterwards. Currently, the 80
Obviously, Hassan has been getting very involved in, you know, radicalizing viewers to commit crimes in real life. But this video is called Twitch Cannot Protect Hassan Piker from the ADL or the FBI.
The streets, let the streets soak in their red capitalist bloods, dude.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Ethan.
But they are a terrorist organization. Get him out of here.
Get him out of here!
It's a gun dump. He's just a piece of crap.
Sometimes content creation is funny.
Because since I've known you, you've always had like IBS. You've always been yourself.
Oh yeah, I remember Anissa, iDubbbz' husband, goes live on stream and talks about how iDubbbz frequently shits himself and his breath smells like feces. Good Lord. How the fuck are we doing that to our significant others live on Twitch in 4K in 2025?
Back to him. Other times, it's so stupid the quote, "You will live to see man-made horrors beyond imagination," comes to mind. Then there are the Hassan Piker moments. The worst political commentator on the internet.
Unless you want to frolic through his chest hairs and forget all of your troubles, which his fan-base and media outlets so desperately want to do.
Liberals are
Well, if you think he's bad, you should also watch Denims.
drooling over very
It's even worse because she's a woman. Oh, Jesus. Imagine that. Oh, God. No thanks.
handsome terror
Terror-cheering
leftist Hassan Piker after fawning New York Times profile. Liberals are fawning over a popular left-wing streamer who calls Israel.
I can't say that they're in... Oh, Jesus. How does he say that on YouTube and not get in any trouble?
And once said America deserved 9/11 after the New York Times pinned an obsequious profile about him. Hassan Piker, 33, boasts 2.8 million followers on live streaming platform Twitch, many of them under 30, and male.
New York Post, what is this? There's more spelling mistakes than a little bit. They probably got AI doing this.
Which props him up as the left's answer to podcasting megastar Joe Rogan. The Great Lady also breathlessly touts Piker's bro bona fides like weightlifting and playing basketball, with writer Jack Crosby calling him very handsome.
Wow. Oh, by the way, he's not 33, he's 45. Second of all, how is his head so small? Third of all, yeah, bro, this guy's political takes must be true because, oh my God, he's so handsome. Shut the fuck up with all this gay-ass shit. Good Lord. Like aesthetics means anything about the content of your character. That is literally like bringing racism back. I trust this guy because he's handsome. I don't know. I trust this guy because he's black. I don't trust this guy because he's white. What the fuck is this? Are we really going to act like how we look like on the outside determines the content of our character? Yeah, welcome back to the 1800s, boys.
God, talk about gay.
Oh, he's so delicious. He's absolutely scrumptious. I can eat him all up.
How much is that? Oh, we're going to brag about being able to do 225? Okay, how many times can he do that?
So delicious. He's absolutely scrumptious.
1, 2,
I can eat them all up, especially
3,
when he says that the
4,
Jews are the root of all evil.
5,
delicious.
6. That's it? Also, look at his little legs, man. Look how horrible the legs are.
Absolutely scrumptious.
They're moving all over the place. There's no leg drive whatsoever. Terrible fucking
I can
form.
eat them all up, especially when he says that the
Dude, I could go to the gym right now and do 12 of those fucking things.
Jews are the root of all evil. Delicious.
It's also insane how people are saying that Hassan is a progressive man in a MAGA body, meaning that if you're jacked and in shape and take care of yourself, you're MAGA, and if you're a soy little cuck, you're part of the woke left. So do these dumb fucks on the far left understand that they're saying that if you agree with them that you're a pussy? Like, do they get that? Do they understand how stupid that is, saying that he's a progressive man in a manga body? Like, do they understand that or no? Do you think they're too far gone to even understand that shit? Yo, Eggy, what do you think? Never mind, he's a cat. He can't talk.
He's not funny at all.
Democrats are obsessed with finding the new Joe Rogan, while ignoring the fact that it took Joe Rogan's podcast a minimum of 20 years to get to where it is today. They always want instant solutions for problems that take decades to iron out. Typical. And you might be saying to yourself, whoa, whoa, whoa! The New York Times did a fluff piece on this dude? Okay, I'm gonna break it down for you and keep it real short.
So what's the deal with Joe Rogan? Do people not like this guy? I have no issues with Joe Rogan. I thought he was a pretty smart guy. I thought he was pretty funny. Like why do they keep on saying he's the Joe Rogan of the left? Is Joe Rogan like right or something? Like, I'm so confused. I have no idea. I've only seen a couple of his podcasts and he's made a couple of jokes and smoked a lot of weed. Quite the opposite. Left hand, Joe Rogan, his audience, his name is Joe Rogan. I got no idea. He's right? Oh, okay, sure.
Short.
Media hates him. Why? Because he's telling the truth or what?
Ethan Klein at H3H3 put out the content nuke on Piker, waking up a few more normies to the Pikester. So, I assume his management team sprang into action and paid for a few fluff piece articles to combat the content nuke that pretty much shows you who Hassan Piker is unfiltered.
Do people realize that nobody reads these fucking AI articles generated in fucking India on Sportskeeda? Like, nobody's acting like, oh man, I really didn't know what my opinion is. I'm gonna go look up Sportskeeda and BuzzFeed. That way I can read an article, bro. These people are too fucking stupid to be reading this shit in fucking big 2025. Everybody consumes their information off of YouTube thumbnail and titles and then TikTok ADD scrolling.
Filtered. And it would take Ethan Klein to know because he worked with the dude for a while. And usually when it comes to liberals, they will ignore any sort of problematic stuff about someone as long as they're on the same side. But the literal second they fall out of love,
everybody's at each other's throat. It's like the gay Game of Thrones. I'm throwing punches, keep up. Now, here's a few more puff pieces for you.
Polygon.
Dude, gay Game of Thrones would have been insane. That scene where like Khal Drogo fucks Daenerys in her ass would have been way different if it was dude on dude. Like, that would be asserting dominance and uniting the clans. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would have been intense.
Twitch's Hassan Piker wants fellow leftists to know having fun isn't bourgeoisie decadence.
Yeah, I know, right? He'd show up to like a protest wearing $2,000.
I'm sorry, bro. If you use the word bourgeois, like, you are such a bitch.
Clothes in your $250,000 Porsche. Nothing says revolution like capitalism.
Who's afraid of?
Yeah, wearing a shirt saying "Kill the Rich" while posing on his iPhone 16 Pro Max in front of his Lamborghini. Man, he's just like us, guys.
Hassan Piker. He's outspoken, liberal. He's hot.
Hassan. So hot right now. Hassan.
Young men actually listen to him. Is he the answer the Democrats have been looking for?
The young men that listen to him have such low testosterone that they usually go down the trans-maxing pipeline.
What the fuck is trans-maxing? Is that a real word? Hold up, I've never heard this. What is trans-maxing? Trans-maxing definition. Trans-maxers, an online community of men who consider themselves involuntary celibate or incels and transitioning to the opposite sex to escape. What the fuck, bro? That's insane. Well, I failed as a man. It's time to become a woman. Maybe then people will have sex with me. That's insane. What the fuck is trans-maxing, bro? That's crazy.
Stop him! If you are remotely rational and you're not wrapped up in foreign conflicts or believing that America is at the root of all evil in the world, then this dude does not appeal to you in any way, shape, or form. If you're not
Do you believe that if you're right, it's because you don't think that America sucks ass? Guys, I'll be real. I think America's fine, and it's been fine. Like, there's a couple of issues, but everywhere has issues. Right? Like, this whole grass is greener mentality, if everything else is better if you just do something different, is so fucking stupid. A real person, a person who has strength, will find a way to make peace with what they have and not dream about what they don't. That's why these people are so ungrateful. That's why all these fucking takes that people do, like, we don't care about our soldiers. It's such privileged fucking takes. You know, they take everything for granted and they've earned nothing. It's pathetic.
Terminally online, taking a fistful of prescription medications for your myriad of mental health issues and emotional problems, you'll think he's a total jackass.
And it takes one to know one, because I'm a jackass. So as the black kids say, I'm keeping it 100 with you.
I'm not going to do another video covering all of Hassan's wild takes because I'm not looking
to... I'm sorry. I love this channel. I need to subscribe to this shit right now. This shit is so funny. Jesus Christ, man. This has been great.
Be here for hours looking for clips and then editing them and not wanting to...
Neck myself. I want to kind of say that on YouTube.
But I want you to understand from the bottom of my heart, social media is as corrupt as any other industry of power, without a shadow of a doubt.
100%.
There are the winners and the losers, and usually the winners are chosen from the left side of the field. You can't be anywhere near the center. And Hassan Piker is among the, and I quote, anointed ones.
It's a joke. It's all a joke.
This dude has said
it's because what the social media does is they push all these fucking, like, it's complete brain-rotted mental illness waves that happen every 2 months on fucking Twitter. And if you don't immediately fall in line and say, yes, we accept you, we believe everything that you're doing is fine, then they're saying, whoa, so you're a Nazi because you don't immediately accept us? Man, fuck this guy. Go after his sponsors. Like, I mean, come on, bro. This whole thing where social media is ruled by emotions and mental illness is so pathetic. Like, guys, let me show you one of the reasons why I'm hated in the online space. Type 1 if you're new here. Type 2 if you're an old frog. This is some bullshit that I got canceled for 4 years ago during the peak soyness of the internet. Look at this shit. Tawado, a guy with 1 million subscribers and who averages around, well, he used to average around 4,000 viewers on Twitch, goes on and says, okay, hold on, I did not know Tectone misgendered Venti. I was not there for that part of the stream. OMG! It's a fucking video game character, you numbnut dumbass! Bro tried to cancel me over me misgendering Venti because I thought they were hot and I accidentally said something gay. Dude, do you know how much shit I got for that post? Fucking insane.
and done things that would get anyone else banned for life from any one of these social media platforms, especially the reach he has. Some of the crap he said is as whacked out as Alex Jones.
Aside, right?
Sure.
Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to Anne Frank, basically.
But which one is on YouTube and Twitch and which?
Yes, he compared a terrorist to Anne Frank. Yes.
One can never be on those platforms. Think about it.
Left-wing streamer walks back comments about bubbling Republican senator after Twitch suspension. Hassan Piker banned on Twitch after calling for the hypothetical death of GOP Senator Rick Smith.
If I say it out loud, the algorithm will think I'm doing something.
Now, I want you to keep in mind, when he did this,
Mom! Mom, look! I'm in the video! Look at that, dude! Look at that, dude! Man, we made it, huh, boys? We made it. Shit. We made it! Every day we get a little bit stronger. Every day we grow a little bit bigger. Every day our ego expands. Ego expansion. Feels good, man. Everybody talking about old Techie. Love that shit. Feels good, baby. Hey, that's because of y'all, by the way. That's because of y'all. All y'all motherfuckers who watch me every day on stream, all y'all motherfuckers who like, comment, and subscribe to YouTube, that's because of you. Appreciate you. And I'll keep covering this shit until they ban me. And they want me to go away so fucking bad, but I swear to God, if they ban me, it's going to be the worst decision they've ever fucking made, and I'm going to be A-okay. Like I always am. It's really that easy.
it took days of people tagging Twitch on X and other social media platforms covering this news for Twitch to do anything. And when they did, they banned him for a single day. If you say that there are only 2 genders on Twitch, you'll be gone for 7 days minimum. Keep in mind, Leafy got banned from YouTube for life for pissing off.
I find it insane how people want to cancel you if you say if you have a penis, you're a guy, and if you have a girl, or if you have a vagina, you're a girl. And then people say this shit like, no, that's not true. Like, genitals don't define gender. Okay, well then if they don't do that, why do people fucking chop off their dicks when they fucking transition? If genitals got nothing to do with it, then why are people chopping off their dicks if it doesn't matter? You see what I'm saying? Like, how are you gonna make that make sense to me? I don't get it. Personally, I would love for someone to use a non-emotional argument to make that make sense to me. You know, like, come on, like, what are we doing here, guys? What are we doing here?
A Pokemon. I got blacklisted. Then YouTube implemented some new like bullying regulations that made no sense because I was the one who had people come to his house. But you know, whatever. I got what I deserve, doesn't do.
Thank God. Good riddance to bad rubbish.
Now, if I said half the stuff that Hassan Piker has said on stream and anyone paid attention and platformed it, Google would have not only deleted my YouTube channel, they probably would have deleted my email account to go with it. So when Twitter saw this, they pointed out the hypocrisy in droves. I'm only going to grab like 1 or 2 tweets. Nobody wants to hear me read these all day.
Kershey got banned because she's edgy. Hassan Piker supports U.S. designated terrorist.
But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, I mean, we also called Nelson Mandela a terrorist until 2008.
You get the hell out!
Tells his audience to bubble senators. Calls all his critics.
I can't even say.
Calls all his critics snuggle struggles and PDFs.
Snuggle struggles.
Uses every slur.
He's like Cartman from South Park, but he just has so much more impunity.
You should have respected my authority.
Twitch throws him birthday parties. What, really? Ethan Klein reacts live to his 30-day Twitch ban for playing Hassan Piker's content.
Yeah, get this. Ethan reacting to Hassan gets banned for 30 days. Hassan never gets banned for the clips that Ethan reacted to. What the fuck is that?
On loop.
My God! It got banned for encouraging or glorifying extreme violence.
Whoa. That's
wow. That's Hassan's content that's on your platform that he didn't get in trouble for.
I forgot about that one. They also appealed it and they were denied. But enough stink happened on Twitter/X, whatever, to the point where Twitch couldn't ignore it. After Hassan Piker's one-day ban, he put out a heartfelt video saying, I got
legit
canceled.
fucking insane.
Wow. Suspended for one effing day. And this
I'm sorry, bro. He just looks... Editor, put an image of the Master of Disguise next to Hassan, the turtle guy from Master of Disguise, and then use AI to make Hassan bald. He is the Master of Disguise. Why is his head so small?
Dude runs and makes an I'm a canceled video. Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't make $30,000 yesterday. Oh no. They're trying to take my living. Now what did he do again to get that ban? Oh, that's right.
Twitch streamer Hassan Piker has been banned from Twitch after urging his audience to bubble Republican senators. Oh my God.
Recently, the egomaniac has been on a one
for a day. Encouraged killing a senator of the United States one day. Call Frogan fat 2 weeks. Imagine that.
On a be revolutionary kick where he parades around on stage at Coachella while someone waves a Palpatine flag to corpo-funded hip-hop punk rap music. I'm not even joking. Nothing says freedom fighter like private jets to Coachella yearly and trotting around a...
Yeah, instead of the Master of Disguise, he says, I'm not turtly enough for the Turtle Club. Hassan says, am I not terrorist enough for the Terrorist Club? Houthi Khan's gonna go crazy, guys.
Stage, fist pumping your hand.
They are a pair of Irish nationalistic artists that make hip-hop punk EDM music. They sing rap in English or Irish. Saw them live once in the Netherlands. Their music was okay, but not rememberable. It was mostly them screaming the lyrics and trying to hype up the crowd to get them to mosh. The mosh was a little weak, but it was fun. Between sets, they kept talking about Palpatine and made the crowd scream, free, free Palpatine, every chance they got. All in all, they were fine as artists, but they came across as posers in my opinion. Coachella, overhyped, overpriced corporate event. It reminds me of Katy Perry going to space for feminism, owned by a very conservative billionaire who donated a lot of his profits to the right-wing groups.
Let's not forget when he did some public speaking at a rally or something in these really weird oversized clothes that the internet quickly found out what the jacket was. Oh, the jacket itself was $1,500. Lord have mercy, I thought that was a whole outfit. Jesus Christ, Hassan. I can't even be mad at this point, to be real.
You gotta be such an egotistical prick to spend 1.5 grand on a jacket that looks like shit, bro. How insecure of a man do you have to be to wear a $10,000 outfit? Good Lord.
With you, because it's so ridiculous that it's incredibly funny.
I go live in a fucking wife beater and sweatpants every fucking day, and you'll never catch me being that insecure. Oh. And the one piece of clothing that actually does cost, what, like $4,800, $5,000? I have worn every single day for 2 years straight. Obviously, my beautiful golden necklace. Obviously. I know. It is real. It is. I know. That's because I bought this on one of the best days of my life, and I always want to remember it, and I've worn it every single fucking day. Bro bought a $1,500 jacket to wear once. That's insane.
Like a Dylan segment that you didn't ask for.
Women want to be her, men want to be with her. Dylan Mulvaney, the true definition of beauty and grace.
Where's my drink?
Hassan had a debate with Ethan Klein soon after all of this crap, and it went about as well as you'd expect from this dude.
You big... You are so out of your mind.
Iraqis!
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist...
Stu, make this funnier, please. Stu?
Uh-oh, chair react.
That we have...
I'm not gonna let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper, I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
Recently, our little champagne socialist that could LARPed online about being detained at customs. Something many people who travel from outside of the United States.
When are they releasing the footage of Hassan being quote-unquote detained? Because when they do, he's going to be outed as the biggest fraud on the fucking internet. Yeah, I got detained for 2 hours, just like he got detained at McDonald's when they asked him what his order was, bro.
The country have dealt with. But when it happens to Hassan, it's targeted harassment. Left-wing streamer Hassan Piker says he was detained next. Do you like Donald Trump at Chicago's O'Hare Airport? He has his whole video.
Oh my God. Do you like our president? Oh my God, and I feared for my life. Okay, dude.
Video talking about it. I'm gonna do you the favor and
okay, dude.
Let me just get to the point.
Thanks.
Already. Recently, another in a long line of unfortunate and miserable events that has unfolded in the last 5 years, bringing us ever closer to a world war, has happened. 2 Israel ambassador staffers were shot dead outside of D.C.'s Capitol Jewish Museum. The suspect shouted, "Free Palpatine," as he was being arrested. Law enforcement officials said, wow. Immediately when this news hit,
I should do a skit where I go to McDonald's and I just scream, am I being detained? Am I detained? Am I detained? The moment they say, hello, sir, welcome to McDonald's. But maybe I probably have to spend $10,000 to get an outfit so I can look like Hassan and a $2,000 toupee. Might be a little bit out of my price range right now.
hit Hassan Piker was linked to it by Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL. He called out Hassan Piker by name on CNN.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly...
Stop calling him a fucking gamer. At least you didn't call him a journalist.
Employees.
But as a guy who sexually identifies as a gamer, although some people would tell you I'm a fake gamer, they would say, Tectone is a fake gamer. He hasn't updated his drivers, and every gamer updates their drivers every day. How did he not know to update his fucking drivers? Guys, I might blow your mind. Just because I don't play games on stream doesn't mean that I'm not playing games off stream. It's called Pokemon Go, the best game on the fucking market in 2025.
Awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed.
True.
This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
Big true.
I do not condemn the elimination of those two Zionist officials who worked at the Israeli embassy last night, and here's why. Israel has live streamed a genocide.
Yeah, bro, it's not a matter of if. Hassan's BS is going to get us all new censorship laws or rules. It's a matter of when.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
True.
Now, if this was me being linked to some sort of shenanigans on this global scale, I wouldn't reply. I'd lay low a little bit, but not Hassan Piker.
Israel is an apartheid state doing a live stream, oh boy, Bako Bits. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous acts with W Jews. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't because they think they can improve Israel's standings by silencing its critics. It won't change the truth.
With that, the proverbial shit started hitting the fan.
So, okay, I also want to point out, I don't think I included this, but as soon as the attack happened, Hassan wiped his entire Discord history.
Yes, 3 times.
And he 3 separate times over the last 36 hours, Hassan Piker deleted his entire Discord.
Why do you think that is, guys? If you were to guess, why do you think he deleted all of his VODs and wiped his Discord 3 times? Let's all take a guess. Maybe it's because he's deleting evidence. Not very good, huh?
Unfortunately for Hassan, the entire Discord history was archived by some Jewish guy and then put up on a website called like hatred.net or something like that as examples of vile anti-Semitic hatred. And they're all combing through it and finding the most disturbing examples of extremism for the hit piece that's sure to come.
2 Israel embassy staffers were executed in D.C. today. Just 2 days ago, Hassan Piker...
Oh, just wait, guys. I'm not sure if you guys know this. Ethan Klein is making a second content nuke on Hassan. It is not over, boys. We are only at the tip of the iceberg, and it's only going to get worse. And I've heard so many times, just move on. Hell nah. I'm not a guy who moves on. Absolutely not. We will wait until there is justice. Absolutely. The weak move on. I will wait for justice.
Piker hosted a 20,000 person live stream with Bad Empanada, a guy who has reportedly urged his audience to go out in a bubble. Oy vey.
Hassan Piker this week. Bad Empanada and I don't disagree on our ultimate goals. We just disagree on methods. Bad Empanada. Americans, if you want to stop them, take action. They have names and addresses. it's so easy to get it.
You should preach it that these people are ultimately useless, and you're gonna have to do shit yourself.
You don't drive up to people in your limb.
So let me just go ahead and translate that because the censoring might made of that not make sense to you. People in Hassan's orbit said it's very easy to find these people on the internet. Their names are public, their addresses are public, and it's very easy to get a gun. What do you think that's implying, guys? Man, I wondered. You know what's crazy? 24 hours after that, 2 innocent people were killed in the street. Wonder why that is.
Lamborghini, splash them with mud. When they go, what'd you do that for? You go, I'm speaking truth to power.
This isn't good for any of us. The fact that the dude from the ADL called out Hassan and labeled him a gamer will be a lightning rod for Republicans who like to blame all of America's gun issues on gaming rather than mental health and the affordability of the American dream that we've all been cheated out of. Some will say gun laws, but frankly, growing up in poor neighborhoods, I assure you, criminals doing crimes were not dissuaded by the stringent New York laws. Yep. This could all lead to blanket scrutiny for any edgy post, any edgy content, comment, video, live stream, etc. We are already under so much scrutiny when it comes to just talking online these days. And due to Twitch's favoritism and sheer stupidity of not reining in Hassan Piker for the million times they should have, this idiot is now indirectly implicated due to his wacky far-left political beliefs that he touts from the highest mountains possible. The fact that they didn't wring him by his neck when he somehow killed the Twitch gravy train blows my mind. Hassan Piker did in 1 year.
Ad revenue is still now 25% of what it was. Twitch streamers are going to start migrating to other platforms, and I really recommend that if you do enjoy these streamers quite a bit for their content, to follow them to the new platforms. I will also, just want to let you guys know, I'm also going to start streaming on Twitter and Kick. Especially if Asmon's going to be working with Elon to fix the streaming site, I'm absolutely going to get a head start on that, and I believe in those two to actually make that website great. And you know what's crazy is Twitch has completely just everything that we have said is falling on deaf ears for Twitch, and they have still yet to put out a statement on this shit at all. It's insane. And I need to be on a platform that's at least good, or if they're bad, listen to the changes that we want.
Year what Twitch thoughts couldn't do in 10. Needless to say, instead of laying low or maybe taking a vacation till the heat is off of you, you know, to pause and reflect, Hassan does what he always does.
Hassan Piker, star of Amazon's Twitch.
Incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and
It's a false flag, but I'm not saying it's a false flag. Bro, just admit that you agree with the guy who just killed 2 innocent people because it furthers your pro-terrorist agenda. It's really not that hard to say.
Oh my God! Stop!
The guy was genuine in his actions. Like, bro, what? Hassan, what? Of all the things to say. But to be real, forget it. It's on brand. This is on brand for Hassan Piker. Add this one to the mini clips in a long list that only Patreons and maybe YouTube members will see.
Still remember to
What a absolutely fantastic video. It's a Gundam. I was not familiar with your game, but I'm glad I am now. What a fantastic video. If you ever want to talk, hit me up. What a great video. Glad to see someone else exposing the bullshit of Hamas, Diddy, Osama bin Laden, Adolf Epstein, baby oil Piker. Great video. Like, comment, subscribe.
Sydney Sweeney is selling her bathwater. Fellas, my boys, don't worry, I got you. I'm gonna tell you all about it, where to find it so you can block it. Because obviously, like, that's super weird. You definitely would never buy it, ever. The only reason you have that credit card in your hand is for different reasons. But yeah, as it turns out, Sydney Sweeney is partnered with soap brand Dr. Squatch to sell a limited run of bars of soap that are actually made with Sydney's bathwater. Specifically, they're making 5,000 bars that will reportedly come with a certificate that confirms that the bathwater was included. With Sydney saying, when your fans start asking for your bathwater, you can either ignore it or turn it into a bar of Dr. Squatch soap. It's weird in the best way. Now, this partnership, it's not coming out of nowhere, right? Sydney already has an established relationship with Dr. Squatch. She's been in ads before, one of which actually featured her in the bath with Sydney referring referring to it in today's announcement. And all of this is obviously she is not the first person ever to sell her bathwater. Though I will say the reaction to the news is drastically different. I mean, we saw this idea really take off with e-girl Belle Delphine back in 2019. And then later you saw other creators like Amaranth jumping on board. Yeah, now with Sydney, what we've seen is that the reactions have been all over the place. Where you've got some people going damn near feral over this idea and others just plain disgusted. And then as far as like the business side of it, you have some saying it's a genius business idea, but others saying a gimmick like this, it's gonna hurt her career in the long run. But yeah, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts, whether you are a simp for suds, we'll say, or someone just outright disgusted by this. What's your take? What's your opinion? And while you're maybe leaving your opinion in those comments down below, let me say hi. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news for better or worse. We have a lot to talk about today that is far more serious than that. First story, starting with this. This morning, the US government effectively told hundreds of thousands of Chinese students, pack your bag, because we just got the announcement that the State Department and Homeland Security will aggressively revoke the visas of Chinese students in the US. With this said to specifically include, quote, those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. And so this news, it sent shockwaves across the academic community because as of last year, there were about 277,000 Chinese students in the US. That makes China the second biggest source of international students just behind India. And even that is kind of a low number for them. That's down from more than 370,000 before the pandemic. But with this, right now, what we're seeing is that there's a lot of confusion about exactly who's getting deported and how many will be affected. Because, first of all, it's not clear what critical fields means, with many interpreting that to mean advanced subjects like biotechnology, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence, but it also leaves a lot of students unsure about whether their particular field counts as critical. Also, you have places like the New York Times noting that despite concerns that the Chinese government recruits US-trained scientists, there's no evidence of such scientists working for China in large numbers. And then, secondly, it's unclear what constitutes a connection to the Chinese Communist Party. Because as of the end of 2023, more than 99 million people, or about 7% of China, were officially members of the CCP. Some of which, though not all, overlaps with the 74 million members of the Communist Youth League. And then when it comes to university students in particular, the numbers grow even more. With seeing, for example, one 2016 paper finding that up to 75% of those in Beijing apply for party membership during their undergraduate years. But then also, very notably, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're true believers, because other research suggests that they're more likely motivated by career advancement, political gain, and social status than ideology. With a number of people saying it's kind of like how it's simply pragmatic to get your membership card with the Communist Party and the Soviet Union. But for example, John Burns, an emeritus professor at the University of Hong Kong, explaining that the best students in China's elite universities are approached by the party and asked to join, and then saying to NBC it's probably a wise decision on their part, as the CCP is the network of all networks to get ahead in China. The argument being it's not obvious that CCP membership is as nefarious as it might seem, and either way, you have Burns saying that the US government has no independent way of verifying a Chinese student's membership, unless the students themselves or people who know them reveal it. But also, importantly, the White House's announcement, it goes beyond just revoking visas, with it adding, we will also revise visa criteria to enhance scrutiny of all future visa applications from the People's Republic of China and Hong Kong. And so, all of this, it's a drastic change from previous policy, and you have many saying it does not bode well for US-China relations. Right? Because historically, even the children of most top CCP officials could attend American universities. I mean, even Xi Jinping's daughter graduated from Harvard in 2014 under a pseudonym, although administrators knew who she really was. And all of that is, on the flip side, there were only about 800 Americans studying in China, which on the note of China, as far as their reaction, you had the Chinese Foreign Ministry expressing disappointment at this morning's news, with a spokesperson saying, this politically discriminatory move exposes the hypocrisy of America's long proclaimed values of freedom and openness and will only further damage the United States' international image and credibility. And, you have many Americans agreeing there with, for example, Gary Locke, a U.S. ambassador to China during the Obama administration, telling the New York Times, shutting the door on Chinese students doesn't just betray our values, it weakens our leadership in science, technology, and innovation. And that seeming to be because American research institutions have long attracted some of the most talented students from other countries, and they've benefited from their expertise. Also, like we talked about yesterday, many universities get a large part of their annual revenue from international students who pay full tuition. But that said, for Trump, politically speaking, it's kind of a perfect move. But he combines his trade war with China, his crackdown on immigrants, and his attack on universities in a single headlining declaration. And it fits. It's a continuation of what his administration's been doing over the past few months, where they've already revoked thousands of student visas, they've detained and deported people seemingly for their political expression. And, just yesterday, the State Department halted scheduled interviews with foreign students applying for student and exchange visas. And even that was after last week you had Homeland Security announcing it was revoking Harvard's certification to enroll foreign students, with him notably justifying that move in part by claiming without evidence that the university coordinated with the Chinese Communist Party, though also a federal judge temporarily blocked that, and it's still being fought out in court. But for now, we'll have to wait to see who all this hits and how things move forward. But then, next up, you've got this big influencer in the news right now because she's suing to keep the public from accessing graphic details about her toddler's drowning. And if you're unfamiliar, this is a tragic story, and the influencer here is Emily Kaiser. She has 4 million followers on TikTok, 1.7 million on Instagram, and she and her husband Brady have 2 sons, Trig, who's 3, and Theodore, who was just born in March. And she often posted about their life together, but on May 12th, her son Trig was hospitalized over an accidental drowning incident, and the Chandler Police Department in Arizona, they later confirmed that he
It's been a little while since we've had drama on this channel, so I decided that we'd freshen up the content a little bit.
You're passionate about, then upload the same video from 8 months ago.
No flame to you, Carter the Sharpest, but let's get into everything you just said. So, the first thing that I want to talk about is the context for the clip. So, if you watch this clip, right, you might be wondering, Dantes, why are you going so aggressive on him? And to actually show you what really happened, I'll play you guys the original clip from the debate video that was posted a few days ago. Watch. First thing you talked about was Carter, right? You said Carter gets views. You're right, he does on YouTube Shorts. The reason why Carter gets views isn't because there's a new innovative league thing that allows for new creators. It's because an entirely new platform opened up, which was YouTube Shorts, right? So essentially what happened is we were discussing the state of the game, and we were talking about if content is good for content creators to post in the league scene. And the name Carter came up, and as a result, obviously I was like, yes, people do well on Shorts, but that doesn't mean that league is trending in an upward spot. In fact, you can't even make an assessment out of it to begin with because it hasn't been around for that long. So obviously new creators are going to be able to come out because of a new platform that was entirely opened up for them. But of course, in his mini clip, he didn't include anything of what I'm saying right now to paint me out to be this kind of villain in a way. So, people that actually put time into YouTube Shorts can make explosive growth that doesn't even translate into growth for themselves. If you look at Carter's videos, his videos get like, bro, less than 2,000 views. His last video got 17,000 views in a month. His shorts do well, but everyone's shorts do well, you know? Like using shorts as a metric, every single streamer right now gets good views on shorts normally. If you look at Nile or Azap or even like here, there was absolutely no flame here whatsoever, right? I'm just simply talking about the fact that even though you can get views on shorts, it's not going to translate to growth on your actual long form videos, nor is it going to translate to growth on Twitch because the ceiling for content is not actually as big as it used to be. So even though there are people getting views on shorts, it doesn't mean that more people are watching league content. It just means that shorts are just easier content to consume. You know, like using shorts as a metric, every single streamer right now gets good views on shorts normally. If you look at Nile or Azap or even like Kesha, things like that, but their viewership has literally never been lower on shorts. So here I misspoke. I meant to say the viewership has never been lower on Twitch, okay? But even then, it's like there were times in the past that shorts were performing better than they are nowadays, right? Like I remember when Kesha used to pump out 2 million views a clip on every single one. And nowadays it seems that even the ceiling for league shorts is falling. So that is the full context for the clip that he took, and if you guys were to rewatch it, which we'll actually do right now, you'll notice that he gets rid of all the context and all the fact that I literally was like speaking good on him, if anything, to paint me as a villain. Carter gets views, you're right, he does, on YouTube Shorts. His shorts... So he eliminated the entire part where I was talking about the fact that shorts doesn't translate into YouTube, which is the entire reason why I even brought this up to begin with. Do well, but everyone's shorts do well. Every single streamer right now gets good views on shorts normally, but their viewership has literally never been lower on shorts. And then he just finishes off the clip and goes into the tirade. So now, in response to the actual tirade, I actually made a list of every single thing he went over, and we're going to talk about every single point he made together. So the first thing he does is he brings up the fact that he's getting 700,000 views a day on shorts, and it's been doing well over the last month. And it is, don't get me wrong. But if you actually look at Social Blade, you'll see that his shorts performance peaked back in November, earlier this year, and then ever since then there was a bit of a downshift in terms of engagement, and then there was a spike again in March, which has whittled down slowly but surely. So even then, he just brought up this random graph of the last 28 days and fails to include the fact that he's not making nearly as many views as he used to in the past, which would even prove my point even more, and then also turns into personal attack later, which we'll talk about.
Dead wrong? I don't think it's the shorts either, brother. League of Legends is still an amazing game for creating content.
So here, he talks about how League of Legends is still an amazing game for creating content. Let's see what examples he uses.
Polypuff is making his own game modes and practice tool. Myth is making absolutely amazing documentary style videos on the professional scene. Harold and Dumbs are both still innovating and changing the game, and I didn't even mention Lost Rotone.
Perfect. So that's a lot of information. Let's go over every single thing he talked about. Let me get my notepad out. So first and foremost is the Polypuff game modes, right? Has Polypuff made good game modes in the practice tool? Yes, they have. But the thing is that practice tool in particular is something that League creators, I know for a fact Professor Kali has, have been asking Riot to make 5v5 for years, and it was only on this last year that they were able to. So League's innovation when it comes to their game is actually just implementing something 5 years late that their creators have legitimately flown out to Riot to give presentations on about why they've needed them years ago. And even then, when you look at the game modes that Polypuff's creating haven't even contributed to that much when it comes to their channel's growth. So you guys can see that even with the whole new game mode thing coming out, viewership isn't really increasing that much, and it seems like it's just holding still. So even with these new innovating things coming out, League of Legends content isn't actually translating into growth, which doesn't make sense, does it? He then goes on to bring up channels like Myth, Dumbs, and Herald and talks about how they're creating crazy content that's super cool, and it's doing super well too. But the craziest thing is that their content, while great, isn't necessarily innovative. One of my channels, the Donal Shorts channel, actually used to be my main channel when it came to YouTube. And there was a time that I actually switched from doing full game informative content, and over the course of a month, I started doing actual documentary style videos, similar to what Myth, for example, is doing. And even back then, you can clearly see that I was able to get 10 to 30 times my regular amount of views because this content is just evergreen. Making content about stories that have happened over the course of the years is always something that people are going to be interested in, but it's not something innovative that's anything new. It's something that's been done for years, that will continue to be done for years, and will always translate into a good amount of views because there's built up interest over time for the game's history. And when you look at, for example, Harold's videos, you can see that Harold has been uploading for the last 8 months. Although his videos are great and they're actually like really interesting and cool with the new concepts that he does, they are also similar, not in actuality, but in theory, to a lot of Zwag's videos. Now, I'm not saying that Harold is copying Zwag in any way. Harold puts a ton of time into his videos, and they aren't just full game informatives where he talks about the game. He actually edits them and does a bunch of stuff. But when it comes to the concept of doing off-meta things and off-meta builds, ideas, and even team comps, that is something that has been done for a while. And you can even look at Zwag's videos that in the past a year ago would always get around 200,000 views, maybe even sometimes 400,000, are nowadays barely even pulling in 100 to 150,000 views. Which again is further talking about my point where because Riot has not actually given tools for creators besides the 5v5 practice tool for them to actually create new and innovative content, over time content that has been done repetitively seems to lose interest and value. Because obviously if nothing new is coming out, no new items, no new builds, no new runes, then there just isn't much in the off-meta scene for you to actually create content on anymore. And then lastly, he goes on to bring up Lost Retones, everyone's favorite argument for talking about why the League scene isn't dying. But the truth is that I feel like Lost Retones actually perfectly encapsulates the area that League is in. You see, Lost Retones is getting great viewership on all their videos. They're getting great viewership on their streams, and their method of approach when it comes to content creators entering the pro scene is something that hasn't been done before in the League space. But the truth is that even with this innovative approach to the pro scene, it isn't enough to actually break the barrier of what League's superimposed limits are. You see, when it comes to viewership on Twitch, the League of Legends category has actually never been in a worse state. In this month of April, it is actually the lowest it's been since 2017, and even the content creators doing all of the innovative content that they possibly can with the pro scene approach aren't benefiting that much from what's going on. Channels like Nemesis's, for example, after the initial hype of the Lost Ratones wore off, are experiencing similar numbers as they have in the past, and are actually even lower now than they were back in 2021. And that's not me saying Nemesis content is bad. I don't think it is at all. That's just me talking about the fact that there are less people watching League nowadays because there's nothing new that creators can actually do. Riot doesn't give the tools that are necessary, which was the entire thing that my debate was about, but for some reason Carter decided to turn it into a dick slinging contest and just brought up a bunch of irrelevant things to try and prove his point. If League of Legends content was in the great state it is in, then how is it possible that channels like Baus and Nemesis that are collaborating with the biggest League of Legends creator of all time, who's Cadril, who's literally the third most watched streamer on the entire platform, are not even experiencing the explosive growth that you think should come with that prestige? And the answer is simple. It's because that although Cadril is able to pull in monumental amounts of viewers, he's not pulling in new viewers. New people aren't coming to the scene because there's just nothing to actually watch and experience here. Nothing new is going on. Nothing crazy has happened in the last 2 years. We've gotten map changes and 5v5 practice tool, but that's literally about it.
Harold and Dumbs are both still innovating and changing the game, and I didn't even mention Lost Ratones. You're just burnt out, man, and that's perfectly okay.
He then goes on to make it personal, saying that I'm just burned out. And am I? Maybe. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be making a video responding to a 30,000 subscriber account. But I'm so burnt out that I'm bored enough to do this, because why not? I think it'll be fun. And the truth is that League of Legends content is something that I've been doing since 2019. And for the first few years, it always felt new, fresh, and amazing because every single year there would be many changes that would change how the game felt. But over the last 2, there just hasn't been anything happening. The huge changes that Riot was promising us at the beginning of the year that were supposed to change League forever never even came. And we've had the same runes and items in the game now for literal years now. The only difference between now and back then being the fact that nowadays they've just been nerfed harder than anything else. So solo carry potential is at an all-time low, and when you take a jacked schizo crackhead and you make it so that he can't 1v9 his Hecarim games anymore with caffeine and hardstyle because he's buying shitty Eclipse for 2800 gold, then of course it's gonna feel stale. I've always gotten off on the fact that League of Legends was a game where I could push my limits and actually supersede the enemy mechanically and be able to 1v9 demon through everything. And I'm sure a lot of you guys have felt that and felt the same way yourselves. And the fact that nowadays people are trying to almost gaslight you into thinking that that's not the case and that you're just wrong is insane. There just haven't been changes that allow you to play the game that we used to be able to in the past, so of course League is going to feel different. But it's not because we're aging or burnt out, it's because Riot just hasn't been doing anything new.
You're just burnt out, man, and that's perfectly okay. You can't play the same game forever. Maybe it's just time for a new game.
He then goes on to say you can't just play the same game forever, maybe it's time for a new game. And the thing is, I did. For literal months on this channel especially, I was posting variety content and I was actually making my debut as a variety streamer. But after only a few months, I realized how much I actually loved playing League and how much I missed that competitive feeling, which is the reason why I went back to it. It wasn't a thing where my channel was dying, and it wasn't a thing where things were going badly. In fact, my viewership was actually increasing on Twitch, and my YouTube viewership had never been higher. But because I craved that feeling of competition that I wasn't feeling anymore, I returned to the game because of my love for it. The truth is that I could decide tomorrow to become a variety streamer and just upload Coffin of Annie and Lele or different variety games like Schedule 1 even, and it would probably do way better for me than what's happening right now. But because I have an attachment to this game, I just want to see this game grow in a way where it actually allows for creators to thrive in the scene again. And the fact that other creators are taking Riot's side when Riot has never done anything for us is absurd. Going against a guy that's talking about how hard it is for creators nowadays to actually get their name out there there and explode in the way they used to be able to should be something that's supported, not clipped out of context so you can get 50,000 views on a short.
Also, no flame, but if everyone gets views on shorts, then why haven't any of yours gotten above 100k views in the last 2 months?
He then goes on to make things extremely personal, talking about the fact that if everyone gets views on shorts, why aren't mine doing that well? Well, you're right, bro. My shorts viewer count on my Donal channel isn't that great, but on my 2 million subscriber account that only posts non-league related things, it is. 1 out of my last 6 shorts hit 1 million views. The further you scroll, the higher the viewer count goes, with a baseline of anywhere between 1 to 200,000, going upwards of 2 million. And over time, this account's most popular clips are actually over 60 million views, with tens of millions on the other ones following it. So if I can do so well off League of Legends, and League of Legends is the primary game I play, then why is it that my shorts viewer count is so low on my main channel? Well, the reason why is simple. Because it doesn't allow for actual growth. The game doesn't allow for innovation. It doesn't allow for new crazy things to happen. The only time that I've gotten views recently on my shorts was when I was shit-talking Riot because everyone knows how bad it is. So making this minute-long expose video to try and come after me because I'm just saying something that everyone knows is true is absolutely insane. And it's not even just that. It's the fact that he's blatantly lying as well. He talks about the fact that I haven't gotten over 100,000 views in the last 2 months when I actually had a 10 million view short on this account exactly 1 month ago. Since he wanted to bring up viewer count so badly, that one short actually has triple the amount of views as his most popular one of all time. At the end of the day, I don't know what Carter was trying to do with this video. I don't know if he was trying to turn whatever audience he had against me, or if he just wanted to make it so that I seem dumb when in reality I'm not. But the only thing Carter the Sharpest ended up proving is that he is, in fact, not the sharpest. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed the pointless drama video. If you want more of this, just let me know, and I'll see you guys all for the next one. Peace.
We are now going to watch a video on the world's most unlikable piece of shit. Somehow I'm not talking about myself or Hassan.
He is not doing very
Jack
well.
Doherty.
So last time we talked about Jack
This guy
Doherty, he apparently
sucks.
filed a police report saying that he was robbed at gunpoint in Beverly Hills, California. He
Hey, you know what's crazy? He probably deserved it.
claimed they stole his $300,000 chain, chased him around, and tackled him to the ground.
Something
Now,
I usually
personally,
don't get
really
to
buy
say.
that story because he didn't have any bruises or cuts or anything, and he said that he was running at them with a gun pointed to his head. So I don't know. I kind of thought it was some pathetic.
Man, this shit's more fake than Amaranth and her husband's fucking arguments on stream. Yeah, fucking right, bro.
Attempt at insurance fraud, especially because it happened right after Jack lost his main source of income. His OnlyFans girlfriend broke up with him and called the cops on him. Now, we got some updates to the situation. Jack Doherty actually went on the No Jumper podcast with another puck, Adam22, and he basically just started crying about how his girlfriend left him. They also talk about how similar they are, both like sort of pimping out their girlfriend. McKinley has also apparently moved on. She's like going on dates with a streamer called...
Bro, every girl that I've ever broken up with, I've never cried over. I'm just like, oh, thank God. You know what I'll do? I'll cry because of how much time I wasted on these stupid motherfuckers. But I have never beaten myself up over a woman ever, and you will never catch me that way.
Lacey.
Hell no. I'm like, oh man, thank God I'm free, bro.
You know,
thank
very
God.
real, loving relationship here. Zero sarcasm there. And she even talks about the whole robbery incident, saying that Jax has started filming her after it happened, asking
Now, maybe I'll pretend to farm a couple subs, but realistically, I don't care.
for clips on TikTok. So as always, we're just gonna check in on the local doofus and see what's up.
Great.
So it starts with Adam22 and Jack just discussing their career.
So like, you know, basically rage bait your way into going viral. And it felt like you were kind of
Sounds like Tuho.
pretty hard for a while and kind of took that like about as far as
Sounds
you could
like
ever take it.
Hassan.
Was that like an intentional?
Just like you, it's like, you know, same thing.
It's crazy because motherfuckers be saying that I'm a rage baiter. Brother, what about rage baiting? What about rage baiting? The only thing that I ever rage baited was one thing. The shit with Trump on Twitter. That's the only thing that I ever rage baited because it's funny as fuck saying Trump pisses people off that much that I just farmed him. I just farmed that shit. That is the only rage bait I've ever done. Me saying the truth and the truth making you angry is not rage bait, brother. It's not. Because Genshin fans getting angry at me for saying the truth. Sorry, brothers. Robin is not a lesbian. That's not a rage bait. That's the goddamn truth.
thing. It's like you rage bait people so hard, you literally had another guy your wife. It's like, how much harder can you rage bait after that, right?
Oh my god, not gonna lie, that was actually a decent comeback by Jack. I think it's very hard to be less embarrassing when Adam22 is in the room, the guy who literally had his wife get quote unquote railed, his words not mine, by Jason Love. Then Jack talks about McKinley saying that she's a holy girl.
People give you the same thing though, because your girl was like doing OnlyFans or something, right?
But like that was like she didn't start OnlyFans like 6 months after we were together.
That's one thing.
It wasn't like she had OnlyFans and I got like we were together.
The right wing dudes though will treat any girl who does OnlyFans like she's a straight up.
I had a holy girl for 6 months though. Yeah.
I really just feel that if you're in the sex industry and if you have an OnlyFans, you should be single. I really do. I really think it's like that straightforward, right? Like if you are selling yourself out sexually to other men, you should have the dignity to not dishonor your partner by doing that shit while y'all are together. And that might make you upset, but like it is cheating. And you can't convince me otherwise. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck if you say, well, I don't love him when he was f***ing me in my ass. I only love you. Come on. Like, just have some sanctity of y'all's relationship. Get your money, pour yourself out. Now, once again, I believe once they retire, absolutely they can have a partner. But maybe if your partner's into getting cocked, go for it. But like, I just feel like it's so disrespectful. And I feel like a lot of people don't understand how much that can fuck with a man's mental or even a woman's mental for any male OnlyFans content creators. I genuinely don't. I just don't think it's a good thing to do.
Not good.
A holy girl?
Unless you want to be an owner of the Cucking Pro Max.
Oh my god, the unbelievable cringe I'm hearing right now. He really called McKinley a holy girl. Really, Jack? Really?
Really, dude?
To promote her OnlyFans.
Really?
13-year-olds in her video. The absolute disgusting degenerate freak who should probably be locked up alongside you as well. That is the holy girl, huh?
Would you rather have this girl or this Eurus?
I'm taking that Eurus.
Eurus? All right.
Ain't that kid 5 years old? Why the fuck are we asking him this? What the fuck is this?
Would you rather have this girl or this McLaren? McLaren? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. All right, would you rather have this girl or this blue Lambo? Still? Not good enough for you? Oh my gosh.
She's really the type of girl you bring home to your
like
mom.
5!
I just love how embarrassed he actually is. He's like, oh no, she only started the OnlyFans 6 months after we got together. She's actually a really innocent and wholesome guy.
Bro, that's worse. Oh yeah, I got a clouded boyfriend, so I'm gonna use him so I can whore myself out on the internet. What the fuck is this level of Cuck Pro Maxing?
It's a holy relationship. Bro, nobody is buying this. You both are complete degenerates. Your gene pool needs a lifeguard. We can't have this guy procreating. And I just love this debate. They're basically debating who is the bigger puck. You know, Adam22 getting his wife piped or Jack selling out his girlfriend. To be fair, I think Adam22 wins that hands down. But Jack is a close second. I'm pretty sure if you offered him a couple million, he'd do the same. Then Jack sort of slips up and admits that he's the one who put her on OnlyFans.
So you the one who put her on the OF? Like, wave? Like, oh, yo, I think this would be good.
Yeah, pretty sort of. I mean, obviously, like it was like mutual.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the other things that they always throw at you is that they basically make it out as if your like OnlyFans management shit was like primarily like aimed at getting girls who are like fresh out of high school. Was that like a fake narrative from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, most of the girls I work with are like older than me, even like a lot of them.
Well, how old are you right now?
21.
Which is why when a lot of people are saying,
what the fuck?
Yeah. Age range. Yeah.
Yeah, notice how you said the word most and not all. That's a very interesting choice of words, Jack. That means you're basically admitting that some girls are indeed that you wait until they're 18 and basically immediately sign them up to OnlyFans and take a cut of their income. And he just admitted that he is pretty much the person who sort of ruins these girls by preying on them. He said like she didn't even have an OnlyFans and he sort of convinced her, right? And I mean, he did say like a mutual or whatever, but let's be honest, if every girl that talks to this guy becomes an OF chick, I mean, that's one hell of a coincidence, right? I mean, we talked about this before, but I know it's that weird sort of predatory deal where he goes up to these girls and he's like, oh, you're gonna make so much money. You're so young. You gotta take advantage of this. I'll grow your business. And then Jack, Mr. Slimy Boss here,
yeah, that's a yikes for me, dog.
Money, while you essentially just ruin your online reputation and you sacrifice a lot in life as well, right? Obviously, if you're doing OnlyFans, you're gonna have some family problems, some friend problems, some reputational problems, a bunch of problems. But again, I'm not gonna defend any of these girls either because they are pretty degenerate because you can't really be manipulated into making videos with literal kids and promoting your OF like that, right? I think it's pretty effed up if you take part in that. And hell nah. Talk about the whole
Get that kid the fuck away from there.
McKinley just broke up recently. Is that real or?
Yeah.
You dying about it?
Man, what a surprise.
You gotta be. Because y'all spent a lot of time together.
Yeah, man, it sucks.
Hey, I'm gonna just be 100%, brother. If you dating a girl as a content creator and they ain't trying to sign a prenup before y'all get married, you need to get the fuck out of there. And that needs to be a conversation that you have on early. like early. Jack Doherty, I hate to blow up your ego, but these women are not going after you because they like you for you, brother. They want your money, and that is fucking it.
You know, it's like we spent every day together for 2 years straight. It's hard to go from like being with someone every day to like 0. You know, it's just like it's a big shift.
What was the main root cause of that from your perspective?
Did you, bro? I asked that shit within the first month. Every single fucking time. You know what I ask on the first day now? Do you have any mental illnesses that I should be aware of? Let me tell you. First date needs to be an escape room. That's how you check if they're crazy. Because women and men crack under pressure. That's where you take them. You take them to an escape room. Date 2. You take them to the pool. That's how you see them without makeup. That's how you tell if you're dating a hog or not. You try to see if you dating a mud face, and you make sure they go underneath the water. Hell yeah, or the water park. Yep.
I don't even want.
Oh, and by the way, if a girl you meet or a guy you meet trauma dumps on you, the first time y'all talk, get out of there. Get out. Because if someone you don't even know is willing to tell you shit, their deepest, darkest secrets, you think they ain't gonna tell yo shit to everybody else?
I want to like talk about it, you know. I feel like it's just like, I don't know. I don't want to sit on a podcast and just yap about it from my perspective, even though.
Yeah, so obviously I don't really know exactly what caused this breakup or whatever. I can only guess. But
crazy little life advice. Your boyfriend, your girlfriend ain't your therapist.
I think everybody already said this to Jack, that this is not a real relationship. Obviously, you two are just using each other. I feel like if you just accepted that fact, you would be so much happier. She's obviously only with you to elevate her brand and influence, and you were pretty much using her as a money generator, right? So for this absolute twerp to go on this podcast and act all sobby about it, like, oh my god, I loved her so much, like, shut the fuck up, you piece of shit. And you know, hypothetically, if he was actually dumb enough to fall in love with her or whatever, I mean, sucks to suck, okay? Another day, another sucker is born, I guess. What an idiot. Bro actually thought she was into his personality, bro. Ain't no way. You got literally the bottom of the barrel, trash, narcissist, dickhead personality who literally goes out there, bullies people while hiding behind security guards, bro. You really think girls are watching that and like, that's the kind of man I want? Said no one ever, bro. Anyways, after this, Adam actually asked a good question. He asked Jack if he's actually hurt emotionally in the relationship.
Isn't he young as fuck? He's 21.
Financially sad about
Jack
it.
Doherty.
No, it's already so like so much is so out there and it's so twisted and stupid already. It's just like I don't even care to like touch up on it anymore. I'll just leave it in the past and move on and just like
But I mean, I guess a lot of people probably wonder like, are you hurt from a business perspective or are you hurt like emotionally? Like that was something you actually
way more emotionally than I am business wise. You know, it's like money comes and goes. Like I can make that money back like in like quick, you know, but it's just like it's more of like the time we spent together is like something I can't replace with like anyone else, you know?
Okay, this is hilarious because literally right after he broke up, he got the carbon copy Temu version of McKinley here, bro. Bro literally replaced his Tesla Model X with the Tesla Model Y. You can't be serious, bro. Bro's like, nah,
that's insane.
She's irreplaceable. She's the love of my life. Oh my god.
Hell nah. Hell nah. That's psycho-ass behavior.
Like 2 days after. Also, is it just me or does this guy flip-flop like crazy? Because remember that video where McKinley was taking all her stuff from his house and then Jack kept bad-mouthing her, right? Saying like, oh, she's the worst, never trust girls ever, I can't believe I trusted her, I gave her my life and this is what happened to me. And he was basically just saying that she's like the worst thing that happened to him. And now what, you're back in love, dude? What the hell? Can you make up your mind? If you were to ask my obviously expert opinion here, I would say he's only financially distraught because she was undoubtedly his biggest moneymaker, okay? She was generating absolute bank from her OnlyFans and Jack has now lost that source of income, so he is distraught.
She was the only
nah, that's weird as fuck, bro. That's weird as fuck. That's weird as fuck.
It's like been the craziest past years of my life, so it's just like.
And she's the last relationship that you'll ever get into when you're like a normal person. So like every girl after this, you're gonna have to be like a lot more precautious about because you don't know if they just want to, you know, get in there, use you for your clout.
I love how these absolute pucks here are assuming that anybody would want to be in a relationship with them. Literally two of the most embarrassing people on the internet and a podcast together, bro. You can't make this shit up. It's absolute cinema. Also, why is Adam pretending?
Brother, what other reason is for anybody to be with you besides that, bro? What else do you have, Jack Doherty? What do you have? What do you think you have?
Exactly that. It was transactional. And I feel like if you willingly get into a relationship with Jack Doherty, I mean, your brain probably runs on Windows 95, let's be honest. You gotta be like a different level of slow. Then we get some real solid advice from Jack here.
The clip that I noticed was the police being at your house. Why was there even need for it?
No idea, bro. It's insane. Like, when there's money involved, girls do crazy things. That's all I'm gonna say. Bro, it's just like girls are girls, bro. It's like, I really realize that. Like, this past month. Like, God.
Bro really wants to act like he has aura saying all this shit, thinking that he hard as fuck. Bro, Jack, you are dumb as shit.
Damn, like.
Wow, really insightful words from Jack Doughboy.
I know.
Here. Girls are just girls, man. For real, for real.
True. Yes,
Jack.
queen.
What the hell happened? How could this happen to you? Nobody saw this coming. This is so shocking. This is my shocked face right now. Also, might I remind the audience, she called the police on this guy because you wouldn't let her take her stuff from his house, right? So isn't that you being a complete piece of shit? Because, like, why else would she actually call the police on you? And then you were even screaming at her while the police was there, just constantly shouting at her, recording her, putting her on the internet. So, I don't know, just not a good look. Like, you're calling her crazy and stuff like that, but I feel like you're equally messed up in the head, you know? Now, one question that's always been on my mind is, does Jack Doherty actually watch all these videos we make about him? And the answer is yes. In fact, he is glued to the screen right now.
No.
Turns out he's probably watching this video as well, so everybody say hi to Jack real quick.
Hi,
but
Jack!
Yeah, here he is talking about Charlie, Penguin Zero.
Do you watch the hate documentaries that people make about you, or is that just not even interesting to you?
Which ones?
Shit, I don't know. I see the thumbnails.
I love that one. Those ones, I love
like
it.
8 million views.
I love his videos, but like, when he makes them on me, I'm like, damn. But
You talking Moist Critical?
they do be like hella hateful. Like, they can like, I get where they're coming from for sure. It's funny videos. Like, I'm not like, oh, them for hating on me. Like, I get it. You know, it's just like, it's content. But some of the things.
I've never seen a hate video on me that actually had the proper context of the clips that are being referenced or the full story to any issue that I've ever caused. And like, you know what's crazy? All the creators that I talked to about their video have profusely apologized. Even the creator, Royalty is Here, made a hit piece on me about 2 years ago. And then I reacted to the video, and then he put out a comment saying, oh yeah, I did not know the full story of any of these fucking clips. That's why this shit don't bother me whatsoever. But when Jack be watching this shit, they're just like, man, yeah, I suck ass, don't I?
Things are a little like over the top. Like,
man, I must suck ass.
Is it really over the top to call you an insufferable douchebag? Isn't that exactly what you are? Like, you tell me, Pop Quiz, right? What do you call a guy who pays security to protect him while he goes and harasses random people on the street? I mean, my answer would be an insufferable douchebag. I feel like it's pretty fair to call out a...
I think the moment that pranks become only for the person doing the prank, it's no longer a prank, it's just harassment. I think prank content is the lowest common denominator of just absolute slop on YouTube. And I think it's just people trying to get away with crimes by dismissing it as a joke. I think it's so fucking gay. It's like these people where they tell this guy to go in a gym and try to get his 1 rep max of 315 to go for it. The guy can't do it. And when he's struggling to get the bar off of him, they walk away. And so he's stuck with 315 pounds on his fucking neck. Thankfully, somebody comes and gets the bar off of his neck. The guy gets up, knocks one of the motherfuckers the fuck out, and these guys have the nerve to say, bro, it's just a prank. It's not a prank. And you need to know that you gonna get yours if you be doing that dumbass shit.
A lot of the horrible shit you do. What do you call a guy who gets into a car crash because he's too busy looking at his stream chat, and then instead of helping his friend who is literally bleeding from the face and maybe has some serious damage, he immediately tries to film it and record it for content?
Like, motherfucker could have killed somebody here. I don't know how bro isn't permanent off of every platform. Bro could have fucking killed someone here.
Call that person a giant piece of shit. But no, apparently it's hateful to call a douchebag a douchebag. How about you take some account?
It's like when I called Frogan fat. You're gonna call that harassment, bro? That's me having eyeballs, brother.
Ability for once in your life and realize why people are actually calling you the things they are.
Straight up, 100%.
Please explain to me, how does this guy love Charlie's videos? Like, how can you watch him just completely shit on you and call you out and be like, I love this guy's videos, man. He really has some good points. Like, is it just going through one ear and out the other? Because he might be a huge Pegasus fan as well. You never know. I mean, I'm happy to have you, +1 subscriber, but I'd also appreciate if you, change your attitude a bit so I could move on and make videos on somebody else, right?
True.
But it's whatever.
What's narratives that you like? All right, that's not true.
For the record, Penguins is Moist Critical.
Oh, that is him?
Same guy, aka Charlie, yeah.
Yeah, what's some shit out there that you've seen people say that you're like, yeah, that's totally not true?
Everything. There's nothing like specific off the top of my head. Like, there's a lot of things people say, so it's hard for me to really think.
There's a whole bunch of lies, but I don't know any of them, but yeah, everything's not true. Oh, okay, man. Man, we really getting high off the copium here, huh, brother?
I guess something specifically,
Yeah, just everybody's just wrong about everything, but
Jack Doherty is banned from every platform besides party. There is justice in this world. Man, imagine that.
Yeah, can you name one thing that they're wrong about? No. Just everything, like everything they're saying is just wrong. You know what I mean? No, actually, I don't, Jack. Like, I'd love to hear what they actually got wrong about you. The bro has no argument. Then he slips up again and admits that he's not even rage baiting. He's just naturally an a-hole, which is pretty obvious.
Like, right now, I don't go out of my way to like be a asshole. Like, I don't try to be very nice. I know people have a little stigma about me online. I want to change the narrative. but so I try to be nicer, you know, do better things with my money, like give back and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, am I living in a different universe? Like, when exactly have you ever done that? Because I've not seen that ever. When has Jack ever tried to be a good person trying to do good things? Because anytime I ever check up on this moron, it's
Oh, bro, the Vinland Saga background footage, man. I love this guy. I love this man, bro. Literally prime B-roll.
another stupid stunt, right? And I'm not believing a word he says until he actually puts his money where his mouth is. I feel like people don't randomly change, and I don't think losing your OF girlfriend is like a traumatic enough experience to actually induce any change here. But anyways, let's check in on Jack Doherty's ex, McKinley. Apparently, she started appearing on streamer Lacey's stream, and they sort of like cringily flirt.
Oh, that was perfect timing. I don't know what's more beautiful, the fireworks or you. That was a good one, right? That was good. That was good. That was good. That was good.
Who the f actually watches this shit? Like, I actually want to know. This is some of the worst content I've ever seen.
Dude, I'm gonna be real. Like, 99% of IRL content made by streamers, I just find completely fucking unwatchable. I don't know what 12-year-old kids are watching this shit because they're too poor to afford a YouTube subscription. I just don't get it, bro. Like, it's just embarrassing. And, like, these are the people that people, like, praise every single fucking day.
People really come home after a long day and watch two people cringe flirting in public? Jesus Christ, man. You gotta get a life if you're watching this shit. Now, apparently Jack caught wind of the stream and started donating to Lacey to try and get
Like, I find this content so cringe, where people are like, oh, dude, look at all my friends. They're like, oh, we're all hanging out. Oh, man, my streamer's talking to a girl. That's so cool. It's like, nah, bro. Like, I'll watch, like, Asmon. I'll watch, like, Moist. Because, like, I like hearing someone else's insight on the video and then me being able to put my insight in the chat and then them read the insight. That way we can have like a good conversation and get to a deeper meaning or a better understanding. And it's nice. But watching these motherfuckers go live and like, dude, we're gonna do a stream today, guys, where I'm giving $10,000 to prostitutes so I can show their OnlyFans. I'm like, nah, I'm good, man. Yeah, nah, I'm good.
McKinley's attention, it seems.
Oh! Oh my God. Doherty Jack, thank you for the 25 gifted.
Thank you. Of course.
Thank you for the 45 gifted.
Okay, wow, it seems like Jack learned a lot from Adam22 here on how to get completely pucked. So now you're donating to the guy who's supposedly her next boyfriend? You can't be serious, bro. How are you this pathetic? Anyways, then McKinley talks about the whole robbing incident.
Where's all the money? He had a bag, he had a gun, he had a mask.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
He literally put a gun to my head, I almost died. Then he came out and stole my wallet. So like, it wasn't that bad.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
That's gotta be traumatizing.
No, it's literally the most traumatizing thing ever, but...
At least it wasn't on camera.
It was on camera.
Oh.
Not the robbery, but like after the fact.
What do you mean?
Like my ex literally filmed it after.
Oh, he didn't turn the stream off?
No.
Okay, assuming she's not lying and this is somewhat real or whatever, Jack does seem like the type of guy to do that. Like, we did see from the car crash incident that he loves filming people after traumatic incidents for content.
Yeah, also be real. I don't believe anything that a disgruntled, bitter ex says on social media. Call me bitter or call me informed. I'm not really going to be like, oh, okay, so let me go to the person who hates you the most and ask them to give you an honest opinion. I'm going to give Jack the benefit of the doubt and claim that shit is fucking cap, but I could be wrong. I feel like we will have financial and success motivated alternatives of them telling the truth. I feel like they're going to take that 9 times out of 10. Call me crazy, but any girl who wants to talk about any issue they had with somebody else, but then they only do it whenever that person's trending, I just feel like they're not really that trustworthy, guys. And I can't wait whenever I start trending on Twitter again to find out more things that I've done. I don't know why we're not talking about them now, to be honest, because ever since I stopped trending on Twitter, things have been real quiet, but it is crazy how two autistic OnlyFans girls and a bipolar, multiple personality disorder, trans person all came out with all these crazy ass stories the moment I started trending. I don't know. I hope we hear from them again next time I get trending. I better trend again. That way I can find out more lore of all this shit that I did. But I guess we're going to be quiet until that happens. I wonder why that is, guys.
Right? But anyways, it's hard to tell what's going on. Either like Jack faked it and McKinley is in on it, or he faked it and she's not in on it, or it's real but like obviously grossly exaggerated. I don't know, and I don't really care.
No. He said he wanted me to tell a story to get clips on TikTok, and I said I don't care about that. And I was just like, I'm kind of like traumatized right now. You can literally find it on TikTok, but... So if you and I work out, and if I got robbed,
Hey guys, I'm gonna give you a hot take. I think Jack Doherty and his girlfriend are pieces of shit. Yep, I do. It's really that easy.
would you still stream
First
like
of all,
after?
if me and you worked out, you would never be in a position to get robbed.
Oh, really?
Oh my god, we got Mr. MVP, Simp! By the way, simping for a girl who thought it was a good idea to have Jack Doherty as a boyfriend, that's definitely gonna end well. But yeah, Jack asking for TikTok clips after a gunpoint robbery definitely sounds like a Jack thing to do.
wild.
Jack's the type of guy to watch you get run over by a car and then pull out his phone and start doing the gritty. Now Jack responded.
They would never be in a position to get robbed because he can never buy a girl that much jewelry.
What a surprise, still a massive douchebag. It looks like he hasn't changed at all. Also,
Yeah, but I got more money. That means I'm a better partner. Yeah, good one, man.
wow, that is like shockingly similar to McKinley. Now Lacey responded again.
Jack Doherty calls Lacey broke, says he would never be able to afford what he can. Why do you think I give a That's the issue with him, is he thinks everything in the world is about money when it's not. I'd rather have less money and be a decent human being than be him and have more money. You think I care what that little tweak says about me?
Wow, actually based. That was like the one good take in this entire video.
True. Good shit, Lacey. Based. Man, I'll be real, man. Yeah, I think they're both pieces of shit. Lacey's fine with me, though. Yeah, that shit's cringe as fuck. Like, comment, subscribe.
So, supersonic, low altitude, nuclear powered nuclear bomber. Hi, I'm Tyler Foltz. I'm a nuclear engineer, a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry, from engineering to operations to emergency response. Don't claim to know everything there is to nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Today we're going to be looking at, from what I've heard, is a pretty goofy video by Blue Jay called The Worst Radioactive Ideas in Nuclear History. Supposed to be some obscure stuff. I wonder if I've heard of any of these before. Let's check it out.
Meet Alfred Nobel, the Swedish inventor responsible for the creation of the world's most peaceful award, and dynamite. Now, our little Nobel here was a pacifist.
I just always appreciate the irony of that so much, that he did dynamite and it was a peaceful award, so.
And he intended his exciting invention to be used for construction and mining. But little did our Swede know that when a world leader hears of a device capable of curing an object's need of a violent dismemberment, there are a few things higher up on the to-do list than rocks. There are a plethora of examples of breakthroughs in science and technology finding uses outside of their original
Really? The Tide Pod one?
intent, and the discovery of radiation, nukes, and atomic energy are no exception. So
interesting that in this case, this one was used as a weapon before, that it was for nuclear stuff, a weapon before it became used for peaceful production of nuclear power. And nuclear fusion has been a weapon since the 1950s, and we're still figuring out how to use it to produce peaceful, large-scale energy production.
sit back and crack open a Nuka-Cola, because today we're talking about some of my favorite nuclear applications in history. Now, there's a popular saying that all good things come in threes, and this is something that the United States really likes to take to heart. You've got 3 branches of government, 3 founding documents, 3 Pirates of the Caribbean movies. I think there's 5. There's 3. And so it's almost poetic that their experimental nuclear cruise missile
One other thing about 3 involving nuclear weapons is it's referring to the trifecta doctrine of having silo-launched ICBMs, nuclear submarines, and nuclear bomb-armed bombers. So there's another one.
program also came with 3 separate phases of mass destruction.
all the haters and sad people who sole purpose this all over the game in chat and on Reddit ever make you feel bad personally? Yeah, they definitely do. It definitely gets to me, and I'd be lying if I said it didn't. Can you stay above it all? I mean, I try my best to stay above it as much as you can. In fact, I think some of my worst moments are responding to some of that stuff, so it's not exactly the easiest thing, but it is. Okay, real talk. One of my actual problems I'm working on right now is that I am a bit too perpetually online. I'm often trying to read player feedback, see what's going on, and unfortunately the side effect of being perpetually online is you read online comments, and online comments tend to skew negative. That's not a great thing. So oftentimes that can drain me pretty hard, but when you get stuff like these comments on stream, or stuff even better was like the Macau Open and the Vegas Open where you actually get to talk to people, those are the stuff that like really reinvigorate you and remind you that, oh right, most people actually really like TFT and they're just chilling and having fun playing TFT. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Do all the haters and sad people who sole purpose this...
I'm done with Apple AirTags. I've given them so many chances to be useful, and they fail every time. So for my new wallet, I'm switching it up. I should clarify, this is not a tile ad. It's just the first tracker that Amazon recommended, so... God damn, dude. What do they make this out of? Did I break the tracker? I do have high hopes for this because it's made by a very special company. Snitch-ass Life 360. The same Life 360 that is ruining high school careers to this day. But as much beef as I have with Life 360, I have to admit, they can make a good app. And the Tile app is really good. Obviously shows location. You can press the find button to make that sound. Or you can press this button to find your phone. I do appreciate that it's card-shaped too, instead of like AirTags that bulge out. But as much as I talk bad about AirTags, I'm still gonna put one in. It'll just be a backup.
Ride till I can't no more. I got the horses in the bag. Horse stock is
I'm done with Apple AirTags.
Can you spot the fake? Let's begin. You can open a wine bottle with a hair straightener. As the air inside the bottle heats up, the pressure rises.
From the heat?
After about 10 minutes, once the pressure was high enough inside the bottle to overcome the stopper, it shot off like a rocket.
Yeah, localized heating. Gonna raise pressure and lead to seal failure. This could happen in a nuclear power plant if you have a stuck relief valve and a steam generator and heat and pressure gets high enough. It's gonna raise pressure until the weakest seal lifts and vents.
If you make a mistake highlighting the wrong part of your paper, you can use heat to erase the highlights. This works because all highlighters contain fluorescein, which is very volatile. So it removes the highlight as long as it's still wet.
I don't know about Sharpies containing fluorescein. I know certain pens are thermochromic, but not sure about Sharpies.
If you dangle a spoon on your fingertips and slowly approach water, instead of the water pushing away the spoon, it actually sucks it in.
Okay, that's going to be capillary action. Wetting plus surface tension is going to give you that. You see that in a nuclear power plant, where borated water gets wicked up in tiny cracks due to surface tension. Oh, 2 by process of elimination.
You've seen all 3 videos now. Pause to vote in the comments which one you thought was fake. If you thought this highlighter video was fake, you'd be correct. When I went to highlight the word, I had help highlighting it with a special highlighter.
The special one was thermochromic, alright.
Special highlighter is thermochromic, meaning it changes color to become clear with heat. Can you spot the fake? Let's begin. You can open a wine bottle with a hair straightener. As the air inside the bottle heats up,
I think you guys should make her stand up and turn around for 5 seconds and do your work. Alright, go ahead. I'm not gonna let you are like a midget. Guys, is this a normal height for a human?
He's just also really tall.
I'm 5'6". Keep in mind, guys, I'm 5'6". She's standing up right now. It looks like you're sitting down.
Yeah.
I think you guys should make her stand up and turn around for 5 seconds and do your work. Alright, go ahead. I'm not gonna let you are like a midget. Guys, is this a normal height for a human?
He's just also really tall.
I'm 5'6". Keep in mind, guys, I'm 5'6". She's standing up right now. It looks like you're sitting down.
Yeah.
I think you guys should make...
Hey, this is what you came for. Blood on the game bowl. Everybody drop it like rainfall. This is your moment. Eyes on a puppet. Can't think, church just open. And you're singing your praises. La la la. Screaming your name. La 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 la. One more step, you're immortal now. 'Cause once you you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, this is what you came for.
Okay, I'm 99.999% certain that it's just Wandering Trainer because we're on loot sub. And if I hit a chaser, it's a spot. All right, man. See you then. GG. Artifact. Tasman of Ascension. Manamazane. Oh, it actually feels a little bit illegal, man. Got Bruiser. Oh, I can position normally now as well. I'll go. Wait, Sterix on Samira doesn't even sound that bad, by the way. With 10 Street Demon. He's gonna have like 1,000,000 health. Hi, Sam. You alright, mate? What, are you saying, are you seriously suggesting that I sell my whole board to go for Samira 3? Not on my watch, mate. I'll FF before you die. Silvermere Dawn! Alright, let's go, Samira. Oh. Okay, I'm 99.999% certain that
There's a company called Spigen that makes like phone cases and screen protectors and stuff. I don't use any of those things, but that does not stop them from sending me packages. Right, so this is just an unlabeled box. Hey Carter, say less. Wait, I get it. I always make fun of earbuds like this because when you drop them, they fly out. Well, Spigen claims that they solved that problem. I gotta say, I'm surprised. These are the Samsung Galaxy Buds 3 Pro, and these do stay in the case better than AirPods do, but I was throwing it pretty hard. All right, Spigen, now you have to send me an AirPod case that actually keeps them in. There's a company called Spigen that...
If you flushed a toilet at the bottom of the ocean...
It's over 1,000 atmospheres down there. So toilets work by using gravity and a pressure difference, but external pressure is going to be far greater than the internal pressure of the toilet. So your toilet's going to implode. You might as well try venting a reactor containment dome into the core of a neutron star.
It would send about a gallon of seawater spinning down the drain. But the ocean holds over 300 quintillion gallons of water.